respect all the hostages.
Agreed.
But the problem
And they're playing games.
the problem isn't it that, let's say you say, okay, you know what, screw this, you guys are taking too long, and you know exactly what you're doing. You're mobilizing as we speak, and you're actually recruiting more people and killing your own men.
They're not killing their own men.
They are.
No, they're not. Yeah, but they're killing. Well, you would know that.
They're killing their own.
No, you would know.
It's not correct to say they're killing their own men.
They're killing other armed groups.
No, they're killing Palestinians with no trial, with no due process.
They're killing on the orders of Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu.
Scotty, תסתום את הפה שלך כבר, יא אידיוט.
Did you not hear it? Did you not hear them on the TV saying that?
Shut the fuck up, Scotty, you fucking terrorist supporter.
Did you not hear them? I don't support Hamas. I don't support them. I'm just telling the truth. I'm telling the truth.
Shut the fuck up. Your terrorist friends
shut the fuck up.
blowing the shit.
You shut the fuck up.
Your terrorist friends are blowing the heads of other Palestinians, and you, like Buttercup, like all the other retards of the
am I lying?
Are blaming
Am I lying?
Because the only
Am
thing
I lying?
Okay, hold on, Scotty. We're not doing the yelling match here.
No,
So Daniel's gonna talk first, and
never
then you
mute
can
me, please.
respond. Hold on. You can respond, but we're not gonna do the talking over each other and yelling over each other. Let Daniel go, and then you can respond.
No, I mean, they have such a tunnel vision. The reason, this is why I said, the biggest tragedy of the Palestinian is the pro-Palestinian crowd, because they are such gaslighters and manipulators. Everything that happened when Hamas brutally executes, not for the first time, this is the first thing that they did when they took over Gaza Strip, is to brutally execute their opposition, and now they're doing the same. And people like Scotty, that were like for 2 years were crying about the women and the children, and we're like, all the innocent people are now like such fucking assholes, immoral pieces of shit. They cannot call something bad because they're so obsessed with their Jew hatred that all they can do is blame the Jews. So Scotty, wake up. As long as you keep on blaming us for all your life's problem, you will still say the fuck up that you are. If you want to improve in life, you need to take accountability. When Hamas brutally executes their own people in a performance that they upload to social media, and your reaction, instead of condemning it, is blaming Bibi Netanyahu, I suggest you get medical and mental health.
Okay, no,
I'm done with you. You can go fuck yourself. I don't care for his response.
Can I respond now?
Yes, got you.
Can I respond?
Yeah, you can.
Right. Am I, or am I not lying?
Yeah, go
when I
ahead.
say,
Let's see what you respond.
I'm responding now. Am I or am I not lying when I say that Donald Trump stood on TV and said that Hamas can stay on and not disarm yet because they're getting rid of some bad actors and some bad people, other armed gangs. Did he or did he not say that?
Scotty, again, they are killing people, they are blindfolding people, they are putting them in the middle of Gaza, public execution, and blowing their heads up. Trump said this stupid comment, but if you really want to blame Trump, you will also see that he followed up and said that if Hamas does not stop killing Palestinians, there will be a severe retaliation. But what you said before,
I was quiet for him.
Shut the fuck up.
I was quiet for him. I was quiet for him. I was quiet for him, Jeff. I was quiet for him.
So you keep on being quiet. What you said before was that it was under the order of Netanyahu and Trump. This is what you said before, Scotty. So don't manipulate us, because now what you're saying is that, Trump was asked and he said that they are killing people. He did not tell them to kill people. He told them to stop. You go. Leave. Bye.
Jeff, why are you letting him do this?
I can help you. I can help you if you want.
Well, I checked my record, Scotty, and it turns out you haven't paid your dues yet this month. And therefore, Daniel can speak to you however he likes.
Right, so
Bye-bye.
Right, see you. Bye.
Go open a room and blame Bibi for your life fuck-ups, you fucking idiot.
Daniel, why? Oh my goodness.
Really, you are next, so don't get on my nerves.
Oh, well, I am, but okay, fine.
Because Daniel's
Listen,
a bitch, an
I'm
unhinged
blaming-
homosexual
I'm
faggot. That's
blaming
why.
those,
Fuck you.
those dishonest people. Okay, who brought him up, guys?
I did like it anyway. I just accepted the whole thing, the request. I didn't even check that it was him. Sorry.
Daniel, are you really a homosexual faggot?
Yes. Private channel.
Breaking news.
I didn't realize you were so gay you required 2 to 3 descriptions of your gayness.
We love homosexuals. There's nothing wrong with that.
I also love him. It's my favorites, basically.
I mean, I don't want to generalize. I love Daniel.
Yeah, but I do love homosexuals. There's nothing wrong with homosexuals.
But there were definitely other faggots I don't like Resistance.
Well, I don't think Daniel, don't go face mental health. Just talk to him, but you don't have to do
Yeah, I don't care about Resistance. It's like dust to me. It's just like
I
he needs help, and I cannot
And I
help him.
sent him, he asked me a question, and I did send him privately leak. What he told me really what Welsh was
I think
different.
there's enough time to
Speak
give
right
like
to
okay. I think we're
For
giving
him to come here.
okay. We're giving too much time and space for all those idiots, and we are treating them
No,
as
but you have Irish,
equal.
you have Scottish. He's nobody
Yeah.
outside of Clubhouse. You have to.
Okay, she's too interruptive.
I don't know what's happening today. Emotions are very charged. I just wanted to have a chill morning, talking about just anything.
I love that you identify your afternoon as morning because most of your friends are in America.
Yeah.
Like it's really impossible to have.
3:30 for me.
It's really impossible for me anymore to have normal conversation with those people and act like they're legitimate. If someone like Scotty can come and say that the executions in Gaza are under the order of Trump and Bibi, I'm done.
That is
Sorry,
really not true.
But this is what he said.
Well, I missed that part.
I didn't know that
This is how it started.
the Jews can control Palestinians too, it sounds like.
We control everything.
And I control all of you.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
Scotty threatens that he would leave the room. My God, dude, I will kick you and help you. What the fuck are you talking about?
Did you ever think in your wildest dreams that the Jewish community would be controlled by a shiksa?
This is what we want them to believe.
No, but I mean, a lot of people have told me here, why don't you put together your Jews? You control them, da-da-da. I'm like, well, that makes me very powerful, I guess. If the Jews control the world and I control the Jews, that makes me the most powerful shiksa in the world.
There's also dramatic developments in Sudan. I don't know if it reached your news, but they are now took over another strategic city in Darfur. The RSF, and they are started executing civilians from point blank.
Still Christians?
No, it just started after it was for 2.5 years. Now there's a dramatic development.
Yeah,
I
the city
haven't
fell.
heard anything about Sudan in the last 2 weeks.
And they're executing people left and right.
Under Netanyahu's orders, I'm sure.
And Trump.
So,
And the UN said that they are worried or something like this.
guys, how do we feel about Mamdani? What do we feel?
How do you feel about Mamdani? Do you have wet dreams about him?
I do actually. I'm having some. He makes me.
I knew you were gay.
Yeah, I'm not gay, but he just.
Jews
just
don't
him.
get married off. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
It depends on your.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong with that, but as these things that it's a horrible thing, so to the point that he needs to throw them off from rooftops, so that
Yeah, some of them, yeah.
It out.
Not all of them. I'll be
Would you throw Daniel from a rooftop?
Yeah, definitely.
So, Aziz, when old men fuck little boys in Pakistan, is that gay?
Yeah, throw them from the roof as well. Yeah. Throw them all from the roof. You know what I mean? I'm very objective about the way.
So what do you think about why do you ask about Mamdani? What do you want to know?
No, I just wanted to know because somebody else was talking about how he's like supreme leader of, and some kind of like, now he's like Darth Vader or something.
I mean, he is a bad guy. He is a bad guy. This is the first.
Do you recognize
Aziz,
him
no
as your
one
supreme
else.
leader, Aziz? Do you recognize him
No one else
as your
spoke
supreme
about
leader, Aziz?
Mamdani. You brought up Mamdani, and I don't know why you're not asking.
I was on Clubhouse and someone was talking about how he's going to usher in like an army of Muslims.
You mean in another room?
Yeah. No, that's why I asked you guys. Obviously, I want to know your thoughts. Do you think is he going to bring Sharia law, or is he a Nazi? Like,
He's gonna bring
I don't
poverty.
think he will be able to bring in Sharia law because the laws in the US are kind of like protected against like a general system
But he's gonna
change,
try,
or
right?
at least a drastic system change. But he will definitely try to implement policies that are more pro-socialist, definitely. He might want to try to increase the taxes, although it might be difficult for him because as I understand, New York City has to go
Isa knows everything.
another
This
state
is
or another
Isa
county,
show.
something like that.
The shit social.
From the time that they were bailed out. And yeah, so I don't think it'll be that easy for him, but definitely he will become like a mouthpiece, for socialism and potentially for Palestinianism.
Is he a bad guy?
Yes, he's a bad. He's an anti-Semite.
I think
He's an
I think
anti-Semite.
he's a very.
No, he's an Islamist. That's a problem.
I think
It's an Islamist.
I think he's a very incompetent guy. I don't think that he has had any experience. I don't think he knows anything about economics. And yeah, I don't think that he will be a good mayor. But also, I think that maybe New York needs this. People need to get sick before they look for help to get better.
But I'm not saying you have to give him. He actually had a little bit of a rapping career, so
Yeah.
give him a little bit of experience.
Me personally, right? Look, I'm not saying I agree with him. I think he's quite an ambitious, idealistic, maybe even a little naive. But I mean, he's just, Kitover's
He's
a
just a
rapist,
Muslim.
and yeah. So he's a Muslim as well. So that's a positive. or
That
negative.
encompasses all of it.
Like, I tell you what is,
I mean,
for example,
Kitover is a
for a New York mayor to not be able to condemn promoting Intifada, I think it is a problem.
It is.
I think for a New York mayor to obsess and have like a big part of his campaign talk about Israel is ridiculous because he's a fucking mayor, nothing more, nothing less. And he's basically using this cloud of pro-Palestinian. Many people are voting for it, not because he's good for New York, but because he's anti-Zionist.
Wait, so if I'm not mistaken, in the debate, the debate for the mayor debate, right? He didn't want to talk about Islam.
Jeff, can you mute up, please?
Like he didn't want to.
You have the most sensitive ears ever.
No, so much
No,
noise is coming
you're
from
very
you.
noisy, actually.
I'm just Israeli, so I don't have politeness, and I say it.
Yeah. I mean, he
You know,
didn't want to talk about.
it's funny. The argument is that it's based on Cuomo's supposed harassment that he was never convicted of. When Mamdani explicitly calls rape resistance, the man justifies hundreds of rapes.
So he has explicitly called rape.
He wants to globalize the resistance.
Right.
He is calling for the rape of women throughout the world in the name of resistance.
But he's not.
He did.
Has he said that?
That's not right.
Has he said that?
He's basically said it. He's never
If they don't resist, it's not rape.
No, I think the part with the Intifada is enough, no?
Who's laughing like that?
I don't know.
Aziz.
I've never heard him
No.
laugh, actually. I have never heard him laugh. I actually like his laugh.
sorry.
He sounds like a
God,
human.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Explain why that's funny.
Like an evil human.
You need a glass of
Sounds like
water?
an evil human.
Maybe you need a
And
glass
he
of
sounds
water?
like
As these.
Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. Moment of weakness. He's gonna win. We have to kind of accept that.
I think maybe we should sacrifice New York for the rest of the United States.
I think New York
last time
And technically, New York mayor doesn't really have as much power as you think he does.
Well, it's gonna be
Yeah,
funny.
sure.
No, it's more his rhetoric. This is exactly. It doesn't have really like influence, but he's legitimizing stuff like intifada or hatred to Israel, anti-Zionism. It's nothing that is good. Okay, basically intifada is terrorism, and if the mayor of New York cannot condemn terrorism, then New York, you have a problem. It's a New York problem, not an Israeli problem.
Daniel, the one thing you're not taking into account is he wins, but he's not gonna get anything done because he's gonna have so much resistance to who he is that nobody on his own side, besides those that agree with him, which is very few people, are gonna actually work with him. So wait and see how much resistance it looks like from his own side.
Well, I just want to say he has a strong Jewish support base. I just want to say that first and foremost. So if we're talking about anti-Semitism, are they all Jew haters? Or is that what we're saying?
When you say
They are misled, and he's using them and exploiting them because the Jew hatred it's kind of covered. You know, like for example, I'll give you an example that you might notice. All those like Jews against genocide. Jews against genocide is not really. It's like trying to say that you're humanitarian, but actually what you're saying, I'm blaming Israel for committing genocide. So it's always like kind of in disguise. And a lot of Jews have moral values, and he's exploiting those moral values because they actually believe that, I don't know, genocide, ethnic cleansing, all this bullshit.
I mean,
what's
going on?
Why are we assuming that these Jews have like zero self-awareness? You know what I mean? It's a bit
Because they are because there's a difference between, for example, Jews in Israel that serve the army and they know what's going on and what are the morals and what are the values, and Jews that live in the United States and don't know and believe that it might be possible that there is a genocide. So they have a different perspective that is thousands of miles away. You know, you can have a different perspective when you don't live here.
Also, we know these people, and many of them are supporting Mamdani because of deficits in Cuomo, while being uninformed and not connecting the dots that Mamdani supports the rape of people, the rape of women in the name of Mukalama.
right. So I mean, Cuomo literally rapes women. So if you vote for Cuomo, literally. I mean, I don't think Mamdani has any.
And for those who don't know, Mukalama is the Islamic term that talks about justified resistance in the form of rape.
Right. So is that part of his policy? Like,
No, but when he's asked to condemn, for example, globalizing the Intifada, and he's giving few options to do this, and he refuses, that is a sign, dude.
Are they in New York City, the Intifada?
What?
Yes.
What is it? What is the Intifada? What does it stand for?
Well, we had the.
Oh yeah.
No. Stop, Aziz. Aziz, stop it. Intifada, you can look it up. We had two events, Intifada 1 and Intifada 2. If I would sum it up, it's about killing Jews.
I always think it's interesting.
Indiscriminately.
You know what's interesting, Daniel, is that he's actually ashamed to admit it. Like, most
He's
people
not
are
ashamed to admit it. He wants to win the election.
I'm not talking about these.
No, it's just too stupid.
Aziz is Aziz. Don't try to analyze him.
Daniel, is Mamdani a socialist cosplaying as a radical Muslim, or is he a radical Muslim cosplaying as a libertarian?
Good question.
No, I'm
The
serious.
second one. The second one.
so are we advocating just demonizing any socialist ideas? Is that what we're doing?
No, again, Aziz, I listen to it's like I'm saying things and you don't listen. globalizing the Intifada, making the Intifada 1 and 2 that we had in Israel. You can look it up. It's on Wikipedia even, that you love. You can read what it is. And he says, not he, like the people, he started JSP, right? Well, not the JSP, I would call it like Justice for Palestine chapter, which are basically terrorist supporting chapter in schools. And then they're chanting, again,
Well, that's not what it is.
SJU. Okay.
That's not what it is, but yeah.
Yeah, sure. And then when they are chanting in the streets, globalize the Intifada, and then he asks to condemn it, and he doesn't. And Mayor of New York, there is a bad sign.
Right, but that's like a strange, algorithm you just created there. I don't think you just put things together that aren't exactly, aligned. You know what I mean?
That's because you're stupid, Aziz.
Maybe I
Why
should
is
do
not
it slower.
aligned,
Like,
Aziz?
where did you lose me? Where did
Why
you lose
is
me?
not aligned?
Well, okay, so
Hold on. Where is that he's making the mistake of putting the wrong dots together?
So obviously, when you run for mayor of New York, right? You state your intentions, right? And we have to trust it because if I say, for example, let's look at Cuomo.
No.
He will state.
Can you address my point? Because you said that I'm ready. Explain the Intifada part. Cuomo has nothing to do with it. So Cuomo has nothing to do with this. Can you address the
What he
Intifada
does is
part?
part of the campaign, so he can understand the parallels.
Yeah, can you address my point that you said that I didn't get it?
No, what I'm saying is, look, if Cuomo today says, he wants to create safe spaces for women in New York, do I take into account his allegations, or do I trust him? Do I take his word?
So Aziz, I'm letting you speak, and you're taking advantage of this. You stopped me saying that I got it wrong, and then Issa asked you, and I asked you, and I think also Jeff asked you, where did I get it wrong? What did I say that you disagree with? And now you're talking about Como. I never mentioned Como. I was talking about globalizing the Intifada from a chapter that Mamdani started, and he was asked a few times to condemn it, and he did not.
Okay, yeah.
So where did
what
I
I'm
get it
saying
wrong?
is, so it goes back to my point. When you run, has he included his past in his mayoral campaign?
Again,
He's saying,
he was asked as a leader about the sentence, globalize the Intifada.
Yes, he did. They asked him about it, and he doubled down, and he gave a full speech that the main reason he's running for New York is to be anti-Israel. Now, the fact he doesn't know how government works, it makes yes. Yes, he asked him. They asked him. He said, "I joined." No, he said, "I joined the General Assembly because of my chapter." And because of to be anti-Israel, and he made it a central theme in his campaign. So yes,
I'm gonna need to find evidence.
What's your next dodge?
I'm gonna need to find evidence of the anti-Israel.
Oh, you have to have evidence of Modani is anti-Israel.
No. You said
you look really hard. You may find that.
You said he mentioned that.
It's very delicate.
You said he started his campaign to be anti-Israel. That's what you said. That's why he started, right? That's what you said explicitly.
When they asked him about his General Assembly, that's what he said. But that's irrelevant. What is relevant is you asked, did he bring up his past? Is this something? Yes, he has made it a central theme of his campaign. And when he was asked, are you backing away from globalizing the Intifada? Meaning, are you okay with Jews being murdered on the streets of New York City?
That's not the same thing.
First, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Globalized Intifada means to kill Jews. That's what it means. Daniel told this multiple times. First of all, he wouldn't condemn it. And then when the last time he did it, he switched to jihad. But he's still today, we're a week and 2 weeks out from the elections, he has not condemned globalized Intifada in a city which used to be Semitism and be literal attacks and murder of Jews in America. So yes, so just admit it. Just why can't you be honest like a mirror? Just say I want Jews dead, and then we can move on.
No, I just don't think you're trying to paint a sinister picture of Mamdani. I just don't believe that. That's
No,
what he's
he's painting a sinister
So can you
picture.
explain if he's such an amazing person, why didn't he condemn the attack of Jews? Why is it so hard to condemn?
What attack was he asked to condemn?
You see,
Again, I will do it very slow to you. Globalize the
That's not an
Intifada.
attack on Jews.
What is an
That's the
intifada?
that's
Okay,
the
let's look at intifada 1 and let's see what happens. Okay,
globalizing intifada is not.
let's look at intifada. Let's look and learn together how many Jews were violently murdered by intifada. Okay, in the first one or the second one. Dude, go read what intifada means.
I know
Intifada
what
means
intifada is, bro.
buses that blow up, disco clubs that blow up, restaurants that blow up. This is intifada. Globalizing
But
intifada.
it's not. That's not what the intifada
It
is. That's a side effect. That might be a side effect of the intifada. That might be a result of the intifada. That might be what happened during the intifadas.
There were two events called intifada.
That's not
Listen.
what an intifada is. You know.
Okay, so explain to me. There were two events that had a beginning and end, Intifada 1 and Intifada 2. If you are saying that Intifada is a struggle, why isn't there like just one Intifada all the time?
No, he's
Why
doing,
do we
he's
have-
doing the
Why
bait
do
and
we have?
switch.
Let me. I want you to explain to me if you are claiming that Intifada is this like spiritual whatever, like resistance, whatever. Why did there was a break between Intifada 2 and why don't we have like a continuous Intifada? What made Intifada 1 and 2 Intifada 1 and 2 Aziz? Even you can figure it out.
It's like, you know, it's just you know, you got to commemorate these moments when people resist, you know, together. You know what I mean? So I think he's just
So now they're not resisting.
Yeah,
So
it's just commemoration of resistance.
So you're saying basically that blowing up buses and blowing up. Let me finish. Don't stop me because I will say what I want to say without you stopping me. You're calling this resistance, blowing up cafes, discos, and bars, and you say that bringing this resistance to New York is something that makes sense to you or to the world.
No, it's just disingenuous. That's like me saying, oh, your democracy is Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Like, you're just putting things together. It's just not what I'm saying. You know,
That's exactly the same.
It's just
Never
not
loaded,
the
the cruise.
Wow.
It's just not the same thing.
Well, you know, this is the thing with talking to pro-polis. It's like it's pointless. It's like you can show them everything, and they just hate Israel. So it doesn't really matter.
No, I do hate Israel, I mean, I don't have to lie. If you ask me if I hate Israel, yeah, I do. I do hate
But you do lie. Go,
No, I
please
don't have to lie. Like,
take 5 minutes. Go and do like I don't know your ChatGPT or whatever you want. Ask what is Intifada 1, what is Intifada 2. Go ask it. Learn for yourself the meaning of the word, and then once you understand how many people were violently murdered in those events, you will understand that globalizing it is basically globalizing terrorism. And when the New York mayor is asked a very simple question, which I would dumb it down to you, do you condemn globalizing terrorism? Let's assume that Intifada was about murdering Muslims, okay? And there was a Jewish mayor, and it's like, do you think that we should not go and slaughter Muslims? And he's like, listen, okay, maybe
but
now
I've
you
heard
get
that.
it.
I've heard that. I've heard that from loads of politicians. I don't sit here and
Nothing wrong with that.
you know, they don't
Oh my
even
God.
pretend to have like
Okay.
any socialist ideas as well.
Man, is yours. I'm like,
No, he is useless.
I've heard that.
He's useless.
I've heard that.
When you
You're
can't
right.
figure out if they're too stupid or dishonest or a combination of both, give up.
No, I don't think you guys get it. Like, you guys don't get it.
I think this is the problem. No,
Like,
we just have this is I think the different values that it's not like good and bad are not it seems like not how do you call it normalized for all of us. What we consider good, they consider bad, and the other way around. For them, killing Jews is a good thing. It's like it's resistance. It's like freedom fighting. It's all those like washed up words. We see it as what it is: senseless murdering of civilians randomly and indiscriminately. We don't see eye to eye of what is good and what is bad. This is why there should be a separation. They cannot mix with us. They have different values and different morals.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know, Daniel, because you had said a little minute ago. Hi everybody. You had said that, you know, like the Jews against genocide or whatever, that their morals would be different. What in those is this in the religious text? Like, are they like into like Mennonites or the Amish or Quakers or something like that?
I'm not sure I understood the question.
So you said the Jews against genocide. I'm saying, and you said it's their morals that are, you know, bringing them to that. I'm saying, are they a sect of Judaism that is similar? Are they
we all have the same. We all more have a value for human life, morality, and humanity. Okay.
Well, morality is a reification. I'm not interested in that. I want to know, what does your religious text say? Is the religious text? I'd like you to understand what I'm asking. I'm asking specifically in the religious text.
Morality and humanity.
Right, but I'm not interested in reifications. We're going to talk about morality. We're going to. All right. Can I ask the question and then you can answer the question first?
Yeah, she's talking in the middle of the answer, but go ahead.
No, I'd like you to specifically answer, because it was my specific question. Is there specifically something inside of your religious text that would cause Jews against genocide to act to interpret their text in a way of pacifism?
So it's not about necessarily religion, okay? Because I'm, for example, not religious. It's values that I grew on, and it's also values that are not just for Jews, okay? It's values that are part of the Jewish Christian values, the American values. It's not just our values. And yes, it's morality, it's human rights, it's all that, okay? This is what we believe in. And when you see people die, and that hurts you, okay? It's not a good thing for us, okay? For them, it's a justified sacrifice, resistance, or whatever. For us, it's a bad thing. Now, when they are in the West and they don't really know too much, and what they get, the information is from The Guardian or Al Jazeera, or from even like UN, Amnesty, all those bodies, and they believe that there's a genocide, so their moral values bring them to oppose it. But there is no genocide, and what they're doing, basically, they are being exploited because of their moral values to blame Israel for genocide. They are being exploited because of their moral values. I don't think that they are bad. I think that they are just badly informed.
You don't see what's wrong with genocide.
And yes, there are things in the religious text, but I'm not sure I'm the person to bring all those moral values. Maybe there are other people.
I mean, if we're talking about genocide in religious texts, I don't want to get into, I never really want to go there. I know you guys are more than willing, but I just don't.
Well, as a Muslim, you really shouldn't go there. That's
No. I mean, since you're Jewish, I don't want to go.
To say that you don't want to.
Thank you for.
You literally unmuted. You literally unmuted to say that you don't want to talk about it? Like, dude, you can just stay muted.
I'm just saying, it's
on you.
No, I'm just being cheeky.
Bima, I will also give another answer since I'm American and know these people. I would also say that Jews of religion, Mamdani support is something than 10%. The vast majority of the Jews who support Mamdani have very little experience with the actual text. At best, they have derivatives of modern explanations of the text. And I will agree that, even in that circumstances, these people typically have very similar values because, values are also transmitted culturally. But unfortunately, they are very poorly informed, both of the actual basis of those values and of the actual situation on the ground, and unfortunately they are being co-opted and taken advantage of because they just don't have enough information to correctly apply their Jewish values.
I mean, that's quite a broad statement. I mean, they're making the assumption that they don't really understand or know what they're doing.
Aziz, again, stop gaslighting. You're in England. I'm not making any assumption. I know these people. I may even have people like this in my family. Yes, Aziz.
So you know every Jewish person that votes?
Aziz, that's why you have valid.
Aziz, like do that. Just take a moment.
No, he literally said it. I'm just checking.
Look, I'm not saying I met Aziz and all Muslims are idiots who would rather spend time attacking Jews than defending the people in his homeland that's currently occupied in Kashmir. I'm not making that that sort of a generalization. I'm saying these are the people I grew up with. I know what their priorities were. I know what they read. I know what they do. I went to college with them as well. Like, this is a group of people in my nation of people. These are people that are close to me. And yes, Aziz, I don't need some great brown hope coming in to defend their honor and integrity, because the truth is, they themselves would acknowledge where their information comes from. It is in line with what I've said. Like, these are not Jews of religion. Like that is a distinction among Jews that is really important.
Does that make them lesser, or does that make, what does that make them?
Aziz, these are words coming from
Just
your
follow
mouth.
the conversation. Just follow the conversation.
No one said that other than you, because you are a disgusting sociopath
But why
with
make
below
the
average IQ.
What is the?
It makes them wrong.
Because the
It makes them
distinction
wrong.
is important.
Oh, they're wrong.
To get right and wrong
Yes,
for
they're
a
wrong.
minute. No,
They are misinformed.
But you
Get
don't
right
really
and wrong for a
want
minute. The question from I'm so sad that we have to go over this. The question from
We could just throw him out. Aziz brings no value to the conversation. He never has. He never will.
I mean, you could.
We can have a conversation with Bima, perhaps, but Aziz is a fucking retard. He really doesn't deserve to be on stage with me.
But maybe at least he doesn't live in New York State, so he doesn't have a vote anyway.
This is why he doesn't care. This is why he doesn't care to sacrifice New York City. Like he doesn't care about the Palestinians.
Exactly. He actually is pro-net Gaza also.
Zoran Mandani is an interesting case because he's putting two parts of the Democrat Party together into one person. They're diabolically opposed. So he wants to legalize prostitution, and B wants to globalize the Intifada. Like, he's a religious Muslim and an extreme leftist at the same time.
Yeah, but I believe that he's first an extreme Muslim, and he is weaponizing or making use of the lefty policies in order to drive vote and actually get to his objectives. I don't think that he's a true leftist inside of him.
I'm not going to deny it. I don't know if we have clear evidence, because he's just as hypocritical on both ends of the spectrum. But you might be right. I'm not sure.
And he's a rich kid, you know, like his parents
He's a
have
nepo baby.
a lot of money.
There's nothing wrong with being rich. That is true. There's nothing wrong with being rich.
Well, it is kind of like conflicting when what you're trying to do is actually fuck the rich and in the name of the poor, you know, so it's very hypocritical.
You know, it would be amazing if a Muslim got their body, their choice. He legalizes prostitution.
That's right.
That's right. I mean, it's illegal.
In fact, Lou, he is calling for legalizing prostitution.
But isn't prostitution illegal in the Muslim world?
Well, no, actually, prostitution under Islamic law, both in the Shia and Sunni communities, there is a legal methodology to allow for prostitution. So it's not inconsistent with his Islamic backgrounds to allow for that.
What's the moral that it's not legal? Like,
well, I mean, it happens to be the one area I agree with him on.
I wonder if the incel them will go down if we legalize prostitution. Are there incels in Vegas?
What's that, Lou?
Prostitution is not legal in Vegas. It's outside city limits.
Oh, really? I thought it was.
No, not in Vegas. No.
Yeah, not in the city of Vegas or the county of Vegas, whatever that's called. But the rest of Nevada, yes.
Oh, really? It's Vegas? Nevada, it's not legal? Ah. You know, Rhode Island had a back sort of weird rule where prostitution was illegal, but if it was behind closed doors, somehow it wasn't. A bizarre thing.
Yeah, Lou, when you ordered that prostitute to your hotel room in Vegas, that was illegal.
Well, look at Canada. Canada's got the craziest law. It's legal for the prostitute, but it's illegal for the John.
No, that makes sense.
That makes sense.
That actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Well,
How does that make sense?
right? Right? Like ownership of the body. Like I don't own myself.
Because if you want to stop it, targeting the weak parts of the society that are doing it, I can really, I don't know, in my head it makes more sense than to illegalize it completely.
It should be legal. I mean, especially like if we're going to allow OnlyFans and things like that, then it is completely intellectually inconsistent to not permit prostitution. So if a woman is going to videotape herself having sex for money, it's legal. But doing it in the privacy of a hotel room or a home is illegal. That makes no sense.
I think actually making it illegal.
That's totally different.
Making it illegal.
Your microphone is a genocide on my ears.
Making it illegal. Okay, I'm sorry that I'm interrupting you. I'm trying to just say something. Making it illegal actually will make more damage because no one will stop it. You know, it's like all this profession, whatever. You just make those women more susceptible to abuse, exploitation. They cannot report anything. They cannot do anything about it. And if it's legal, at least you can control the money, you can control the benefits, you can control like regulations around it. So making it illegal, I'm not sure it's the best thing.
So you're against legalizing it? I'm against it.
Yeah, I was always confused with the consequences of that and then the consequences of something like abortion, right? We don't do anything for the woman who's killing her child, but then the doctor gets charged.
What's the right to kill that child?
Well, because in the end, he is the one performing the event, right? He's the one performing the killing.
Yeah, but
And the woman can be seen also sort of like a victim, you know, because in the end, she is being pushed in many ways to have this as an option. So in the end, the abortion is already traumatizing. At least I want to believe for the majority of women. And so some of them don't even want to abort. Some of them are misinformed and made them believe that it's just a contraceptive form. And a lot of them are being told and taught in school that it's not even a baby, that it's just a zygote, you know? And so it's like, okay, well, if you consider all of that, maybe she is not really consciously performing a crime, but the doctor, the one that studied the science and the one that knows what he's doing, and it's sucking the brains and the blood out of that baby and actually having to kill it before it comes out, then yeah, he is the murderer.
can you remove resistance from the room? This is the only entertainment he has for the day. And he's calling everybody's mother's horse.
Yeah, why is it still here? Oh, okay.
No. It doesn't give him attention. You don't need him. Because you'll lose him.
I feel like the same though in that sense. I feel like they're very like there to perform the duty. Like they don't even hold. Like I mean, like you could see like when there was the congressional reports and doctors would talk on the floor. There was there was one that the pro-lifers used over and over and over because there was this one doctor who for years was arguing very intently to be able to perform abortions, and he did this for quite a long time until he experienced like one experience because he truly believed that he was doing good. And then there was this one experience that he had when I think like his wife and children died. And it was horrible in a car accident or something like that, and then that changed his view on everything. And now he's like a pro-life advocate instead of a pro-choice. He was pro-choice, so he is advocating for abortion to be able to perform them, and then he changed into a pro-lifer. So I mean, like the same thing could be said for them, and that would. No.
because when you are studying a profession and you are understanding of biology, and that is part of what you actually that is a core part of your profession. You know, as a doctor, you are forced to understand, I mean, whether you want it or not, you need to really be able to differentiate what is life from what isn't, right? And one of the oaths you take when you are a doctor is do no harm. And so, yeah, like you are expected to save lives, not to be an assassin. And so when you are holding that oath of do no harm, you take this oath because a lot of human lives are going to end in your hands, and your principal objective should be to save those lives and not to use your knowledge and your power to hurt lives. And so that is like one of the main things of being a doctor, you know. You take this oath when you're part of it, and you cannot tell me that a doctor doesn't understand about biology, because then how the hell did he get to be a doctor, and how the hell did he get to understand the human body, you know, and how to cure the human body?
I just don't.
I don't think it is. Like, I'm not a religious person, and I am still pro-life, and I do believe in three rights, you know, that are inalienable: the right to live, the right to private property, and the right to agency. And the right to live, I mean, like, it has to be respected regardless of like what your views are, like at what point does it start. I mean, like, no. If life starts at conception, it is already alive, and you should respect it. And it's not the body of the woman; it's a different DNA. It's a different body, and she could have taken precautions, you know, in order to avoid that to happen. But if you're going to be an adult for when you are, if you're going to be an adult to take adult actions, like in getting yourself into the sexual act, you need to be aware of the consequences. And that's the problem. We have people wanting freedoms but no responsibilities, and you cannot really be free if you're not responsible for the consequences of your actions.
I don't disagree with any of that. My argument was just that if you're going to, it doesn't make sense for me to place no blame on the woman doing it and making the choice for herself, and putting the blame on a doctor who is, like you said, like I've seen, you know, like I was a crazy pro-life protester. I've gone to the annual New York City pro-life what do you call them, the annual
rallies.
Yeah, the parade, exactly. And Raquel Welch, I've stood aside Raquel Welch, people like that. And I mean, like, I've talked to plenty of people, and some people, there is a nescience. Like, you can't claim to know what somebody does know and doesn't know. And doctors specifically, right? They have their bandwidth. You think that they have all the time in the world to, you know, study biology, everything else that they're studying, but then get into the philosophical elements of what is personhood and what define that criteria and epistemics. Well, that's all part of it. This is what I'm saying.
I'm not talking about philosophy, and I'm not talking about a doctor needing to know how every single system of the body works. You know, I'm not expecting a doctor to know neuroscience, and I'm not expecting a doctor to be also at the same time that he's a neuroscientist to be a gastroenterologist or a cardiologist, or like, I don't expect a doctor to be an ace in all of it, but I expect for him to know the basics. And for you to be a doctor, the basics is biology. The basics is like how the human body works, not in like nuance, but at least like the basics. You know, you need to know when something is alive and when something is dead. I don't expect a doctor to be an expert in every part of the body, but biology, you cannot claim. You cannot make the claim that biology is not a core thing. And so, yeah, I don't care about the philosophy and all of that. And I do, to a certain extent, I agree with you that yes, the woman has responsibility in it, I'm actually kind of like there in the middle, you know, that she should bear some responsibility of killing her own child, but at the same time, you go to a professional for
Exactly.
to tell you what is correct to do and what not. I can go and say, hey, listen, my arm is hurting. Can you please cut it off? And he will say, no, I'm not going to cut your arm. I'm going to cure your arm. So yeah, the doctor has got, let's say, responsibility over
No,
the
but the
patient.
primary
And
murderer
he's
would
supposed to
be
be
the
an
woman.
expert. The doctor's
No, but
supposed to be
like-
an expert. If I go to get an abortion and I am going to an expert, you know, to a doctor, an abortionist, he better kill my baby. You want him, you know,
That
you
is
want him
his
to be
duty.
right.
It's not a baby, it's a fetus.
The responsibility,
Feed means
the
a little,
life of the patient,
It's not really
lies in the responsibility. It's a responsibility of the doctor because he is the one giving you advice. It's just like some financial advisors
Or a
This is
lawyer.
the reason why people that are not experts in finance are allowed to give you financial
No, that's a
advice.
horrendous argument.
It
That
doesn't
is a
matter.
horrendous argument.
No.
That's like saying like, oh, I didn't really know that I can't really kill people, therefore I didn't kill. Like understanding the biology of a human person is irrelevant to whether you kill the life. What you're demanding is the legal protection under the law for the government to say this person killed this person. Now, who's involved is a different question. But to say, well, I'm the woman, the baby is in me, and then your claim is, well, she could bear some responsibility, but the real responsibility is the person actually doing it. Yeah, but the reality is she's doing it. She's the one
Yeah,
that's
that's why I
all
said
there
that I am
saying,
a little bit conflicted in that. Like, I would also give responsibility to the woman because it's
well, the
her,
primary
the
person
one
would be
who's
her.
the only one. But I think that the doctor.
If I go to an assassin and I say, hey, listen, my husband is like, my girlfriend is cheating on me, go and kill her. Well, like the first person you go and blame is the wife, not. I mean, the assassin did it, but the reality is that the person is actually an
But
accomplice.
it's not as straightforward like that because the assassin
It's
has
pretty
no
straightforward.
obligation.
Pretty
The
straightforward.
assassin has no obligation to uphold any morality. You, as a doctor, are violating your oath
What?
and you are violating your license. And you, when you are being a doctor, you are taking an oath of not doing harm, which means
I don't
basically
think
not
that's the
killing people.
Well, hold on. Practical harm to whom exactly? Because the woman is saying,
To your patient,
for what my life requires, this needs to be done.
knowing harm, Simon. It's different if you have an accident, or it's different if you have some sort of a mistake or whatever, and you kill someone in the process. But proactively, but knowing that you are killing a life and that you're using your medical license for it, that is illegal.
No, I mean, again, that's a very blurry line to just say, well, you're doing harm to like this thing that's, it's not really like relevant. Hold on. I have to.
The issue with that is that we understand that medical, any type of medical decision, like you had just given a listed, harm isn't going to be completely eliminated. It's just going to be minimized, right? So every medical decision is going to require someone to be harmed. Then it's the doctor's, responsibility to minimize the
not
total
every medical
greater harm.
decision. No.
Well, I mean, according to Flexner report of 1909, they say in the United States, if you can't cut it out, you can't prescribe it. I mean, that's literally what our medical standard is. If you can't cut it out, but that was my point. But anyway, the idea is that it's the ethical duty to minimize total or greater harm. So that's what I'm talking about, getting into philosophy. Like if you're utilitarianism, you want to get into utilitarianism, consequentialism, whatever it might be. So for some people, abortion could be justified by multiple reasons because it's going to continuity. Is it continuity? That's it. Is it continuity? Okay, that means the continuing.
Continuity, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. The continuity of pregnancy, right? It could cause greater harm to the mom. So overall, we're going to see the moral boundary of the body. So the doctor might think, okay, forcing this, forcing the continuation of this pregnancy is going to violate body autonomy, and then violating autonomy constitutes a moral harm. So this is why it has to get into all of these philosophical discussions, and it's not the duty of, or the ethical duty, I don't think, I can't say ethical duty, I don't think it's the duty of the doctor to determine the ethics. So that's why it's just confusing for me. I am pro-life. I'm still pro-life.
That's not his responsibility.
No, not ethics. It's not the duty of the doctor to determine the ethics of the individual, I don't think.
Well, it doesn't matter, but I'm talking about his own ethics. He shouldn't be doing harm with his license that was provided to him to save lives. And that's the point. I'm not asking the doctor to judge the moral judgment of the woman. I'm asking the doctor to judge his own moral judgment and his own ethics and be responsible for his own ethics.
What Isa is pointing out, Bima, is the argumentation that you're using is very poor. The reason, I'll explain to you the reason why, is because you're basically telling that the doctor is picking, he has two lives, and he's picking one life over the other life, because the violent player argument is also very faulty, because you rob the child inside of the womb of the personhood. And so the question, if you want to delve into philosophy, it has to do with personhood and which moment the fetus gains personhood. And this is all on the other side of the issue. This is where the anti-abortion crowd gets it all wrong, because it's trying to push some sort of religious morals onto a question, biological question of where the consciousness emerges.
Personhood is bullshit. Personhood is bullshit.
No, it's not.
Why would that be bullshit? That's not really an argument.
Personhood is what determines that life begins at conception.
Personhood
Hold on. I have not finished
personhood
yet.
determines legality, not morality.
I haven't finished yet. So, and the question here is about personhood, and as you correctly pointed out, it transfers into legality of it, because only a person gains the legal right that is written in
Legal right. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Which is different.
preserving.
It's different than the biological. Right. It's different than the biological standard of what life.
I'm battling two sides, because I want to be honest with what we're talking about, but also honest with where my position is. I do believe that conception, that life begins at conception. However, I also understand that, doctors, when they're treating somebody, they don't see not every doctor clearly believes that a fetus is, a fetus is a person that deserves personhood.
Is there a dog?
Nobody's denying.
That's not what I'm arguing. What I'm arguing is that you and I can agree with it, but somebody else will say, "Oh wait, there's diploid cells, and what's the other one? There's diploid and haploid. It's not a haploid cell; it's a diploid cell. So that a diploid cell is technically, skin cells." And they'll make those arguments, right? But that's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing that would be their argument, and ultimately, their patient is the person that's in front of them. The patient isn't, if they don't even acknowledge it, right? It's the individual, and they have in their mind preventing, like, the harm element isn't just foreseeable physical harm, it's mental harm. That's part of the doing no harm. So if some doctors might believe, like this doctor that on the congressional floor that we have however many hours in testimony saying that he should be able to do abortions, and how it saves lives, right, in some weird way, right? That the pregnancy is endangering a woman's life and it's forcing the consumer, it's a lifelong trauma, preventing whatever it might be, outcomes, whatever it might be. So that's all I'm saying, that I don't think that the onus should be placed on the doctor. I think it should be placed on the woman.
Bima, that's your strongest logic. That's your strongest argument. Is it patient?
I'm doing the matrix or am I?
Oh, sorry. I'm in the matrix. Sorry.
No, I mean, to me, if you want to, because there's two cases to make. I'm coming from this. I used to be in the camp of like, there is no abortion. It's like you cannot have, if you get raped, tough. Like I was very, very pro-life.
You were objective.
No, I was being subjective actually, because it was a methodological. No, it was a methodological issue. I actually have debates on this on Reddit with a lot of objectivists about this, and I struggled with this particular question for years. Anyways, so because this is a methodological issue, the problem that I had was that I was conceptualizing the concept of rights incorrectly, and I was giving it an Andre's intrinsic view where you're just born with it, and because life does start at conception, you just blatant, life, therefore rights, therefore you can't. It's an immeasurable, immovable concept from this life thing that we have to protect. But it's wrong, because number one, your rights are a particular context within a certain context of a person having the freedom to act, and a person, you can't say, well, this woman has the freedom to act, but she also doesn't because of this thing inside of her. That's a contradiction in itself. And then the legal aspect is, because the only role of government is the protection of individual rights, the concept of right does not apply to a potential human, but only to an actual human. Just as much as you say, well, an acorn is not really an oak tree, it's an acorn. So it's two separate.
A human is a zygote is a human zygote, right?
Yeah, it's a human zygote, just as much as it's not a monkey zygote.
Yes.
Yeah, but
so it's a human when you abort it.
Yes, nobody's denying whether it's a human or not, whether it has life or not. The reality is that it's not an actual human, in the sense it's not a human that has gone through the entire development necessary for it to acquire the concept of rights. Just as much as you'd say an acorn is not an oak tree. So a zygote is a human zygote.
You're an ageist. You're an ageist.
No, that's just dishonest, and also not an argument.
Can I try to build a bridge here?
Talk about that one.
Let me try to build it. Right? Some people want to say conception is the moment when legal personhood applies. And some people think it's later, all the way up until, maybe it doesn't even apply until birth. I think it's important to separate those things, separate the biological reality from the legal reality, and in which ways we can use the biological reality to clearly inform the legal reality. In other words, is it consciousness? Is it heartbeat? But that's a debate that you have to agree on. Right.
That's
so I think those two things are. So I think those two things are different.
The easiest distinction.
I'm going to finish right here. I'm
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I was in the beach.
Great. I'm going to finish right here. The second thing is that this whole conversation changes when we get, and we will get, artificial wombs that are not women, that are outside the woman's body. This will change the nature diametrically about how we talk about abortion.
Exactly, and another level of difficulty and complexity would be ability to manipulate the genome. Because, for example, what Iceland did with with the Down syndrome, they got rid of Down syndrome because they found it as an unacceptable feature that they don't want to promote to the population. So they engaged in engineering, social engineering.
But the thing is that people keep aborting Down syndrome babies. It's not that they figured it out; they keep aborting them.
Okay, and your point is?
My point is, you were saying that it was that they got rid of Down syndrome. Nobody got rid of Down syndrome. Down syndrome still exists.
Well, yeah. I mean, technically, you're correct.
That have Down syndrome and are very happy and blessed with their Down syndrome baby who becomes
whatever. You can have a whatever emotional or psychological attachment to it, but for majority of the people, they would.
There was your answer
have-
to it. You just said it was
They,
an
they, would,
it.
they would.
You don't
they
even
would,
believe it's a human.
They would not want to have a Down syndrome baby. So
I think if I
That's
was
true.
a
There are
Down
many people that don't want to have Down babies, but there are also people that do.
okay, well,
Yeah, but okay, did you ask the child to be born? So if I was a syndrome Down children,
And there are also people that want to have gay babies. Should we start aborting all when we find out that there's a gene for
Gigi,
gayness? Should we start aborting all those
is
babies?
Down syndrome a deviation from the norm, or is it a norm?
Should we be aborting all the girls or all the boys
Is it a
because we only want boys or
deviation?
girls, like
Is it
in India?
deviation from the norm, or is it the norm?
not life, right? For a child.
And by the way, the Muslims are going to take over because we're aborting all the other babies that we have.
While we are talking about Muslims, maybe we should abort them. Huh?
Yeah,
I have a question. Synthetic womb, Simon and Andre. So, the synthetic womb comes out. They start, having babies and through this womb simply to harvest an organ, but they don't bring it to full life or birth it. Where do you draw the line? Does that become an issue?
In the Matrix, Andre.
Were you guys able to hear my question?
No, we couldn't hear it.
So.
We still can't hear you. You're still in the Matrix. You're a robot.
Me or him?
Lou, say something.
Hello?
You sound good. You sound good.
Simon and Andre, they say that, you don't get your personhood. That's fine, fair enough. The synthetic womb, at what point would it be, where does the issue become when you start having these synthetic wombs get fertilized because you need a liver or a kidney? So you don't bring it to full life, you kill it before, but you wait until it's far enough along to get the organ. Where do you draw the line there? When is that wrong?
What do you draw a line of what? Like the personhood?
Yeah.
In the same manner as you do with a baby that's inside of the womb.
Oh, I think you do it differently, actually. I think you do it differently because the reason for the abortion, many times the reason for the abortion, people talk about it's a termination of a pregnancy, right? So you can terminate the pregnancy and still get the child to be viable and to live, and then you open up adoption, avenues and things like that. But the point is terminate the pregnancy.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So
I don't. Wait.
If a woman, okay, just be quiet for a second, Gigi.
Okay.
So, Caleb, what you're saying basically is that if a woman does not want a baby, it can be taken out of her, put in the artificial womb, and then carried to term. That's what you're talking about?
Correct.
But is that really a termination of a pregnancy? Then my baby is going to be someplace else. Like my baby's not dead, so I now have to worry what's happening to my baby.
Well, no, that's when we get into the legal thing, right? The fact is, when you take the baby out of the woman and put it in an artificial womb, the woman's not pregnant anymore. She terminated her pregnancy.
But I still have a child. Yes, I get it now.
That's the future.
I know, it's terrifying.
I think it's better than having the government inside your bedroom.
Very true.
Yeah, the government wasn't in my bedroom when I had the baby. When I made the baby.
Right, but they want to get into your bedroom now.
See, that's a difficult argument for me too. I'm sure it's okay. So I'm not sure if it has more to do with being inside of a bedroom versus understanding when, like, a woman is going to say, like, a pro-choice, a woman is going to say, well, my body, my choice. But the understanding of that, like what we were talking about earlier, is before you have my body, my choice, you have to have personhood. So when does personhood begin? And unless you start at the point A, right, because we're not different people throughout our lives. We're one being, you know, Caleb, Simon, Andre, Lou, we all started at a very specific point, and that's point A. That's when it was conception. That's when our being began, right? And then when we had full DNA and everything needed to create our entire body, everything, you know, all the machinery, okay? And then we're gonna die at, you know, point Z. So point A is conception, point Z is our death, right? And I think it's arbitrary to choose, right? If we're gonna apply personhood, at 3 months, at 8 months, or at 5 months, or at 9 months, right? Like, that's just, all that is based on feeling or whatever else. It's not based in objective reality. You don't even have to add any type of religiosity, anything. Just like, let's look at this, you know, logically and objectively. You know, we're not, you know, like the time theory, you know what I mean? Like,
Wait, keep going. What was your point? Wait, what was the point? I feel like there was more to that.
Life begins at inception, basically, is what she's saying.
Okay. Yeah, because
Abortions.
if we were to use any other point, I just feel that that's an arbitrary.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's just arbitrary.
I mean, we consider personhood to be earned. It's not inherent.
Well, most people would say that it's, you know, when there's brain activity.
But let me say something about arbitrary. Arbitrary is not the same as random. Arbitrary is selected for reasons. It's not just throwing a dart at a dartboard. And so let's not poo-poo arbitrary. People have reasons for selecting brain activity or heartbeat or conception based on all kinds of other external reasoning. But that's not a good way to make a law.
All of those reasons, though, are based on feeling and emotion. It's not based on objective, right? And so that's what makes it. What makes it interpret. If it's convenient, then you know.
Right. So I'll tell you my setup for this, and this is like a fairly new way of thinking for me. So I say like this: life begins at conception, but rights begin at birth. And so why do I do it that way? Because it allows me to still hold a generally accepted place of where life begins, and it allows me to hold a different point where the person becomes a full legal separate individual with their own moral obligations and protected rights. And I'm going to put that at birth because it's just as clean a marker, a demarcation, as conception is the beginning of life.
Well, no, based on what? Based on
two things. One is I want to protect. I want there to be an agreed upon place where life begins, and I want there to be agreed upon place on where rights begin and where personhood begins. There's a debate about the biology, about which biological marker do we consider the fetus to be a person. And I would say it like, and I think the clearest way to decide that it's a person is not based on those biological markers, but based on birth. That's the clearest indication where everybody can agree that thing is a person. Everyone would agree.
What if it's a baby, and it's a baby, the mom needs surgery on the baby, they open up the baby, they do surgery, you can see it's a little person inside there, they close her back up, which has been done before, and she doesn't give birth yet, so that was not a person until the baby has been delivered. So the infant that just
legally. Well, I guess it's tricky there because what I would want to know is
The reason for the surgery is the reason for the surgery because of some complication of the pregnancy or something else?
It's because the baby had a heart defect, I believe.
So they did surgery on the baby?
Yes, and then sewed everything back up, and then the baby was delivered later.
How old was at what stage of the pregnancy?
I don't remember how many weeks it was. I can go look it up.
Because it must have been fairly early if they put the baby back in and had it be born.
I would imagine it would be like 6 months. I don't know exactly. I'd have to go and say.
Because that seems to me weird. Like, why wouldn't you just
stunning fetal
why
surgery
wouldn't you
images?
Just C-section the baby, right? Just have a C-section.
Okay, I'm reading it now. Fetal surgery is becoming more and more common, saving lives, improving the condition. Open fetal surgery. Here are the pictures. I don't know. I have to go into more detail to read all these articles. But yeah. 22 weeks.
That's pretty early.
Yeah. So that's pretty early.
So
here's a little picture.
So I would say in that case, something like this.
So that's not my phone's going to die. Sorry.
Right, because mom's going to die if baby
No.
dies.
No, but this is not the mom's not gonna die. In my scenario, the mom's never gonna die. It has nothing to do with the mom, it's the baby.
Right. So I guess I would say something.
So that baby seems to be a person to me.
Yeah,
I mean, it has
a legal person. A legal.
Yeah, because it has rights. It's having surgery. Like.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, you're not just gonna.
Full. I don't think I'm willing to say that baby has the same full rights as a born human being, but maybe it has some. And the sum is not by virtue of the fact that it's alive necessarily, but it's by virtue of the fact that we found a defect. And we can fix it, right? So we value life on that way because life is life is life, but I don't think we do it because we're protecting rights.
Yeah, I feel like there's something that doesn't sound right there.
What the embryology states that life begins at conception when the zygote's formed, the sperm and the egg come together.
Hey, Rich.
And then it's not anybody interfering with what you do in your bedroom. It's just stating clearly that, hey, you can't fucking kill a baby.
That's a biological standard, not a legal standard.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I agree that we should pack the courts with conservatives and make that ruling.
Good.
Right. I disagree.
And when did it come up? Wait, was it Lou? Who was talking about personhood? When did that law? Like, when did they decide that?
It's not decided.
I thought there was. I thought they decided personhood.
There was
maybe
for abortion.
No. Rose said it at 22 weeks, and the Dobbs overturned it and put it back to the states.
A long time ago, I remember back when I was doing all this, that Bush had put something in and he said that life begins at conception. I don't remember how. I gotta look it up, but it was interesting. Basically, because it covered the legality. Like if somebody did something to a woman, maybe a woman was walking down the street, she got robbed violently, and she was only a couple weeks. And the baby died because of the attack, they would be charged with murder. But I don't think that's. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, that's. I remember. I mean, that does happen. Is that people shoot a woman and they kill the baby and they're charged with murder for the baby.
Yeah,
so that does happen.
Because it's a wanted pregnancy, they say.
Well, the thing is that you don't really know. There are still people that want the pregnancy that go to abortion clinics. Remember also that you don't go to a hospital to get an abortion and you never have, because it is frowned upon. Abortionists are frowned upon in the medical community. They are like the people that want money. Honestly, I'm telling you, and you might know that.
Isn't it crazy that we have like memorials every year and we talk about World War II all the time, saying that 6 million Jews died and 77 million people died globally during World War II, but then 64 million babies have been murdered and nobody gives a shit. I mean, the majority of the population doesn't.
Well, the issue is that not everybody considers it. They don't look at it as murders, right? So that's the argument.
It's an unwanted pregnancy. It's because you didn't want to keep the baby. If you did, you would have kept the baby. If you did,
thought it was the case. Sometimes I know from family experience, just an anecdote, sometimes people want the pregnancy, but there are severe, and I'm not talking about Down syndrome, I'm thinking about like trisomy 13, right? Things that you test for at 7 and 8 and 9 weeks. And sometimes you want the pregnancy, but you have to abort.
Well, you don't have to abort, but you choose to abort. Because I have a friend who had...
If the pregnancy if some pregnancies are brought to term, they both endangers the life of the baby and the life of the mother. In those cases, I would say it's required to abort.
It's not. It's not required to abort. There are people that go ahead and, I have a friend who has a baby. Her baby had trisomy 18 or whatever number it was, and she had the baby. And she's okay. Right, it's a choice. It's a choice.
It's a choice. And
it's crazy. In 2005,
I want everybody to...
So there's ChatGPT. Less than 1% of all abortions are due to the health of the mother and or fetal anomalies. Less than 1%. So Callum, are you saying that we can just stop doing the 99%?
Excuse me.
I'm asking you a question. Are you okay with just eliminating?
No, I was in the middle. No. Shut up.
Are you okay with eliminating the 99% and allow?
Let me land. Shut up.
Okay, we can concede.
Shut up.
We can concede.
Let me land my point.
Concede.
Let me land my point. Let me land the point. Okay. That's unnecessary.
It's necessary when you want to kill babies.
I don't want to kill babies. I want to protect.
You want to allow people to.
Rich, are you trying to get kicked out? This is something that Rich has a problem with.
Thank you, whoever made me a mod. Look, Gigi, it's a choice. Just as I want to protect that woman's choice to carry the pregnancy to term, I want women to have the choice if they don't want to carry pregnancies to term. I'm an advocate of reproductive freedom as much as possible for both men and women.
Hi everyone. I wanted to jump in on that point and expand on that, right? A lot of people, first of all, my position on abortion has nothing to do with religion. I think abortion should be accessible to all women. It's because it's part of healthcare. So it should be available to women regardless of where the state they live in. That's number one. But my second thing is, I don't want to shame or insult people who've already had abortions. We just put that in the past, right? Moving forward, I think it's the education of abortion that I have the issue with. And I'll tell you what I think is abhorrent. When people say that you should abort when you are poor, right? We're talking about America here, okay? That would mean that Jesus, Al-Islam, that's what we say in my religion, would have been aborted, right? He was poor. There would have been many people in the world that would have been aborted. A lot of our ancestors would have been aborted because even if you're wealthy, right, that doesn't mean your entire lineage was wealthy, right? Chances are you had an ancestor that was poor. So I find it repulsive when people say that people who are poor should not have a chance to live. Also, it's insane because the majority of the people are poor. So imagine what you are saying when you make those kind of comments. And think of all the incredible people that lived on this earth that were poor at one point. My second point is, right, Simon, if I could just land, please, and I'll land now. And so I want to change the conversation away where it no longer is around eugenics, right, and about aborting poor people. And also, I also have another issue with, unless this is a child that whatever condition they have is, can make their quality of life, aborting people who are neurodivergent or can have, illnesses is also something I find abhorrent as well. And the last thing is, so it's not about shaming, it's just about those types of things. Because they started promoting eugenics. And just think about it. Most people on this earth are poor. So what are people saying when they say these things? So we need to change the education. Simon, if I could just finish, please. So all I want is the education around abortion to change so that people do not be motivated for these things. But however, women should have access to abortion. That's all. Thank you.
I don't think that's a very compelling, legal framework. Well, there's four people, therefore we should just let them have this.
No, that's what I just said. The opposite. That they shouldn't be aborted. You see,
that's even worse. That's literally even worse. It goes both ways. You can't make they're poor, therefore, and then let's make whatever illegal or illegal. It's not really.
Did I say legal or illegal? No. I said it should be accessible to everyone to have abortion. So if a woman decides, if she's poor, and she decides she wants to have the abortion, fine. But I don't want people to be taught this.
I'm saying the argument itself is weak. That's all I'm criticizing.
The argument is not from the legal.
There's no principle.
Simon, the argument is from the educational perspective. I want people to be taught that it's okay to that it's let's have these reasons to have abortion, and perhaps it's not a good reason to have this abortion, but let the woman then decide whether she wants to have it or not. I never said make it illegal to never abort for a baby. I'm just saying don't promote it.
I know, I'm simply saying it's just a weak argument because of the arguments you cited.
You don't believe in informal education? You know informal education?
Yeah, I'm talking about whether you're educated or not has no bearing on the legal aspect or the actual principle of the matter.
No, I'm saying right now what we're doing in this room right now is informal education, right? So what we do as a society, we educate young people, right? So if we tell young people that being poor is a good enough reason, you are telling them that. So what I'm saying is we have to have informal education that does not teach people that it's, to abort, people who are poor. As far as legally, I'm not saying make a law, okay, that says you can't abort kids that are poor, or you can't. You understand? I'm talking about education because it's eugenic. There's a eugenic education going around that would promote people to abort someone like Jesus, Mozart. These people would have been aborted if this technology.
Okay, well, that's just. We're making massive jumps. I don't think it's very productive to let this happen.
How many people on the earth have worked, Simon?
How many what?
How many people on the earth have worked?
8 billion.
So you don't think it's a bit bizarre? Okay, I was born in one of the poorest countries.
Wait, but I don't want to get into the eugenics discussion. That's not.
It is.
It's not eugenics. It's who cares? That's not even what we're talking about. I don't want to jump from one topic to the other. We're talking about abortion, whether people can have. Rich was making the negative case. People should not have abortions. Let's just stick to that. Going from people should have the right to abortions or not to eugenics. It's a jump we don't need to take.
So online with this stuff, the only part I was trying to make is have education around abortion, so people make good decisions about making it, and then move on to the legality part. And that's how I made it.
So you think it's moral?
I don't have a religious perspective on it.
Okay, what does that mean?
I'm not gonna say that. For myself personally, I think it's immoral to have it for myself.
Okay, and should it be legally allowed or should it be illegal?
In a secular country, not necessarily, because we're talking about America, right? Is the context America?
I'm talking in your ideal, your prescription of the world.
For my country, I would
your prescription.
From my perspective, I don't believe that abortion is a good thing to do. It's immoral.
Okay, but in your prescription, politically, would it be illegal or illegal?
Sorry?
In your prescription of the world, would it be legal or illegal?
It would be legal if it Actually, that's a tough, to itself what's happening. So I don't know how to answer that question, to be honest with you.
Well, to you, is Sharia the best legal framework?
No, not necessarily. In Islam, abortion is allowed as long as you do know that, right?
I don't know that, but so wait. So how are you saying in Islam it's permitted, but you're saying from a religious standpoint, I'm opposed to it morally?
Because you went from what I personally believe to political Islam.
What? No, okay. If you're Muslim, the whole thing follows logically from one step to the other. Your initial claim was, I'm coming from this from a religious standpoint, so I think abortion is immoral.
Okay, so
then,
right.
So then I asked you for your prescription, and you're saying, well, I don't know because whatever. And then I asked you, okay, but if you're Muslim, the logical conclusion is that Sharia is the best system. And then you said, yeah, but having abortions is legal. So I don't understand. How could it be legal?
Yeah, so Simon, so if you study Islam, you would know, right? That there is always exceptions to, and it's case by case scenario. So there's been situations in Islam where something that was haram, right? For example, someone committed adultery would come to the Prophet, and then he might be forgiven, and there were people that there would be consequences. It would be case by case scenario. This is actually in the Hadith, right? So this is what I mean. If you're looking at it personally, if you're asking me,
I'm not asking you the exceptions of the rule. I'm saying, what's the rule?
Can I finish this? So there's a practice. Okay, I wanted to actually stop talking because you sound irritable. So
I'm not irritable. I'm just saying, give me
there's political Islam and
this, then there's consequence.
But you're asking from the Islamic perspective, and I'm answering it to you, right? So what I'm saying is there's political Islam and there's personal. So if you ask me, do you eat halal meat? I would tell you, no, I don't eat halal meat. But am I going to make it illegal, political Islam, to make it in a Muslim majority country, to make it halal meat is illegal? Yeah, they can make that law, but then it's going to be case by case scenario, right? There's sometimes there's forgiveness. There's,
But wouldn't forgiveness be
That's what a sin is. So a woman.
Wait, are you in the Matrix or am I? I don't know. I have full bars here.
I'm fine.
I don't know. You're saying, and then there's forgiveness. Usually, if there's a law and I'm doing something lawful, there's no forgiveness needed. That's why I'm confused.
Forgiveness. Never heard of it.
Okay, I don't know who's in the Matrix right now.
Can you hear me now?
Hello, Moto.
Simon, why are you not following me on this account?
I don't really go on Clubhouse on my phone a lot, but I just followed you. Savina, the point that I was making was that, usually if I'm doing something lawful, I don't need anything forgiven. That's the point. So, you're giving me, the exceptions to the rule, where I'm asking, what's the actual rule? So I don't know if I made that clear, but that's what I was asking. Beamer, are you still there? Rich, what's
Team already here.
I don't think she's there. Okay, well, let's move on to Rich. Rich, what do you have to say about abortion? Good, bad, moral, immoral, legal, illegal?
Illegal, immoral.
Illegal, immoral. Got it. Why?
Because it's a baby.
Okay, well, I don't think anybody's going to dispute that. Why is it immoral?
Because it's a baby.
Okay, and why is it immoral?
Because, I mean, do you believe in objective morality or no?
Of course I believe in objective morality.
Okay, cool. So you believe it's a baby, right?
Absolutely.
You believe God said not to kill babies?
Well, I don't believe in God, so I mean, that's going to be a tough sell.
Okay, I thought because you said you believe in objective morality that you believe in God, because it's the conclusion.
No, I mean, actually, I would actually categorize, if you believe in God and you take Scripture to be objective, I would say it's kind of like supernatural subjectivism. But that's a whole other conversation we can have.
So you have a morality that's not mind dependent?
That's not what subjective means, or objective.
Objective morality means.
Well, objective actually means that it's your consciousness, which is your mind, adhering to the object. That's how you get objective.
Let's look at
Otherwise, mind. What would it mean to have knowledge independent of the mind?
Let's look up objective morality definition.
Well, I'm talking philosophically. I mean, I don't think there's a strict definition. You have to look up like the theory of objectivity.
Objective morality definition.
I don't think it's going to fall under a category of a couple of words describing the theory behind what
a certain moral principle are universally true and exists independent of an individual's belief or cultural norms.
And then, okay, epistemically, that's already. How do you square having knowledge independent of reality?
God.
What?
God.
Yeah, right. So then you can. So that.
I didn't say bad. I said God.
God.
Yeah, God.
Well, how do you know?
What do you mean? It's been revealed to us.
How? What? Like, is God like laser beam knowledge to you?
Yeah, he revealed it to our forefathers and the leaders of our religious group, and then it was passed down.
Oh, so you're saying Scripture?
Yeah.
Okay, but now you're bringing in the mind again. You're adhering to my principle. I said, how do you know knowledge independent of the mind? And then you went back. Well, I'm using my mind, but I'm just looking at the Scripture thing that I accept as the truth. Capital T.
Oh no! Just because I read it or understand or comprehend it doesn't mean that it was created within the confines of my mind or restrictions, the framework of my mind.
No. I'm saying to be objective.
Would you agree that if God exists and it came down from God, it would be objective morality because it's not mind dependent?
No, because in all frameworks, I wouldn't even grant that because it's like a fictitious claim. But if God exists, there cannot be morality. No, it's not. But there's nothing objective about it. That's my point. Objective means that you're adhering to the object in reality. Then you said, well, it was
like knowledge. Certain moral principles are universally true and exist independently of individuals' beliefs or cultural norms. This means that the actions are inherently right or wrong, regardless of what any person or society thinks. For example, the claim that torturing children for the amusement is wrong would be scientific truths. Mind dependent. The truth or truth of a moral statement does not depend on people's opinions, feelings, or agreement.
Yeah, it's a false dichotomy what you're presenting. I'm saying, like the first example you provided is epistemically wrong, and the second is not true because I made a statement.
It doesn't become subjective.
No. But again, subjective means that independent of the actual object. Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, like the the theory of subjectivity relies on, like, if there's an object, you're going to make a claim, like you're divorcing the actual facts about the object and replacing the facts about with your subjective.
Here's in philosophy, objective morality is the belief that a certain moral principles are true, universally valid, regardless of individuals' opinions, feelings, or cultural norms.
But that's what I'm saying. That's already it's to engage in a contradiction epistemically. It's working from a premise that's already false. I disagree with that because
it was written in
already. What?
Because it was written in a book.
No. It's because it's the point where it's saying that it's independent of the mind. I'm saying there's no way that you can know anything independent of the mind.
Well, I mean, if God exists, you can.
But then how would you know God if it's independent? Like, how would you engage with reality independent of any facts? You would have no knowledge. The starting point of all knowledge, for you to say the theory of objectivity, to know the Bible, you have to engage.
I'm not saying my belief or my faith in objective morality is not subjective because it is mind dependent. I'm saying objective morality itself is not mind dependent. That's what I'm saying.
But that's what I'm making the case. You cannot have morality independent of the mind. You cannot have a moral truth in the world independent of the mind. It doesn't exist. No, I mean, okay, well, I mean, we can get into a metaphysical debate if you like, but I think that God as a concept is epistemological error.
Do you concede for the sake of argument that if a God does exist, subjective morality can exist?
Well, there are a series of subjective morality. So, like, already without God, with God, it already exists. I mean, people claim,
subjective morality is just your opinion.
Yeah, it's like, I think I don't. I mean,
if nobody,
I feel like water isn't good for me, so I won't drink.
Let me ask you a question: if no people ever existed, no people were ever created, no people ever lived, would God's morality be objective?
Well, the concept of morality wouldn't exist if there's no people.
Why not?
But that basically answers.
You say things, Simon, but nobody ever does the Sasha thing to you, where they're just like, why?
What? Why what?
Why? Why wouldn't it exist?
Well, because the concept of morality is a guide for human action. So if there's no humans, it can't exist.
Well, no, it's just things that are right and wrong. I didn't say animals.
Well, I mean,
like that.
But right and wrong. No, the concept presupposes right for whom and for what.
Sir, I'm not saying that nothing exists. I'm just saying.
No, I know you're not saying that. Yeah. I'm saying the concept of morality presupposes the question for right for whom and for what.
So you're saying that right and wrong couldn't exist unless humans existed?
Well, to conceptualize morality, yeah.
No, I didn't ask to conceptualize it or to understand it. I'm saying, could it exist?
In the context of what?
Of right and wrong existing.
But that's my question. For whom and for what?
For God.
But there is no God.
Well, I thought we were conceding for the sake of argument that God exists. I mean, if not, it's just a moot point.
Well, yeah, it is a moot point.
Yeah, I mean, if you just want to slam your fist on the table and be like, there is no God, shut up, stupid. And I'm fine.
Well, I mean, okay, well, if you want to have the metaphysical debate, I mean, like the
morality. Simple questions.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, again, like, in your conceptualization of, like, God, the Bible, all this stuff, okay, fine, I'll grant it. But again, like independent of human beings, like, good for what? Good to whom?
That's not my question. I'm saying, could it exist? Could morality exist if people didn't exist to conceptualize it?
No.
Why not?
Because the concept of morality presupposes the question, good to whom and for what?
That's just the concept or conceptualizing.
But again, you're asking me, can it exist? I'm saying, well, in the context of what? And you're just saying independent of humans. So you have a morality in the context of humans.
So what you're saying is if people didn't exist, the good and bad couldn't exist.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying you would have to propose a context outside of humans, because in the example you gave me, humans don't exist. So I'm asking in the context of good to whom and for what, because a dog doesn't have a concept of morality. It doesn't have the faculties to be able to make those types of judgments. It's a very perceptual awareness of reality where, ooh, like this hurts, this doesn't, therefore let's avoid that. But like the concept is, for human beings, is much more than just perceptual awareness of reality.
I think the problem is what you're doing, Simon, is you're only looking at it through the view of an atheistic worldview. You're not even, I mean, even though you're saying that you're conceding for the sake of argument that God exists, you're not actually taking into consideration or understanding that if God exists and humans don't exist, then life and death can exist. Good and bad can exist. Right. All these things can still exist in a vacuum, absent our existence.
And what is your
opinion? I'm just saying, that's why I tied morality to
objective morality can exist.
But Simon, what is your opinion about can you hear me now, Simon?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What is your opinion about abortion removed from religion in a country that's secular? Because that was what I thought we were talking about in the context of America, right? So what is your opinions on that? Period.
Well, up until birth, you can have an abortion, morally and legally.
But even when you just said with animals, right? Don't animals, like for example, my cat right now, like they reproduce. Animals reproduce.
What does that have to do with morality?
No, but you're just making it seem as if like there's a need for species, for most species, unless you're past scale, having a lot of abortion. Take away morality, take the religion out. I'm talking about just reproduction as a species. No, but the room was not about religion. The conversation.
Yeah, but Samina, for him, life is meaningless.
That's the thing.
What the hell? That's crazy.
Objectively, it is.
Objectively, it is.
Simon.
How would it be meaningless?
Simon.
The meaning.
Life is fleeting. It's meaningless.
Simon, do you like human, like, okay, as the human species, right? Are there any inventors, scientists, atheist scientists, for example, Isaac Newton, or I don't know if he was atheist. Name any of your secular favorite scientists.
Why?
Just name them. Just name them.
But why?
Just please, can you just go do this exercise? Just name one that you like. That did some invention. Okay. What if he was born poor and aborted? How would that affect your life?
How does that pertain to reality that I'm talking about?
Because these people contributed to the better quality of our lives. So whoever invented, even for example, our phones or internet, if they were born poor and wouldn't have these inventions, this is what I'm talking about. We wouldn't have art.
That's the worst from reality. You're
human species
propose a scenario.
Why?
But again, that has nothing to do with what I'm. This is just
how's that weird?
It is because we already live in an existing reality. What you say is both hypothetical and wrong, and it's meaningless to the conversation about moralism.
Well, okay, hold on. Well, what I'm saying is this, right? Who are we to decide, right? Who should exist, especially if we're going based off of, we're not talking about religion, poverty, because there are been amazing, great people that have been born into poverty.
That's not a case. That's not a case.
That people would
We're not
argue should be
disputing
aborted.
that amazing people have been born. It's just I don't understand at all how that has anything to do with the question about abortion. Like obviously they have not been aborted; they have been alive. So
what about the future ones then?
Well, we don't know.
Is there no inventors? So there'll never be any great
We have
inventions
a
in the future?
consistent line of genius people.
And there'll never be again in the future. So are you saying there has never been someone aborted that could have contributed to human?
No, there most obviously have died many, many, many men and women and children.
I'm talking about the future.
Throughout history, more babies have died than lived. Many women have died in childbirth. It's modern science that helped people survive childbirth.
I understand.
Like, it's the opposite argument.
However, all those modern scientists come from a lineage of ancestors, right? So if you start by just aborting, you don't know who you're aborting, which is why I said in the beginning of the conversation, you could bear with
This has nothing to do with whether or not
You guys are dealing with Somali brain.
Why are you bringing
That's
race
just
into
nonsense. It's not necessary.
it has, okay, Sabina, I'm telling you right now, what you're saying has literally nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Well, you should have been aborted, to be honest with you. Who said that Somali comment? Maybe you should have been aborted.
It's not relevant either.
So is your mother.
Somebody 5 is considered mentally deficient.
Don't say that.
It is.
Yeah,
The median IQ is the
and so-
68.
No one did an IQ test, you dumbass.
Okay, anyways, we're gonna get away from the post Somali comments. In terms of it said, we can move on to whatever, but like again, coming back to the actual moral argument, just simply saying Isaac Newton would have been aborted, like again, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
That's why when I entered the conversation, I was talking about boys.
She's saying it would be detrimental to the society.
Shut up! You're back.
It doesn't matter. It's not what we're talking about.
Okay, change the real topic to IQs of different people. Then let's have that debate.
Papua New Guinea has the lowest and Japan has the highest. Look at the stark contrast.
But that's not relevant in this conversation.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's accurate though.
I'm just curious. So you think without God there's no morality? Then that's your something to.
I didn't make that.
That is
I didn't
actually
make
a
that claim.
very
You
good
did.
question.
You actually made that claim, Simon. I didn't.
Morality.
Wait, first of
Well,
all,
I said absent of. I said if there is a God, there cannot be morality.
can I ask you what your background is?
You said if there's a God,
What is
there
your
can
background?
exist no morality.
No, what is your background?
If
You want to- What is your background?
How is that
Stop
a
being
fallacious
a
argument?
Because in the construct or the confines of a God or a deity existing, we generate
Origin. You can't even answer the question. No,
You're just arguing a negative. That's
can I take a hit back?
Yeah,
Or does he have to be a coward?
Take
I'd rather than be.
What is your background?
Hold on,
What is your background?
Sabina, take a hit at
What is your
Ashkenazi Jews
background?
who have the highest median IQ,
Oh,
115.
the same Ashkenazi Jews that were supposed to be killed off by the Aryan race.
I'm
That
gonna put
there
you
was
in rich now if you don't stop.
Oh, now that hurts, right?
I'm putting you guys down if you guys don't stop.
She asked a question.
No, we're not going down that.
Yeah,
Unless Wagner wants to.
Yeah, and he still wanted to kill you guys off because he thought you were inferior.
Yeah, and we won.
Okay, well, you guys.
I've got a mic issue. I'll be back in a second.
Okay, so is that all I have to do? Just threaten moving right now?
What do you mean? I was waiting
But
for
we
you
could
to respond.
continue. I'm not an emotional person like him. We could continue the conversation.
That's another job. Okay, wait. So what did I say that was fallacious?
Oh, you're trying to prove a negative.
How would I be proving a negative?
Oh, you said that God can exist and morality can't exist simultaneously.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying the concept of if there's a person, the whole point of
we're not saying
morality
concept
is
is the problem. I think that's where you're getting confused. We're not talking about conceptualizing.
I'm not talking about conceptualizing. I'm saying
it's concept.
Yeah. The concept of what?
You're conceptualizing it. You're trying to fit it in the framework of
I'm saying if you're conceptualizing the idea of a God, giving you like commandments to live by, then like that's divorced from the concept of morality. So I'm saying like the Christian view or the religious view of morality, where like there's a God that tells us how to live and we just live according to that. I mean, that's divorced from.
No, I'm saying that nobody exists. God doesn't tell us what to do. Can objective morality exist if God exists?
Yeah.
There you go.
Wait, what?
Now you have to prove the opposite. You have to prove that if God exists, there can be no objective morality.
Huh? No, I'm. Wait, what?
What are you so dumbfounded about?
So you phrase it with two negatives.
Simon's making the claim that a God, a deity, can exist, and objective morality cannot exist within that universe.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
It's not falsifiable.
That's what you said. I know exactly what I said.
No, I'm saying even within the confines of what, like the morality the reality that we live in right now.
Like, disagreed with me.
Like religious people believe that there is a God and there is a Bible and you guys have this. I'm saying that's a proper concept of what I'm giving you an practical
argument. That's not what I'm saying. I said that a God can exist. If God exists, there is objective morality. You said a God can exist and there be no objective morality.
No, I'm saying your concept of morality, if there is a God, there is no morality in that concept.
My concept. I'm not talking about my conceptualization of objective morality. I'm not talking about what's mind dependent for me.
He answered your question already.
No, he's not, Sabina. You're not tracking the conversation. Maybe it's your smaller brain. So the idea that a God can exist, and objective morality cannot exist.
You're killing the room because you already agreed with you.
In what sense?
Probably
Let's
agreed.
go somewhere else with the conversation.
Objective in what sense?
No, he's mentioning something very specific, but I think there's a concept of unfalsifiability if you make this type of claim.
There you go.
And when we're talking about the existence of a God itself, like we cannot test it, there is no evidence, so it's not falsifiable. Whether there is a God or not, those are non-falsifiable claims.
Exactly.
But
definitionally, if a deity exists, then there is objective morality.
Well,
no, I mean nothing's true definition.
You can't argue against it.
Would you agree?
No, go ahead.
It's not verifiable.
Wait, let wobbling finish.
You're trying to prove a negative sign.
No, I'm not. But again,
would you also agree that yes, there could be a God, and there's still only subjective morality? The existence of a God does not need to imply any objective morality at all.
Well, subjective morality just means that it's mind dependent.
No, that's not. No, that's not the theory of. No, that's not.
I already read the definition 5 times.
That's why I asked you.
I've read the definition 5 times.
What would human knowledge be independent of the mind?
Subjective morality and objective morality.
No, again,
I'm a little. I think we're unclear about the terms here. And
yes.
Yes, I was trying to make up his own philosophical definition of objective morality.
Well, it's not mine. Again, like these are all theories that people have come up with. Like this is not my theory. This is Ayn Rand's theory. But the subjective theory is simply that, like, just the fact that you say it is, like, there's no human conception of knowledge independent of the mind. You need your mind to be able to identify facts in reality and operate from those facts. You say
or atheistic worldview.
No, that's just a theory of objectivity and subjectivity.
Atheistic worldview that doesn't work.
Again, what does that have to do with knowledge?
Well, we've already stated the theistic worldview for the sake of conversation. And like I said, if you want to just say, if you want to create your own definitions and you want to look at it through the glass prism of atheistic worldview, just slam your fist on the desk and be like, hey, we're not going to fucking do this, then you could do that.
Well, no, but that's what I'm asking you. Like, how do you conceptualize knowledge if it's independent of the mind?
Conceptualizing knowledge.
Well, I'm asking epistemology is human knowledge.
You said that a deistic God can exist, or a theistic God, one that interacts with his creation. A theistic God can exist, and there be no objective morality in that universe. And I said,
but that's what I'm asking. Bro,
then you have to
my position on God, there's no God, and everything, all of the words that you try to justify God with is just words. It's an epistemological error. So
no, but whether it's an error, it is his worldview. Like if he believes that to be true, it's true enough.
Yeah, right. But that's what I'm asking.
He asked you very clearly, for the sake of argument, would you agree to the existence of a God? When you said yes to that, you include his perception. But then you seem to make this jump. You say, yeah, but there can't be concepts without those humans. I think I know where you're coming from, but he made it very plain. Like, would you agree, for the sake of argument, that there is a theistic idea?
Yep,
so if we go back to that jump and say, no, let's disagree on that, then I think your point has more validity.
Perfect.
Well, that's why I said if you want to have a metaphysical discussion, we can. But that's why I tried to bring this down to the epistemological discussion, because I would need his theory of knowledge. Because if I'm saying that your God rests epistemologically, then you're gonna have to give me some theory that's actually valid, in reality. Because if your knowledge, if your methodology on what knowledge is flawed, then all your precepts.
This is why Piper and Sasha kicked me from the room. They don't like this.
Simon, may I try to help you just in good faith and say you can have the argument about abortion and morality without needing to go into the intricacies of the worldview and the epistemology of it. So you can just have the conversation and say, hey, I'm arguing that abortion is legal and is morally acceptable, and then just make those cases. Because obviously you're not going to convince him that God does not exist. But it's obvious.
Yeah, but then it's a pointless argument. Then, how am I?
What I said 5 times.
If I'm contending with someone who just takes faith or revelation as a metaphysically given concept, and therefore everything that who am I to debunk God? I mean, it's not a discussion worth having.
No, but you can certainly have set up a very good case for the legal abortion
Exactly.
and also the moral abortion.
Right. That's the thing with Simon when
you don't
he
need
came in.
to go into the whole God conversation.
Exactly. Went straight to God.
The problem that you run into with engaging with somebody like me is that my legal structure and system is based upon my morality, and then my morality is based upon my God.
Is your morality in God?
Can
Do
I
you mind
ask you
sharing?
a question about that?
Yeah.
Let's have a good faith. What is your morality? And just for the sake of the conversation.
To me, the problem with theistic morality, to many atheists, if you need to believe in a God to have a concept of morality, then you don't have a concept of morality at all. Yeah, because it's based on the belief experience.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Sorry?
Sure.
I said I'm fine with people like Simon thinking that.
Yeah, okay. And at the same point, you can make very plausible claims and say, well, from my perspective of morality, God gave us life, and therefore murdering a child even in the womb is considered murder, and I do not like murder. I consider it an evil act.
Yep.
Does that make... That's plain, right?
Yeah.
Simon, would you agree that that's a perfectly fine argued case?
I think he's given up. Well, I usually do this for a lot of atheists. So.
Would you guys consider
I think it's a valuable
confusion? Hold on.
Go ahead, Sabine.
Confusion. For example, confusion, right? Confusion. If I'm pronouncing it right, the Chinese philosophy, right? That
Confucius.
Confucius. Thank you. So that wouldn't be. That can exist, right? Without it coming from a religion perspective. So saying that without religion there can't be morality is not. It's already accurate. Aren't there systems that exist or moral codes that exist that are not from
obviously religion? Yes, all of them, most of them. Yes.
Okay, so Simon's not wrong in that then, right? can we go back to the abortion conversation then, right? So then what is your reaction?
My perception is that obviously there are people who are both religious and those who are non-religious. Many religious people base their justification of abortion as immoral on religious grounds. People who are not religious don't have that perception. And in a world where there's a lot of diversity, and including the situation with women's rights and women's bodies, I think abortion should be legal, and it is moral, if not without supervision. But I understand that if somebody is religious, that they will say, I do not want abortion. But I find it difficult to swallow that religious people tell people who do not have that level of that type of morality, say, because I believe that it is murder, you are not allowed to commit abortion.
Precisely, exactly. And that's why I didn't come in from the angle of religion,
Do you guys apply the same thing for slavery?
Yeah.
I didn't hear you say again.
Would you apply that same logic for slavery?
From a religious perspective, you mean?
Well, no, from his viewpoint.
Explain.
Oh, would you,
or tell me your point.
Would you say the same thing for 1865 in the Americas, when, like, say the Quakers in 1774 had wrote a letter to the founding fathers asking for the abolition of slavery, and the founding fathers decided not to abolish slavery? But would you say that it's still right for the Christians and the God believers, and also people that were atheistic worldview, that thought that slavery was immoral? Would you say that it was wrong for them to tell other people that slavery was wrong?
No, I think you have a very valid point. Like, it is not a clear-cut case at all. But I think the opposite is true. The Christians would argue that in the religious texts, slavery is condoned.
Oh, yes.
Therefore, they have a God-given right.
That's true.
And to many atheists, that would be, that is, to me, that's also like, that doesn't make sense. And I come from a Christian background. To me, those are like the
I agree with a lot of people are hypocritical and misread and misuse the scriptures. I mean, same people will go out and have sex and get drunk on Saturday and then show up for church on Sunday.
Precisely, which is why it's important to frame it as sinning, right? Right?
Oh, yeah,
that's why we're
yeah. I mean, when they did the Crusades or the Inquisition, they didn't do anything based upon scripture. I mean, you can't show anywhere in the New Testament except for Jesus saying to bring them and put them at my feet, and then I'll strike them down, which is Christ saying, I'll strike them down.
But this is also like the difference between it's like religion in theory and religion in practice.
Yeah, of course.
If we live in a world where the resources are very scarce, then the solution was war, because I'd rather feed my family and see yours die than see my own family die.
Yeah, I mean, if you apply like an atheistic worldview, from a Christian concept or like a worldview, then you would.
There's an interesting case, because I imagine that many people who are religious say euthanasia is bad because you kill somebody.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't want to.
But it were the Christian parties, for example, in the Netherlands, that argued that no, on the basis of Christian compassion, we understand that endless suffering is worse.
Yeah, but
and therefore
they also have gay pastors and transgender pastors too in the Netherlands.
But that is beside the point of euthanasia now.
No, I'm just that what I was trying to say. Like, a lot of Christians don't actually follow the tenets and teachings of Christianity.
Fortunately not. I imagine you don't want to stone somebody anymore.
So I can actually explain that. Under the new covenant, it doesn't exist. Firstly, secondly, it's because the temple doesn't exist. If the third temple exists today, like if the rabbinic Jews open the third temple today, it would exist, but there also has to be 2 or more witnesses. And then thirdly, it only applies to Israelites. So you couldn't stone a Canaanite to death for adultery or homosexuality.
But this is the thing, right?
Go ahead.
We live amongst people that have a abhorrent views, right? And we live amongst people that have very differing views, right? And in order to avoid, this is why I said context matters, right? I thought we were talking about it in the American context, and bringing up slavery is important because that was the cause of the American Civil War, right? So now there's this cultural war that's going on, right? And so in the groups of people that want to make sure that abortion is not allowed, and the ones that do, they need to, and this would help if they gave states more control, and so then people can just be able to, ideally, it won't be perfect because I know it's hard for people to move around, but especially if they're poor or whatever. But let's say, for example, a place like Florida would make it, abortion limited or very difficult to get, but then you have places like California or New York, right? If that avoids a situation like a civil war, right? Would that not be a better solution to learn how to live amongst people despite not necessarily liking their views? Do you understand what I mean?
No, I don't. I lost.
Oh, she's saying that
cultural war. Yeah.
She's saying that if something is going to cause a larger negative outcome, then you should just accept it.
That's
so she's saying if they decided to come out with a ban tomorrow in Florida and say, hey, we're going to halt all abortions and life begins at conception, but it's going to lead to a civil war within the confines of within the area of Florida, like the half of Florida is going to attack the other half of Florida. She's saying that it would be more morally acceptable to accept the abortion than it would to lead to a civil war.
Oh, like that.
Yeah, that's what she was saying. Not what I was saying.
I'm not sure if that would make any long-term difference, though. It sounds to me like an extended war.
Okay, fair enough.
The argument is already the war is already going on, right?
Exactly, it is, but it's still it's at a point now where it's like, but then I understand how that's a slippery slope, because then would it be okay for certain states to have allowed slavery then, right? And allow other states to not have done that, right? So I understand that it's complicated, but I don't know how these people can coexist, right? The people that really want to have Christian values, right? And the people who don't.
You could argue very well, I think, that from back when America was made, also not without any turbulence, that was exactly what they tried. And that Maryland was primarily Roman Catholic, that other states agreed with other denominations, and they basically agreed to leave each other alone. So that within certain faiths and certain groups, you could live out your little fantasy.
But these are things that it's like there's certain groups that it's just very hard. Like, for example, with Israel.
You're breaking up on my end.
It was what, Sweden that had
I'm pretty sure
euthanasia, right?
Euthanasia, yeah, they did, yeah.
Oh no, I was saying Sweden had
Switzerland.
Canada has it too.
Not Sweden. Sweden had it till the 70s.
What, euthanasia?
Yeah, the eugenics-based euthanasia.
Oh,
didn't Oregon have it?
No, we're not talking about youth. You're talking about elderly euthanasia. So, in the sense of like somebody's 93 years old, they're dying of cancer, and they're like, hey, just inject me and let me fall asleep. I was talking about eugenics-based euthanasia, the idea that like we're going to eliminate like all the mentally deficient people or people with Down syndrome.
Oh yeah, that's still being practiced across the world, pretty much.
Yeah. Right. And that's what I entered the conversation.
Yeah, so you were talking about Margaret Sanger, the idea that poor blacks, poor whites, poor Jews, and all these other groups are considered human weeds and should be exterminated. We don't want the word to get out that we intend to exterminate the Negro population, and that we'll use the black leaders and pastors to push it.
Not just black. It applied to working.
Oh yeah, but she's talking about the human weeds when she encompassed like all people.
Right. Let me ask you a question, right? Like, it seems that you...
She's the founder of Planned Parenthood, large abortionist clinic.
She can speak for herself.
No, just clarify. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. What I'm saying is that let's say someone is of low IQ, right? Does that mean that they don't deserve the right to live?
Under Margaret Sanger's standards or mine?
Yours. It doesn't seem.
Oh, mine? No, they deserve to live. Yeah, Margaret Sanger would say that.
But then the argument would not be low IQ, but how low of an IQ would you agree to let live? And when would you say, now it's too low?
The question I think was proposed to you, Sabina. Because I just said it unequivocally, no.
I'm against.
He's clear.
Yeah, no, I'm against it.
So how low of an IQ would you still agree to let live? Like when is the IQ too low?
I think for me, that as long as somebody can live.
So a big issue, and this is very important for many theistic people and religious people, is that with modern scientific medicine, we can keep almost anybody alive, like interminably. So unless you pull the plug, you can keep somebody alive, including people who otherwise would have never lived just a few decades or hundreds of years ago. And including people who don't have like primary heart and lung function, but we've got heart-lung machines. So when do you say, hey, now this life is too detrimental, we need to let this one go? So we let somebody die through non-interference, or we actively interfere and let them die.
But that's not low IQ. That's different. You're talking about health problems, right?
If a baby is
low
born,
IQ?
but we can keep them alive, but they actually cannot live.
No, that's different. That's different than the family decides whether they want to remove life support because the child cannot live, right? In that case. But that's health issues. You jumped from health issues from low IQ. Low IQ is different.
Well, I correlate them because I think they're pretty much on the sliding spectrum. But okay, I'll go with you, and then
you can live a long life and have low IQ, and you could have an IQ of like 80 and live a life and work a regular job and be able to take care of your.
No. I think low IQ people have very low chances at a regular job. If you're talking low IQ, I don't think you can argue regular job. Regular jobs are for people with regular IQ.
Okay.
So yeah, there was actually. There's like.
Okay. Oh, sorry. You're at the pod. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say. I mean, there's examples of this. Clinicians have talked about, working with their patients. For example, like Dr. Jordan Peterson, regardless of political affiliation or like views and stuff, he was talking about that he had a patient who was like an 81 IQ. Sub 85 is considered mentally deficient and or retarded. And he said it took him 5.5 years to finally place the person at a job. The person went through like over 50 different jobs. He said even one of the jobs that he got him was a volunteer job. Even the organization that was doing, they called him up and they're like, hey, I'm sorry, we can't have this guy working here. He's just screwing shit up so bad that we can't afford to have him here. So they actually had to terminate him from a volunteer job.
Let me ask you a question really quick, right?
I mean, it's the reason that Somalia is the way it is today.
Oh, come on. Let's not do the Somali jab. Stop.
I'm just saying that you could look at like countries like Pakistan, Somalia, Sudan, the countries like this and stuff, and then you can see.
Okay, listen. My cat right now, that's in the picture right now. What is the IQ of a cat?
I'd have to look it up.
My cat can't work at a mall or volunteer or do anything. Should it die? I want to take care of my cat and it live in my home. I'll take care of it.
I'm sorry, I don't see this analogy.
Go for it.
48.
If it's important for your family,
if you have a loved one, excuse me.
Sabina, it's 48.4. So when you're talking about animals, it's the trainability of an animal. That's why like ravens, chimpanzees, and stuff like that have some of the highest IQs in the animal kingdom. But of most,
they're good, right?
Okay, but what?
Do they have a score?
But if you have
it's trainability. It's what it's based upon. But cats are 48.4.
And where do ravens score on that?
Ravens.
Well, but can I finish wobbling? What I'm saying is, if you have a loved one that has low.
I'm gonna die. Hold on. I'm waiting for it to come up, and I'm gonna die if it's higher than Somalia.
Why are you trolling Somalia today? Like, well, what's your beef?
Because you're Somali.
But why do you just like? Do you have a personal problem with me?
I mean, I've interacted with you in the past.
I don't know what you're doing.
Mostly your views on like the Gaza situation.
What is it that you dislike about it? Because I don't have a personal problem.
Let's see how to interpret Raven and IQ interpretation.
Hold on, we'll solve that world problem in a few minutes.
Yeah, but, like,
so it came up for cats.
The topic is not about Gaza, so like, don't follow people into rooms and like. This is a space.
Oh, I came in here because Samson and Simon were here.
I didn't like when they pushed you down. I know, but I didn't like when they pushed you down because I just want to have this conversation. I mean, you have a personal problem, which is.
So just Ravens are at 107, but I think that's just based solely on the fact that it's the ability for problem solving. I mean, which is all IQ is, anyways.
Say what was the number?
107. It's showing 112 is only got.
107?
Yeah, 107, which is the same. That's the average. That's the same. That's the same. Yo, check it out. That's the same as Japan, which is the highest median IQ for any country. 107 for Ravens.
Can I ask you a question? Do you like Dr. Jordan Peterson and his ideas?
He's okay.
He's in the
I
ICU
really like.
right now. Would you like him to be unplugged?
What's that?
What?
He's in the ICU. He's sick. He's very sick. That's what his daughter said.
Yes.
Would you want him to continue to get health care? Prefer him to die?
I'd like him to get all the. I'd like him to retain as much quality of life as possible. And if that quality of life goes underneath the level that he can bear, then I would love for him to die in a humane way. Yes.
Fair enough. So if you have a loved one that has a low IQ, right?
Yes.
Would you want to have the same, and this is someone that's closer to you, a loved one, let's say it was a child of yours, right? Would you have the same compassion for them as you would with Dr. Jordan Peterson?
Yes, it would break my heart. But low IQ is a bit of a weird thing. Like, I'm not taking them off of life support because if they got an IQ of 90, which is low, or 80, which is
prefer them to not have a chance to live.
Or 68, which is extremely low.
No, not take them off life support for them not to
it's
live.
More like
that's better.
When you have really credible evidence that the IQ is related to the inability to have a meaningful life, to have a life that they can enjoy. Right? We don't really
define what they enjoy, and isn't that what family's for? For you to take care of people who are not. So what is the point of a family then if they don't take care of their loved ones?
I love to take care of family members. That's not the point. The point is, when does their suffering, their visual suffering, go beyond?
What is low IQ suffering now?
Hold on, Sabina, real fast. Median IQ for chimpanzees is 70 to 75, and Somalia is 68.
Yeah, we know that.
Yep. But that's not weird or strange by definition.
I wish you took
because they're
all
more closely related.
Why don't you take
more closer common ancestry
that you have and aim it towards Hamas and leave me out of it?
We've already won the war. It's over.
Were you in the war?
Given up. Yeah, they've already given up.
You were in there? You fought in the war?
No, he doesn't.
He was on Clubhouse.
Why do you ask that question? It's a nonsense question.
So he can take jabs
Sabina,
all
I'm
day, every day. And
I'm a Jew, so we.
No, you're a pussy. It was on Clubhouse. You didn't fight. You didn't fight, sweetheart.
How long have you guys been married for? You guys should get a relationship.
Oh no, I would never. I married an Asian. I married some of the most successful, prosperous people on earth.
Someone who would.
I had little Jew Asian babies. They're gonna rule the world even more than the Jews already did.
That's actually sounds like a potent mix.
Oh my God! Can you imagine?
They have a low IQ kid, which then in that case he probably would.
My son was. Hold on. My son My son was 20 months old and knew all 1 through 100, 23, 2 and 3 dimensional shapes, all his ABCs, all his colors, all his days of the week, all the months.
And hopefully
and
not
then
your
on top
child
of that,
as low IQ.
now he's 5 years old and he's already doing multiplication and division. So no, there's 6 members of Mensa in my family. My father's 134, aunt's 136, cousin's 138. My grandfather was 139. I'm 141, and my brother's 160.
Oh, and that goes all the way to Moses?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, actually, Ashkenazi Jews do have the highest median IQ at 115 and 117 for any ethnic group on Earth.
For the entire history of Earth.
They're also represented in Nobel Prize winners. Probably really fucking high. But our median IQ,
we're not having a conversation.
Yeah, our
you just
median.
want to argue. I'm not interested.
He's not gonna win because he's dealing with the Somali.
Go ahead,
So let's keep going.
But Sabine, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
At what point would you? Sorry.
He's the easy path. It's light work for him.
I'm allowing you guys to go ahead.
He's a coward. His country's in war.
I can't hear you.
And his country's in war, and he thinks that
if you want to continue on that thing, I'm gonna jump.
Yeah, I'm American. Engage with wobbly.
Oh, you didn't want to jump out when he continued insulted my country, right? That's dealing with poverty and famine and war.
Look, if you're interested in this type of conversation, I'm not. I'm gonna jump. Are you? Can I ask you a question about the topic we were discussing?
Me or him?
You, Sabine.
Okay, no problem.
You asked me about the IQ and the letting live or letting die. So my question is to you: when will you kill a family member you love when they are suffering, and the only option is more suffering and longer suffering, and they are asking you to let them die? Will you or will you?
Yes, I would. Yes, but that's not low IQ. That's a health issue.
That's fine. Yeah.
All die. High IQ people die. The guy running the room is gonna die. You're gonna die. I'm gonna die. We'll all die.
Yeah, but it is like in a way it's murder. So is it morally acceptable?
I told you.
Well, then I have a question for you. I have a question for you. Wobbling. So this is no, I'm being totally serious here.
Could you come a little closer to the mic, please?
I think she's on the loo. Yeah,
that's better. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So this is a totally. I'm being serious here. All right.
Sure.
So both of you, there's been a couple of people talking about IQ and quality of life, which yes, I totally understand. So let me give you a personal example. All right. So my whole life I've tested as gifted and talented. My father, my brother, and me, both Mensa. Let me tell you where the difference comes. So my father and my brother, Columbia and Georgetown graduates. Me also from a very, very good school. However, let me tell you where it comes different. I struggle with clinical depression. So even though I have a Mensa IQ, I struggle at a entry level to minimum level job. I can talk for hours about analysis of how the Taliban arose and gained prominence, and then came back and all the intricacies. But a 9-to-5 job literally leaves me in tears, wanting to jump out the window after a matter of hours. So where does that fall on the quality of life? I fully am in the high IQ, but my quality of life.
What are you in the 131.5 to 139.99 because you're so gifted?
Yes. I also said that my brother and my father and I also tested Mensa. So yes.
But I imagine that, I'm not sure, I'm venturing out on a limb here, but trait neuroticism and trait intelligence go together. And many people who are very intelligent are absolutely unhappy. They're super neurotic. And this is a very big challenge for many people who are intelligently not challenged at all, or in fact pretty bored, and possibly you're part of that. You can't hold down a regular job. I'm not sure how this ties into the euthanasia question. Like, are you at the level where you say, hey, I'm suffering, I'm having so much emotional suffering that I wish to end my life?
Actually, yes.
And it's a sincere question. I understand.
Yes, actually, yes. I have been there, and currently, I would say that should that actually, if the doctor were to say, look, take this, and you will just fall asleep instantly and never wake up, I'd be like, thank you very much.
I'm sorry to hear that you're suffering this much, and you have my sympathies. But yeah, there are countries that are having this discussion whether psychological suffering is related in a similar way to physical suffering. So you're not the only one who's asking the question, I'm pretty damn sure.
Yes, no, and actually one of my good friends is a psychiatrist who does some of the evaluations for some of these in Canada for the compassionate release.
Sure.
And she does evaluations.
Sure.
And yes, she has to, and unfortunately, severe depression really doesn't quite meet the standard yet. Usually it's illness. But that's something that she very much believes in. And because she also has struggled with
evolution never selected for intelligence, because if that were true, then intelligent people would have more children. And that's the opposite of truth.
Actually, no. Intelligent people are the ones not having children, because we know
exactly.
what it
That's
entails. We know what it entails.
Evolution does not select for intelligence.
Yes, it's more, and on one side, you could definitely make an argument that the more intelligent someone is, the more possibility of them being unhappy, because there's an analysis of, I hear something in the news, and it doesn't kind of just go away from my mind, and I start thinking about, some little toy or some little game. No, it sticks in my mind, and I overanalyze. I have to learn all about it. And then I've got this whole information that has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with my life, and it's just depressing as hell. And so, in fact, I don't want to be stupid. No, don't get me wrong.
Wait, you're neurodivergent as well? Do you have Asperger's or no?
No.
You should definitely be tested. Hyperfixation on specific fields and interests is a telltale sign of Asperger's, high-functioning autism. High-functioning just means the ability to function within society, so it's like a negative connotation right there.
Actually, what it is severe OCD.
Yep. Yeah, OCD's very common with an Asperger's.
Yeah, it's I'm testing. I may be slightly on the spectrum, but it's not really. It's mostly OCD. This also was not something that I struggled with so much as a child or as a teenager. This is something that really only happened after some events in my life that happened to some people. I will get fixated on. Anyways, being highly intelligent is often goes hand in hand with being maybe not the happiest. I mean, one could argue that some of the dumbest people in the world are blissfully, ignorantly happy.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, really good.
And while I would not want to be them, there is. You don't see very many people with Down syndrome offering themselves to you.
No, I can give a prime example.
They could never tie the knot.
I can give a prime example of this. My mom, I would say my mom's of like average IQ, probably about around the 100 range. She's like fucking just happy. She didn't think about geopolitics. She didn't think about wars and shit unless it's like actively like presented to her on television and stuff. And then I had a non-biological uncle who was probably in the 90 range or 85 range. And I remember asking him one day, we were sitting out on the porch, and I asked my Uncle Raleigh, I was like, hey, Uncle Raleigh, what are you thinking about? And I'm like 12 years old at the time. And I was like, what are you thinking about? And he was a hillbilly from Southern Kentucky, and he's a proud hillbilly, call himself that. And he's like, nothing. And I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean nothing? And he's like, nothing. And I was just like, I was so like dumbfounded and flabbergasted. I was like, how can you not be fucking thinking about anything? Like, I have like 17 million things going on simultaneously. I mean, even though you only think about one thing simultaneously at one moment, it's just the change in your thoughts is so fluid that you don't like realize that it's not multiple thoughts simultaneously. It's just one, which they've actually shown that. But yeah, it feels like you have 17 million things going on simultaneously in your mind, and he's just thinking about nothing, just staring off into the vastness of space.
Yeah, I can stare at my ceiling for hours and just keep myself entertained.
This is the curse of Prometheus. For the Greek gods, Prometheus, forethought. And the story of forethought is that Prometheus stole the fire, the light, the intelligence, the forethought from Zeus. And the opposite side is that every night your liver gets picked by an eagle because you never stop thinking. And the problem of intelligence is you've got this massive brain power, but once it's fired up, it don't stop, even when there's nothing left to do. And then you start to be very scrutinous with all your little failures and issues and every thought, and you start to dissect the thoughts itself. And then you're just consuming yourself. It's pretty masochistic intelligence. Or like Nietzsche said, be careful when you stare into the abyss, because the abyss stares back at you.
Oh yeah, no, philosophy and any Greek mythology.
Well, Meg, don't lose hope. I used to suffer with manic depression. I had been Baker acted twice when I was younger. I actually went in and I was just trying to get medication at the time. I was like 19, didn't have any money, didn't have any health insurance and stuff like that. And kind of troubled youth and stuff at the time. And they're like, oh, well, you earned too much money to get health insurance through the state. And I couldn't afford it at the time because the Affordable Care Act wasn't a thing. The Obamacare wasn't a thing. So I wasn't able to get like inexpensive health insurance. So I started looking at how to get my Zoloft and stuff. And one of the people were like, one of the people who I spoke to was like, hey, if you go to the hospital and get Baker acted for 72 hours, they'll give you like 90 days prescription for medication. So I went in there and I was like, hey, I want to get Baker acted for 3 days. And they're like, well, have you thought about harming yourself or anybody else? And I was like, no. And she's like, are you sure? And I was like, yeah, all the time. So then they put me in, and then after 3 months, I came back, did the same thing, just walked in. I was like, yeah, I thought about hurting a bunch of people. And they're like, all right, we'll get you Baker acted again. And then you just spent 3 days in here talking with a psychiatrist, and it ended up giving you medication for 3 months. But one of the things that my dad actually helped me with was explain to me, he's like, listen, he's like, think about it. He's like, any issue you have in life, he's like, you can solve. He's like, just fucking work through it, progress, keep making forward progress, and just continue to fix all those things that are going on in your life. Because I had a litany of fucking shit that was going on. And I just started working on self-improvement and stuff like that and helping myself. And eventually I just got to the point where I was like, shit, I'm not depressed anymore. And it just kind of all went away. And for 20 years now, I've never felt depressed. I mean, I've been upset and frustrated and like stuff like that during like very strenuous times, but I've never been like depressed where I'm sitting there and it starts raining and I feel like my heart's fucking like crushing inside,
Yeah. Originally, I came up kind of because you had actually spoken about a point where you kind of were talking about certain cultures and places have higher IQ, and yes, there are societies. I'm very familiar with that. However, the point that I used my example of is saying, I think the point that Sabina was actually.
Oh, I was mostly trolling Sabina.
Yes, you were. I think that it did get a little bit personal, and the bit that I think where it went was that you're not taking into account that there could be some incredibly brilliant there are probably some incredibly brilliant people.
Oh yeah, I believe in the bell curve, and I also believe in a
However,
baseline.
there is no chances. Like there is no programs to scout children as a young age as being gifted and talented. There is no programs to have them skip grades. There is no education that filters them into the Ivy League universities. There is no education that gets you into good education. There is no education.
I mean, there is organizations that do actually search for people around the world globally, like the Melinda Gates organization or foundation, where they actually do search for people and then bring them to places like MIT and Harvard. There was a kid in like somewhere in sub-Saharan Africa, and he built like an electric fence around his entire property out of like a garbage dump, and started to build like electricity and stuff. And like he was trying to keep the lions away from like eating all the goats and cows and shit. So he started building electric fences, and then they ended up taking him to MIT.
Yeah, and for every one of those, that there's a whole bunch of other kids out in small villages who are also doing some really cool things.
Oh yeah, I definitely believe in the bell curve.
And it's being completely missed. Yeah.
That's why I always use the word median IQ.
Well, but what it is it's a dearth of opportunity. It's a lack of opportunity, and having that kind of initial. If everyone is in school, the hope is that.
Wait, are you making the nurture over nature argument?
No.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I definitely agree with the base. I definitely agree with the baseline. If somebody doesn't know how to do 2 + 2 and they don't understand multiplication or addition, they don't understand addition, then they can't even take the test. But there's definitely a baseline, and the way they've shown this, I don't know if you've heard me in the past, but they take identical twins, 2 from like junkies that have like a 80 IQ, and then 2 kids that were taken away at a young age due to the junkies died from like heroin overdose, and then the 2 people who were scientists who were both like 140, 150 IQ had identical twins as well. And they've done it with a multitude of studies with this, where the one twin goes off to a very affluent, wealthy area with like tutors and the best schools, and the other goes off to like an impoverished community. On both, when they're tested later in life, both the 2 who came from the scientists both show an almost identical IQ level, and it's extremely elevated, just like their parents. And then the 2 who are the junkies are almost always at the same level that their parents were. I'm just saying, like, most of Somalia, the majority of Somalia and Sudan and all these countries and stuff like that, and I hate to say it, a lot of them are my Uncle Raleigh's. Like, what do you think about? And they're like, nothing.
See, but you've never actually been there in that culture, and you've never really seen,
I've interacted with Somalians. And most of the Somalians I've interacted with are probably. Yeah, I would say the majority of Somalians that we've all interacted with and stuff, if you're not Somalian or have not been to Somalia, are probably the gifted ones that made it out too.
They probably are more intelligent.
Yeah, because Nigerians love making.
Make the blanket.
But the Nigerians love making an argument about the Igbos, because the Igbos have the highest median IQ in the continent of Africa at 1 of 3. But you can also look at like Lagos, Nigeria. Yoruba's like right behind it, like 101. But you can also look at Lagos, Nigeria, and like the majority of the people are just shitting in the street. And they put up signs and they're like, hey, you can't shit in the street. There's a toilet right over here. And they're just like, nah, I'm going to shit in the street. And then I'm just going to sit here and eat my sandwich.
Yeah, and that would also, that could be idiocy, but it also could be literally a culture of not having cleanliness. Toilets are not as mainstream by any means. But blanket statementing a culture or a country is very easy and simple to do and very pedestrian. It takes a lot of thinking to actually pick out the nuances. So it's incredibly stupid actually to say one blanket statement for a country or a culture. Is kind of what I wanted to say, is that by saying, because of this, that's a very superficial analysis. It's a very superficial analysis, and actually, in fact, really doesn't make you look intelligent.
I'd say the proof's in the pudding, though.
What you're saying, though, is you're saying, I would believe.
Did you hear what she said? Yeah.
You're saying
in comparison with like Cambodia and Japan, we make it those.
What you're saying. So we're saying
it sounds to me like he's
completely destabilized war zone.
You look at the difference between like Mizrahi Jews and like Ashkenazic and Sephardic Jews as well. Like even with community and their productivity and what they actually contribute.
Yes, contribute to society. It's always one to look at. So, but just when you make a blanket statement of anyone, it just is just very simple to do that. It doesn't require any brain power.
Do you think that Sabina was contributing or even tracking the conversation we're having?
I came in as sort of the conversation was a little bit off, and it became a little bit about Somalia.
She wasn't.
Very odd. But my experiences with her in the past is that no, I think she's able to track. I think also she has a background that she's not. I think she's someone who edits her thinking. She doesn't necessarily say exactly what she is thinking. She kind of edits it because she's used to maybe having to edit what she says. And so you maybe get something like a not as good of an answer when you have someone edit. Yeah, like there's often I've interacted with her, and there is a sense of she's tracking. Yes,
I think it's more a good faith argument. I think she argued in good faith. I don't think she's very capable in wording what she thinks, or she's working it through as she speaks.
And there may be also someone who is, wording is not. It's sort of like the American fascination with Donald Trump versus Obama. If you look at Donald Trump's popularity is sort of like, oh, he talks like me, the everyday dumb, stupid, something kind of like a hillbilly. Obama, he's a coastal elitist. Well, no, Donald Trump actually was born into extreme wealth, was educated extremely well, speaks like a fucking idiot. Obama was born into normal to maybe his mother had some higher, education stuff.
Wait, do you not know about Lolo Santoro or no?
I don't. Please explain.
Lolo Santoro was a guy who ran Indonesian kill squads for the Shell Corporation. Barack Obama's grandmother actually worked for a bank, actually worked for the Central Intelligence Agency in Honolulu, Hawaii, who actually funded kill squads in Indonesia. And Lolo Santoro is the man who actually married Barack Obama's mom and ended up leaving them $1.2 billion in inheritance, and gave $400 million to his Indonesian child, and then $400 million to the mother, $400 million to Barack Obama, and a trust till he turned 18 years old. That's why, if you look at his net worth and stuff, why it increased drastically when I think it was like 18 or 22 or something, like when he received his inheritance.
Hey, that's information I've not heard of, so I don't know if you have some sources for that.
Yeah, I can.
That sounds
he ran Shell Indonesia. Just look up Lolo Santoro, look up inheritance, Barack Obama. Talks about the 1.2 billion.
I have no doubt about kill squads, and I have no doubt about the kill squads, yes.
Also, 6 of the U.S. sitting presidents, or 6 of the U.S. presidents are also related. Barack Obama, Truman, Carter, Lyndon Baines Johnson, and George Bush Sr. and Obama are all cousins. Kind of crazy.
They're distant cousins, probably on the other side.
Also Dick Cheney was cousin to Bush.
Man, Dick Cheney and Bush got the short ends of the stick in that case.
Halliburton and receiving all the contracts for Iraq and Afghanistan.
You know what? Being clever and a snake does not necessarily mean it means you're clever and crafty, but there's a difference between being intelligent and being clever and crafty and manipulative. So welcome back.
Hi, Meg. I have a question, actually. Yeah.
I'm 40.
Oh no, I just had a question, actually.
Yeah, I look really young too.
Oh, I had a question for Meg and the rest of you on stage, right? So, I was thinking about the low IQ. So, what about high IQ? No, not the Somali digs. Is not, forget that. I'm saying, what about high IQ, right? psychopathic people, like
We just had that conversation.
did you guys discuss that? Would you want them killed if it means they would
That's
kill
literally why
other
Meg
people?
came up to talk about manic depression.
Oh, is that what you asked? Okay, perfect. So Meg, what do you
Also, Bobby Fischer.
You would want that, right? Sorry?
Bobby Fischer. Oh my.
But yeah, Bobby Fischer going crazy.
No, I'm talking about like mass murderers.
And Sabine.
Hitler.
Well,
all those
okay. I don't think I would put Hitler in the genius category.
Meg, would you like to become a mass murderer?
You know what? No, not really. See, I
Not on Tuesday.
Yeah, no, next trolling, no. No, Sabina, actually, we were kind of clarifying about.
Oh, his estimated IQ for Hitler is between 140 and 160.
I was making sure I was clarifying with them that there's a big difference between the lack of intelligence in a culture or a country and the lack of opportunity to have that intelligence demonstrated.
Also,
Sabina,
Sabina,
example of not having intelligence not being discovered and not being utilized. There's a lot of and women also being married off at young ages. I mean, if you're an intelligent woman, you're married off at puberty and you're having lots of children, you're probably not inventing something fantastic to do if you were in the US. So it's not a culture or country, it's opportunities and lack of opportunities. That's what we're kind of clarifying that he was trolling you a little bit about. So, but no, we actually didn't like psychopaths. But that would be actually an interesting topic. Yes, it's not psychopaths.
Also, Sabina.
So ones that
Sabina.
usually don't get caught. Yes, those are the ones that usually don't get caught. And they.
So Sabina, at the Nuremberg trials, captured Nazi leaders were given an IQ test. The average score was 129.
Right? But okay, forget. I didn't mean to mention their name just because of their background. I was talking.
It's hard to hear you.
It has the exact breakdown.
You're muffled.
So it's Armin Goring, 138, and Hajmler, however you fucking say that name, Schlatter, 143, and very high scores. The theory is that that is to lead such a group, Hitler must have comparable or higher IQ. The estimate for Hitler was between 140 and 160.
They were the brains behind the operation. If you look at Goebbels, he came up with an absolutely evil genius plan to have.
Oh yeah, we use Goebbels' quote all the time. If you have nothing to hide, or if you've done nothing wrong, then you have nothing to hide. Like law enforcement around the world uses that every day. They're like, hey, if you haven't done anything wrong, then you don't have anything to hide. Don't worry about it. That's a famous quote from Goebbels.
But as far as the people behind Hitler, they were the evil genius. He was just the figurehead who happened to be enough of a psychopath to just have no problem giving orders, and they were sort of going with it with, this is good positions. But yes, no, psychopath, yes, that is an interesting, and that's often seen in business. Actually, there's a very, very interesting study where it looks at so there's a mental hospital in England that actually is well known for having a lot of psychopaths and sociopaths. Let me actually look. I know the name of the study.
I know what it is called, the Royal House.
Prince Andrew. No. There is there's one. No, the name is escaping me at the moment. I can find it more. But actually, they tested them for a couple of things, which was narcissistic personality and some other kind of sociopathic tendencies, and they tested Wall Street, and the scores came back about about the same. So, as far as the MMPI kind of scale, so Wall Street is if you want to find psychopaths and narcissists, just walk down Wall Street.
There's a very similar scoring for surgeons, that highly skilled surgeons have deeply sociopathic tendencies.
Yeah.
They're completely desensitized.
That definitely can be true. They also kind of have maybe if they have the narcissistic tendency of thinking that they're God, they're playing with someone's life. Literally, it's very hard to understand that. Yes, there are some jobs. There are some job gaps that attract people.
Meg, like when I was talking about the whole abortion thing, I was more referring to the future, right? So more so than in the past, right? Because if it can happen in the past, it can happen in the future, right? And I also was mentioning the idea that people who are low IQ should be killed off, right? Or don't deserve to live, because there have been great people in the history of mankind that have contributed a lot, that were of what I meant poverty, sorry. Because most of our ancestors were poverty, like poor,
Yeah.
So it's sick to think that.
There are, yes.
And one last thing,
Ancestors in poverty.
No, but most people on the earth are poor. That's even one of only 1% aren't. So do you see the implications of what people mean by that? I wouldn't be alive. I was born in abject poverty. It doesn't make sense to me when people make these kind of arguments, because it's like most people on the earth are poor. So we're literally asking for only 1% of humans to live. That's sick.
Well,
I think that's a non sequitur.
We definitely were talking about the correlation between being blissfully ignorant and how if you I highly doubt that very few Down syndrome people actually kill themselves. So they're just not intelligent enough to see the pain and bullshit in the world. So there's a sort of thing with that. I wouldn't want to be stupid like that. However, I think that they do provide some comfort to their family. Yes, their family could definitely love them. However, they will be reliant on state programs or private funding, private trusts, if their family is wealthy enough.
Also,
there is certainly it's proven someone very highly intelligent will look more outside of themselves and won't be distracted by little shiny objects. Someone who's stupid can have a day where maybe they were bullied. And someone says, "Oh, well, let's go get your favorite ice cream." All of a sudden, everything's fantastic. The intelligent kid will be like, maybe no or yes. Even if they say yes, it will bother them, and it'll end up affecting them. So,
all right, Sabina, just real quick, 91.5% of the global population lives above the extreme poverty line, and then that's the extreme poverty line. Just the poverty line itself, only 44% live below the poverty line globally. So 56% live above the poverty line globally.
So if you put real quick, if I can,
you're just going to compare it to like Western countries.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that's not how we like go on the basis of poverty, because you have to make it applicable to like their countries.
Right, and that's like yes. But I wasn't.
Yeah, compared to Singapore, most people are poor in the United States.
I wasn't only applying it to the present, right? I was also.
I thought you meant today. You said it's like 1%.
I'm saying ancestry was every single person of high IQ of your ancestry. I have to ask him.
Yeah, I mean, only 24% of people who've ever lived have ever had kids either. But I mean, that's also like that's a skewed bullshit number too, because that's also including the people that died at childbirth, or the people that died at like 1 or 2 years old, or in vitro.
That's your ancestry?
Did you say
no? So only 24%. There's a bullshit number that's thrown around all the time that like only 24% of men will ever conceive children, but they're also like counting like the babies that died like at birth and shit like that. So it's kind of like when people say the average person lived to like 42 years, a couple hundred years ago. When you actually look into it, they're also including all the people who either died during childbirth, or people that died at like 1 or 2 years old, or when the reality is there was actually a large population that actually died like in their 80s and 90s.
Oh, there are plenty of people who live to their old age.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised surprised when I look back like 500 years of my ancestry tree, and I seen like family members that were like 96 years old in like the 1500s, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, like their birth and death is like 96 years. I'm like, I thought the average person lived to like 42 or something, but they also
think about also they lived in a lot of misery. I mean, they had no teeth.
Yeah, but they're just adding what they're doing to skew the numbers is factoring in, child morbidity or mortality. So they're factoring in all the babies that died in childbirth, and they count all of those people. And it's like, wait a minute, I don't think we should if we're going to talk about the average life of a person, we should include babies that died during childbirth in the 15th century.
Also, I said your entire ancestry. No, hold on. I said your entire ancestry. You're not one particular moment, right? You're saying this period they lived till. There was probably periods they lived longer. There's periods that they lived shorter, right? But if you were to take the IQ, right? Let's say, for example, of your specific ancestry, so if you are Ashkenazi Jew, whatever, would you trace yourself to Moses? Would you do that?
I mean, that's the way it's supposed to be. I don't know if it actually does.
Sure, I get what you, but let's go with that hypothetically, right? So it would have been nomads? Were they nomads that were pushed out or enslaved? That's the story, right?
Hold on. King David?
No, Moses.
Oh, you mean Moses? No, yeah, Moses never even made it to Levant. I mean, never made it to.
No, what do you think his IQ and the people that he's leading? What do you think their IQ was?
Oh, so there's the bottleneck theory that Ashkenazi Jews have extremely
Moses
high
wasn't Ashkenazi.
I'm talking about, you asked about Ashkenazi Jews.
No, I said your entire ancestry. So
yeah, I'm explaining the difference between Moses and the Israelites and the difference between them and the bottleneck of Ashkenazi Jews when they have the highest median IQ. You might hear that part.
Well, aren't Ashkenazis an offshoot of saying they're separate from Judaism altogether?
For the line of Judah. I mean, Ashkenazi Jews are specific to the people who settled in the land of Ashkenaz.
But did they have any?
Okay, we have to start from initial starting point.
You sound very hungry.
No, so my question, Sabine, so no, here, I think here's the issue: do you believe that Ashkenazi Jews come from the Levant, or do you believe that Ashkenazi Jews come from the land of Ashkenaz? That they're European Germans.
They're not my ancestry. They're yours.
I know, but I'm trying to check if you're doing the Paleolithic thing or not, because the bottleneck theory is that from the 11 to 1600s during the Inquisition and the Plague, a lot of Jews ended up dying from about 10 million, and also persecution of Jews from 10 million down to an estimated 250 people, and that's how you also get a lot of genetic J haplogroup genetic mutations like Tay-Sachs, Bloom syndrome, cystic fibrosis, Crohn's disease, all these different things that are very prevalent within the Ashkenazi Jewish community is because of inbreeding. So that's where you get the bottleneck for the IQ.
Okay, so if you remove the IQ part, right? Sorry, not the IQ. What do you call it?
Yeah. Do I think that Jews living in the Levant 2,000 years ago had the same high median IQ and stuff like that Jews today do? Probably not.
Okay, but that's what I mean. All of us started from, Homo sapiens, all of us, it doesn't matter what group, right? We all started from.
I think some of us are more closely related, but go ahead.
Regardless, the human race all together, right?
You just want to be an asshole, don't you?
No, it's okay.
I'm not talking about you, Sabine. No.
I know him, but it's fine. Yeah. I actually like challenging conversations. But what I'm saying is that, yeah, of course. But all I'm saying is that if you look at all of our ancestry, I'm saying, right, just Homo sapiens, right? All of our ancestry are not all high IQ, all people who never had, low IQ,
most
people who
people
have
aren't.
diseases.
I mean, that's why it's called the 99 percentile or top 1% for Mensa, because the threshold is 131.5 and higher.
So you see how abortion is problematic when it's framed in that way? Do you understand what I mean by that? Because even by what you just omitted yourself by saying that Ashkenazi Jews have these type of illnesses, does that mean that they should be aborted because they have these specific illnesses? like Black Americans having rates of what's that illness that we have? Sickle cell, or
sickle cell. Black cell actually have the highest rates of sickle cell anemia, but okay.
Or cancers.
It's actually whites, but and then Native Americans. Native Americans are
I thought
whites.
Black Americans had. No.
There's an African group of sickle cell anemia as well.
Yeah.
I thought it was Black
Those are not the
Americans.
South Americans.
Sorry.
Black Americans all have the highest rates, but go ahead.
Not highest rates, but they have rates of it.
Yeah, of course, everybody does.
Okay, but
It doesn't matter for the discussion.
Okay, so the point is that if you come from a group of people that have,
I've already said abortion is immoral. I've already said that abortion is immoral under any circumstances, including rape and incest.
Yeah, that's such a weird one to me.
Yeah, it makes up a 10th of 1%. So the life of the mother and or the child or any birth defects and stuff like that is less than 1%, and then it's a 10th of 1% that makes up rape and incest. So like I told Kitover earlier.
Tell me you were obviously not that stupid to believe that that's the sole factor going into whether or not someone keeps a pregnancy.
He's pretty
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
You're trolling because that
way to straw man me,
that would be
way to straw man my argument, Meg. That wasn't the point I was making. The point I was making is when Kitover earlier said that the birth, the life of the mother and or birth defects, make up a huge number. And I told Kitover that it's actually only less than 1%. I said, if we're willing to concede for just that, are you willing to concede the other 99% to be outlawed?
All right, there are. You don't really know there's a problem with the pregnancy until there can be some, and for a lot of people who actually want to have it, no, you are not. So stupid.
Meg, do you agree that the majority of abortions are out of convenience?
Oh no, I think convenience is a very loose word.
Oh, okay, financial reasons, or the person's 18 years old and they're in college and they're getting their bottom knocked out by fucking 4 dudes a week and they got knocked up and now they're like, oh my god, I'm in college, I can't mess up my fucking poli-sci fucking degree. I need to get rid of this fucking baby because this isn't a planned pregnancy and I need to wait until I'm 29 years old and the majority of my fucking eggs have already dropped and then I should start focusing on having babies. Once I'm already financially stable and successful and married, even though most people aren't getting married until like in their mid-30s now. So like, definitely it's out of convenience.
Okay, so you think it's out of convenience?
Yes, that's what all the numbers show.
That a teenager decides not to have a child who will then can distort her chances of college and having.
Wait, who said teenagers?
Exactly.
The majority of abortions are teenagers. So again, there you go.
We're the one who said 18.
Meg,
no, I said 18-year-olds. Oh, you want to count 18 as teenagers? Right. Okay, cool.
Meg,
because it has the word teen in it.
Meg, this is why I was arguing that abortion clinics is part of healthcare. They should be accessible, right? But we need to change the education around why people make the decisions, because they like to use a lot of extreme examples, like he just said, right? When that's not the case. Like, for example, I'll use just a celebrity example. Kanye West's mother was a professor.
You're breaking up on my end. Do we hear her?
Can you hear? Hello?
I cannot hear you at all.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can.
Okay. So Kanye
West's mother.
I think he said that he was almost aborted and his mother was a professor. You could look it up. And he also mentioned that
only less than 2% of all abortions are done by people under the age of 18.
Bingo.
So the other 98% are over 18, and the majority of them surveyed, when polled or questioned, are saying that they're doing it because of convenience reasons.
Bingo.
Either they're doing it for financial reasons, or educational reasons, or they're just not ready. It's I'm fucking 23 years old, and I was at a fucking rave or a nightclub, and I got plowed by a dude last night, and his condom fucking broke, or we didn't use protection because we were drunk, and now I want a morning after pill, or oh shit, I'm 3 months pregnant, I need to get rid of this thing because I can't have it fucking up my life.
Are you against the contraceptive pill as well?
Yeah.
And the morning after pill?
Yeah.
Oh my god,
man, crazy that I would believe as a theistic worldview believer, somebody that holds that framework that sex is for between two married people, and it's to conceive children. That's crazy.
So let's punish the whores who have sex before marriage.
No, I'm not saying punish them. I'm just saying don't murder their babies.
No, which actually is.
No. I love how the rabbi earlier was like, hey, these religious people just in the government doesn't want to stay out of their bedrooms, and it's like, no, we don't give a fuck what you do in your bedroom. Just don't murder babies.
No, but they do care. But hold on, they do
we're
care.
just simply saying this is the full stop argument. Don't kill the baby in the womb. That's it.
No, but they're saying they don't care.
There's nothing else to it.
You're right. Okay. Hold on. They're saying they don't care.
Hold on.
You can have gangbang orgies as much as you want with 1,000 people in one night, like that one chick did that made millions of dollars on her OnlyFans. But if you get pregnant, we're just saying, hey, don't kill the baby. That's all we're saying.
The amount of people who are doing gangbangs on OnlyFans, that's not.
Oh no, I was using the extreme, but how many girls are going out to nightclubs on a Friday night and going back and hooking up, and the condom breaks, or they're not on the pill, or they just don't use protection and they get knocked up. That's the majority.
How many men are telling the girls they want to hook up with?
Yeah, I know, it's terrible. I'm gonna tell. My sons are 5 and 3, and when they get older, I'm gonna tell them, hey, don't be knocking girls' bottoms out and shit, because you might get them fucking pregnant. It's on them what they want to do, but I'm gonna do the same thing that my parents did, which was, hey, if you have sex, you have a chance of having a baby, and when you create that baby, it's a unique human life that's never existed and never will exist ever again, and you should take responsibility of that child. All the times that I've had premarital sex when I was younger and stuff like that, I knew that even if it was some random fucking chick from a nightclub and she got knocked up, I would hope that she would keep the baby and I would be in the child's life.
I get that
so
argument.
Even as like a broke teenager.
Yeah, even and people are like, oh my god, you're just applying your Christian theology and stuff like that. No, I was an atheist. Even as an atheist, I was against abortion because I knew that was a fucking baby. Bill Burr is one of the biggest atheists on earth, and he talks about the cake analogy. He said, I don't give a shit what you people do. If you want to kill your babies, that's on you and shit. But don't fucking say it's not a baby. He's like, that would be like me, Bill Burr, making a cake, putting it in the oven for 45 minutes, and you come in after 10 minutes and grab the cake and slam it against the fucking wall and say, and I say, oh my god, you just ruined my cake. And you're like, no, it's not a cake. It's just a bunch of fucking ingredients. And he's like, hey, no, if you would have just left it alone for another fucking 45 minutes, it would have become a fucking cake. At least just concede that it's a baby. That's all we're asking.
That was perfect, but I didn't know he said
that.
that.
Dude, Bill Burr is fucking awesome in that one. He's like, yeah, it's like, if you would have just fucking left the fucking thing alone for 45 minutes, it would have been a fucking cake. Because they're making the argument that it's just ingredients.
I think I get that point. Can I then ask you, why are you against the contraceptive pill or the morning after pill?
Because
the contraceptive.
I mean, this prior to being a Christian and stuff like that, the ideal of birth control and stuff like that didn't bother me. But the ideal of the morning after pill and stuff still bothered me. It's important to
the contraceptive pill itself not.
What are you talking about? Abort a fetus, or are you talking about contraceptive birth control?
Contraceptive pill,
So someone who
it depends what kind of birth control we're talking about. If you're specifically talking about a birth control like IUDs and stuff like that neutralize the sperm and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't have as much of an argument against it when I was an atheist, just because it's killing just the sperm itself.
No, not as an atheist.
Oh yeah, now I do have an issue with it. Yeah.
Can I say something to Meg as a woman?
It's intervening.
Not a baby.
Meg,
No, because it's intervening with it. So it applies for me that it's intervening with God's.
Meg,
like you should leave it up. You should leave it up to.
So
you should leave it up
it's
to
a
God's.
principled religious book.
I love being lectured about this stuff by a man.
Oh, are you gonna now make the I don't have a uterus, I can't make this argument claim? So are you
No, I'm gonna say
No, man, because that's a bullshit argument, and that's not gonna work. Because we're gonna apply transatlantic chattel slavery. We're gonna apply transatlantic chattel slavery and say, did the Quakers and the abolitionists have the right to defend black people and be opposed to it even though they weren't slave owners? Like, that's a fucking fallacious bullshit argument. You can't make that argument. It's not going to work out well. I mean, you can.
What I'm saying is that if men could get pregnant, then we would have seen contraceptives a long time ago.
We do. We see fucking condoms saying guys don't want to get girls pregnant.
No.
As in
like thousands of years ago, we would have seen.
Yeah, we've had lambskin condoms
I don't
for
want
a
to
long
go
time.
through this childbirth.
Meg, why is everything for women? Birth control is women.
Yeah, we had birth control. It used to be called pulling out.
No, I know that, but what I'm saying is that why is it all these things are done to women's bodies, right? The only thing
You're the only one that can get pregnant.
Why is there
We're just saying
nothing
don't kill our babies.
No, why is there nothing invented, right, that actually is put in some pill or some manual that makes them shoot blanks or do like? Come on, it could be.
We already have that.
We actually have.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, sorry, I'm not.
Vasectomies.
We have that. The problem is it also kills the rest of your testosterone. So it basically turns you less of a man.
But this
that's called vasectomies. They're not foolproof.
Right, but everything is like on women, like the birth control stuff, the abortion stuff, the
No, it's not. That's what I was saying. Like, I have sons. When my sons get older, I'm going to have the same conversation that I'm going to have with my daughter. I'm not hypocritical in like my ideals. I'm not going to be like, listen, daughter, don't go out there and get fucked by a bunch of guys because you'll get pregnant, and then tell my sons like you have to conquer all these women and like have as many bodies as you can. Like, no, I think it's fucking hypocritical when people do that type of shit.
No. I agree 100%. That's why I said.
I mean, I've been with a lot of women in my life, and I regret all of it. And if I could go back and change it all and start over again, I would have met my wife when I was, when we were both of legal age and stuff like that, when we would have got married and been together ourselves, just the two of us. But I mean, every other time that I've had sex and stuff like that, it was fulfilling and gratifying at the moment. But after the fact and stuff like that, it wasn't as gratifying as it is between a marriage. I mean, or at least like a committed relationship, even if you don't want to call it a marriage.
See, I don't think that people should. I don't think that people should even have sex till they're at least, like late 20s, and they can prove.
Yeah, I agree.
To even handle it, the emotional.
I think it's crazy that 10% of all pornography.
And I don't think that people should even be allowed to reproduce unless they can actually they can take care of the child.
Meg, you want to hear a really?
It's like rent. It's like rent. You have to prove you have the income. You have to prove you have the continuous income. You have to prove you have the adult skills. I mean, we're letting anyone and everyone pop out a baby. Seriously,
I have to modify the number for 2025.
You shouldn't be having sex until you're emotionally mature enough to handle the after effects and the breakups and all that stuff.
What's wrong with that?
You shouldn't be having children until you can plan for it financially, like an investment, like you're buying a house. Invest in this. This is how much this. This is how much it is. Exactly.
What's wrong with that work?
Exactly.
So I have to modify this statement because initially when I first heard this about 10 years ago, the number was that 10% of all pornography is viewed by children under the age of 10 and under. But I just recently looked it up, and it's something like 18% of all pornography is viewed by kids 10 and under, which is fucking wild.
Sabine, what were you saying?
I have no idea what that would say.
Sexualization of children. The idea that we push this upon our youth and stuff like that, and that's why kids are fucking.
Yeah, but I think like okay for you, the mod. I forgot. I didn't know your name. Sorry.
Rich.
Colette? Rich.
Yeah, Colette's
so, like
conjunction.
Rich. Yeah, like this is why when I started about the abortion thing, I wasn't talking about people's past, right? Because I don't like shaming people's past, right? So you saying I did this in the past and like I want to change it in the future is what I'm talking about. And you saying I'm going to tell my children in the future this is all I was trying to promote, which is informal education, right? Because they're not going to do it in schools. We need to just learn how to educate people better, right? Because Meg,
They do it in schools, Sabina.
a little bit. They do, I know, but you look at the music we're listening to now.
But they also teach. They also teach sexual positions and play and different fetishes around the country and shit to like middle schoolers, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and so my thing is that our bodies are very, very precious, right? We don't let anyone just walk into our home. Yeah, women will be and men will be allowed. Will like jump into any stranger they meet on a dating app. That could be anyone, okay? And you'll just let anyone.
That's a weak argument, Sabina. Because the argument that they'll make back is like, hey, what if I just want to leave the door open and invite everybody into my house? I'm totally cool.
I know, but they don't do that. Let's be serious.
I mean, some people do.
But for me, I just want better. Sorry, go ahead.
We can all establish, Rich, we've already established there are a bunch of idiots out there that leave their door open. There's probably people who literally leave their door open at night, unlocked, wide open. There literally are people who do that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Megan, there's a lot of 18-year-old dumb girls that think that it's not a baby in the womb and go and kill their baby and probably regret it later in life.
No, actually, I've actually met people who have deeply regretted it, and the only reason they've done it is because they knew that they couldn't take care of it. So, what you're doing is you're not even making the argument. What you're doing is you're making the argument that women have no autonomy over their wombs. So yes, you're saying that don't kill the baby. So
that's different than saying probably autonomy.
When it's been fully cooked, like that cake analogy,
do you believe it's not a baby in the womb or no? Like
when it's been fully cooked and you could slam it against the wall and it stays solid, then it's a baby or then it's a cake.
Do you believe it's not a unique DNA makeup of something that's never existed before, a baby? I mean, do you believe that the term, the definition for the word fetus is a small baby mammal human? I mean, do you believe it's a baby or not?
It's a potential of some sort of.
By the way, generally, we never call it baby until it's outside of the womb. Like this is such a religious weird
dehumanizes it. We used to never call. I mean, we used to not call Jews humans either, or blacks. We used to never call black people human either.
Hold on, Rich.
Whoa.
Fetus.
That is not comparison.
That's where you draw the line, Meg, and saying that we didn't used to consider black people humans.
All right, this is a very different argument, Rich.
It's the same exact argument.
No, neither of us. No, we're not having this conversation. I'm not black. I am not going there.
No, I mean, so you're saying that you can't stand against the oppression and the oppression of black people and stuff like that?
I'm saying that those are two very, very different things. And I'm white. I'm not qualified. And if you're white, you're.
So would you have made that argument in 1864 that you should have stayed out of the conversation? Because here's my argument. Like, I personally believe when we pack the courts in the United States and we abolish slavery eventually, I think that 50 years from now, people are going to look back and they're going to say, would you say the same thing about, abortion on the next subject, the same way that we did after 1865, when we would question people who would say, well, I'm not black and I didn't own any slaves, so I should have just stayed out of the conversation.
No, see, slavery was never legal because other people don't own other people, meaning other people don't own a woman who's pregnant to tell her what she can and cannot do. You don't own people to tell them what they can and cannot do.
I'm just going to go out on a limb and say I think that you should revisit history because the people definitely owned other people.
Oh no, they did, and that's absolutely wrong, and that's where my argument comes from.
I'm already past the point of abolition of the abolishment of for in my mind I'm already past where we should be, and everybody else is just the majority of people are already still behind, and they're still like, oh well, I mean, it's not technically a person, it's it's an animal, it's a piece of property, it's livestock, that's all black people are. It's not really a baby, it's just a clump of cells, it's the zygote. Once it reaches a certain level, then maybe it can be considered a baby. But for now, I don't consider it to be like a living creature and stuff. So
it is part of the woman's body when it can breathe on its own and live on its own. Yes, it's a human baby. And
wait, so do you draw the line when viability then?
Yes.
So after the point of viability, then abortion should be illegal? I knew you were going to say that. Look at you.
No, I'm never going to force someone to carry through.
You're saying if it's viable, then it's a life. But then you're like, hey, but if a woman still wants to get, like, what's stopping you from?
Okay, how's this? All right, hold on.
What's stopping you from saying that if a person wants to kill their 3-year-old, why shouldn't they? I mean, it's solely dependent on them.
So, Rich, those girls who were kidnapped in Gaza, let's pretend that one of them had come back 8 months pregnant, and she didn't want the child, didn't want it at all, was causing her significant distress. Would you force her to carry her rapist child?
Yeah, I would force. I would force her not to kill her baby. That's all.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Even though she'd undergone.
Because she was raped.
Torture.
Wait, because she was raped. We should now kill the baby.
So you're making her carry that trauma of the Hamas terrorist rape.
I'm stopping her from killing her baby.
His point is very clear. Like
that's a very half-baked.
What is it? You just said that if the baby is viable after, say, like 19 weeks, then it's considered a human. But then you also, out of the other end of your fucking body, your fucking ass, you say, oh, well, I'm still not going to force a woman to, like, carry the pregnancy and, like, not murder her baby. Like, you consider it a baby at, like, 19 weeks or 18 weeks, whatever, like, viability is. But then you're like, oh, well, but I'm still going to be okay if, like, the woman wants to now kill the viable baby that's I consider now a human.
Isn't it like 30 weeks or something?
No, it's like 18 or 19 weeks now.
Slowly, like medical science.
Yeah, and when it gets down to 6 weeks, then you won't be able to say anything past 6 weeks.
The interesting thing is actually when it turns out that we can completely synthesize a human baby. And then the argument for religious people will become very interesting. Like, if it's still a real human baby.
Why not just do IVF?
If it's a man.
Why not just do IVF? It's just.
My only argument against in vitro fertilization is that the ideal that they eliminate other babies that are formed. So through IVF and stuff like that, they'll create like 10 babies or 50 babies, and then they'll use one, and then they dispose of the others, or they freeze them.
Yeah. So I think you should go.
If you can take Here's the thing. If science gets to the point where you can take one egg and one sperm, place it together, put it in a medical laboratory womb, and it can sit there in a petri dish, and then you're only using the only argument that Christians have against IVF or in vitro fertilization is that they use multiple babies that are already conceived, like in the.
You're breaking up on my end.
Putting the sperm together and creating a zygote, and then they dispose of it. Did you hear me or no?
No, you were in the. I heard you at zygote at the end.
Oh no, I said the only argument I've ever heard from Christians is over the ideal that they dispose of and or freeze the zygotes that are created, and they create multiples. I don't think any Christian really has an argument against like taking a sperm, putting it in one sperm and one egg, creating a baby.
I betcha that the argument will be God created man and woman to create children.
Oh yeah.
So children outside of a woman are evil and wrong and satanic.
Yeah, but check this out, Wobbling. Like I'm totally fine with conceding the ideal that if we can eliminate abortion and a woman who's unable to conceive a child and a doctor says I can take this one sperm and this one egg, place them together and create a baby, and then put it in an artificial womb, I would totally be okay with that. I don't see anything.
I get you. I think
also the argument
the IVF argument, like I said, is because they create like 50 different zygotes and then dispose of them.
You also get the argument that God doesn't want you to have a child.
Maybe. I mean, maybe he doesn't, but he gave me 3.
Yep. Well, if the IVF for people who can't conceive, they do IVF. Maybe God doesn't want them to have a child.
Maybe God created people who are intelligent and scientific researchers and stuff like that that were able to do that. As long as you're not killing a baby, I don't have a problem with it.
See, that's where that's where it's not so black and white and so fucking simple, dude.
But Meg, can I ask you something? Do you understand Rich's position?
Yeah, I don't even have a problem with like crisping. Like I don't even have a problem with like the idea of like manipulating genes and stuff like that to, or DNA to like create people with less, problematic issues like Down syndrome or something. I don't have an issue with that. I mean, because we live in a fallen world and a fallen creation. So, I mean, like, if somebody comes along and says, hey, I can cure cancer, I'm not going to be like, oh, well, don't cure cancer because God's going to take care of it. Like, God gave us the ability to, like, do these things to cure ourselves and take care of ourselves and heal each other. So, I mean, if a scientist can come along and say, hey, there's going to be no harm to a person and nobody's going to die, but we're going to, like, gene manipulate your genes of your baby and not allow him to have Down syndrome and stuff like that, I'm totally fine with that.
Of course.
As long as it doesn't involve like killing 50 babies at the same time, like IVF.
Designer babies already exist.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with it. I don't have a problem with that.
Yes, exactly. Good. Yes, we agree on that. Absolutely.
Meg, do you understand his position?
Oh, you understand his position well enough. I've heard it many times.
Because, okay.
Yeah, I don't even care if
Can I ask you? I ask you sincerely. Can you tell me what his position is? What do you think his position is?
His position is as soon as a sperm and egg meet, there's a strike of life, and it's a
that's
human entity. Yeah, and therefore it's a human life that should be kept, because it then becomes a human whatever it is.
Rich, one of my arguments against your thing is, like, I understand why you would have that idea or rule for a girl who's religious and who believes in the ideals that you have, but many girls and women don't. Why do you like? How can you place that over on them?
Yeah, I got the answer for that. I consider myself a sheepdog. I consider every man in my family to be a sheepdog, protectors of flocks, regardless if the flock wants to go off and stick its head down. If a lamb wants to stick its head down into the water and absorb all the water into its wool and then drown itself, I believe that I should be down there either like the shepherd or the sheepdog to protect them from the ravenous wolves and also protect them from themselves. So I mean, like my whole goal is just to protect life. Absent that, I could care less what people do. If people want to have gay gangbang orgies with freaking trannies and stuff, I could care less. As long as it's not involved like murdering a baby.
You're completely contradicting free will.
No.
Yes.
No, I'm not.
Because
but Meg, you have to understand. Meg, you have to understand hold on, Meg. You have to understand. Okay, you're strawmanning my argument because you don't understand my framework. I'm a compatibilist.
Yes.
What's a compatibilist, Meg? Can you elaborate?
Yeah, no, you're an incompatibilist.
No, I said I'm a compatibilist. I said you laughed and says yes. I said, can you explain what compatibilism is within the structure of a theistic worldview?
I thought you said you were incompatible.
Oh, I thought you said compatibilist. No. I said compatibilist.
Completely congruent.
I thought you said incompatible.
compatibilist.
I think your arguments.
Sorry, I thought you were being snarky or facetious at the end. Sorry, but yeah, I'm a
No, I think
compatibilist.
your arguments are very incompatible with reality.
Okay, so if I'm a compatibilist, what would that mean to you?
Sorry, are you asking her for the definition?
I'm asking if she knows what a compatibilist is, so I can continue.
Well, I don't. Could you explain?
The ideal that God interacts with his own creation because he's a theistic God. He also plans everything, but at the same time, we also have free will. So you have Calvinism, and you have Arminianism, and you have
because the boss says so.
Yeah, well, I have free will. I have free will, even though God knows everything that's going to happen, and God causes everything to happen. But He doesn't cause my individual actions in the sense of like limiting my own free will.
Yeah. So you have free will because the boss says so.
Exactly.
So you don't have free will.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. But to me, it sounds totalitarian. And I think the argument to say, well, I'm a sheepdog and I will protect any lamb against the wolves, I think you are the wolf to those people who disagree with you. And I think it's almost a silly argument to say, because I want to protect
if the lamb wants to run into the mouth of the...
Good.
Like if the lamb can understand the ideal of like life and death, and the lamb decides that it wants to run into the mouth of the wolf, I mean, that's its own decision. But if the lamb then says, "Hey, I want to murder my baby in the womb who doesn't have the ability to protect itself," or if the lamb wants to nudge its baby, if the lamb wants to nudge its baby over to the wolf just because it wants to like save itself or something, then I'm gonna have a problem with that. And I'm going to kill the wolf if I have to. And the wolf is the abortion.
That's the.
What you're doing is you're going against.
I'm totally fine with calling it a totalitarian, outlook. I'm okay with that as long as it saves lives.
Oh, fantastic! All right, well, sounds good. All right, yeah, I get. So basically, you're you
could call everything totalitarian if you. I mean, by your own logic, you could call democracy a totalitarian, governmental force or something like. The ideal that people want to like vote in like a constitutional republic or live in a society, and if one person doesn't want to, then they just consider it a totalitarian, authority, like the anarchist would. I mean,
I'm sure someone can come up with tyranny of the majority and come up with something that makes.
Yeah, I mean, anarchists make this argument too.
Yes. So now what you're doing is you're taking free will away from a grown human female.
No.
Who knows? No, you're yes. That's
well, I mean, if we're gonna have if you want to use it in the sense of like, if you want to use it in the sense like we have a society and we have like societal rules and stuff like that, then yes, yeah, absolutely.
We have free will.
Yeah, but you also have free will to own another person too. Why not? Like the pre-1865 argument keeps coming back up because it applies here. Like, who the fuck are you to stop like another person from wanting to like, own property? Like, they don't consider it a human being. So like, who the fuck are you to come along and be like, hey, that's actually a human person with like individual rights and stuff like that, and inalienable rights, God-given rights. It's actually an African-American person, and you're like, the other person's like, no, it's just a fucking piece of property. It's like no different than a hammer or like a cow or a rabbit. Like, I can do whatever the fuck I want with my property. If I want to get out of my car right now and dump gasoline all over my car and light it on fire, who the fuck are you to say anything?
It's if your car is alive, like
yeah, I agree. The baby is alive. That's my entirety of my argument.
No, your car is
you just don't agree.
Object.
You don't agree, just like you don't agree, just like the slave owner. He doesn't agree that it's a person. He doesn't agree it's a human.
No, people.
Yeah, three-fifths compromise.
Living and breathing. People who are outside the womb. They are people.
I mean, it's living and has brain activity and is breathing amniotic fluid. Like, what are you talking about?
So
you talking about it like if the umbilical cord gets ruptured, or if the umbilical cord gets ruptured or gets kinked up, the baby dies inside. It's breathing.
Exactly. It's breathing.
Exactly.
The mother's liquids. Yes.
Just because it's breathing fluid and not oxygen. You know, 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen, you know, like water, you know, like an actual amniotic fluid going through its, you know, umbilical cord and allowing for it to breathe amniotic fluid. I mean, just because it's not breathing oxygen, sorry, it doesn't make it less of it.
So we define murder as someone depriving someone of oxygen.
It's the unlawful taking of life.
And that's depriving them of oxygen. And
he's mentioning the legal definition.
Yeah.
Yes, the legal definition is if something with amniotic fluid dies, well, that was a miscarriage. Okay, if someone stops breathing, well, that's an emergency. That's either.
Yeah, but if you cut the umbilical cord, then you're murdering the baby. Wouldn't you agree?
No. Well, and when if it's no, when you do, the baby's already been born.
If I stab this black person, it's not murder. Pre-1865.
Wow.
It's just like it's no different than like breaking a chair or something, you know, like or like slaughtering your cow.
People and inanimate objects, there are no comparison.
Okay, a cow. Okay, let's not use a chair. Let's use a cow. If I take my cow out, split its throat, and butcher it up, is there any different than doing the same thing with a black person?
Yes.
I mean, there is after 1865. Pre-1865, there wasn't. If you wanted to go take your black slave and hang them in a tree or cut their throat, you could. And it would be no different. It would be no different than like cutting the head off a chicken.
Yeah,
I agree. And I'm past the abolition of slavery, and I'm looking back at you, and you're saying it's okay to kill black people, and I'm like, fuck no, it's not. And you're like, it's totally fine. Kill me. And I'm like, no, it's not. Like,
don't go there. I didn't.
Wobbling understands my position. I'm past the abolition of slavery, looking back at you, going, that's wrong. Or I'm like the Quaker at the time who wrote the letter in 1774 to the founding fathers that they wanted to abolish slavery. The founding fathers didn't listen, you know. But like the Quakers already knew at that time that it was wrong. And I'm one of the Quakers that's sitting here telling you, hey, that's a baby. And you're like, no, it's not a fucking baby. I'll do whatever I want with my body. I'll do whatever I want with my property. like a pre-1865 slave owner. Like, this is wild to me.
No, the fetus is not property. It is part of the woman's body.
No, this is his point. This is his point.
Property are inanimate objects, not humans. Black people are not property.
No,
I agree. They aren't today.
His point is
they never were.
A fetus is a human being to him, a complete human being. And perhaps you could argue at the earliest moments of cells, but I think that to him, conception, as soon as it happens, it is a viable or close to viable human being, and therefore is worthy of human respect. And anything that deters that is murder to him. And so it's a moral issue. He's raising a very valid moral point that many religious people say, like, it is actually a sacred life to me. And to hear how people think otherwise of that, to them is like horrible, because they're like, you're taking away the humanity, which is also like the baby argument. Am I right?
I mean, it's the same. Well, wobbling, it's the same argument that Hitler and the Nazis made against my people and killed 6 million of us, because they're like, listen, I know it looks like a person, I know it talks like a person, it acts like a person, but it's actually a Jew. It's actually a rat, and we should exterminate these rats. Like, you know, I'm the equivalent of the German standing there, who's not like an equivalent of a German standing in the time of the Third Reich, going, hey, that's a person, those are people.
Rich, can I ask you an argument? And it's a sincere question. And I hope that you're willing to play ball.
Absolutely.
Do you understand that to a girl who has been raped, that to her having that baby or having
absolutely abhorrent and terrible, yes,
Yeah.
I totally concede that.
Like, and do you understand that?
See that? You can't see that.
I
Don't
understand.
say that. Don't say that. No,
Wobbly, I
you
totally
can't.
understand
You
the argument.
cannot understand. You
I know,
cannot
Meg,
understand.
stop trauma
the
dumping, stop
great
projecting. We don't need this shit right now. Like, seriously.
Yes.
If you can't,
guess what?
if you
I'm
can't,
not trauma
listen,
dumping.
you are. It's clear and obvious that you're projecting your own issues. I'm not trying to get involved in your own shit.
Actually, guess what? I've never been raped. I've never had sex, actually. I've never been raped. Not even close. So
I don't know why you seem like you were projecting and trauma dumping, but
because I am kind of, I'm thinking of people who I know.
Yeah, and it's terrible. I've known plenty of women that have been raped, and it's abhorrent and terrible, and it's absolutely disgusting. And that person should be buried under the fucking prison. Like, I'm not juxtaposed to like the ideal of like, you know, and this is where Wobbling thinks he's going to get me also. But I'm not opposed to the ideal of like, you know, what the fuck's the word? I'm like drawing a blank because I got distracted. That sentence. What's the other word for it? Shit. Capital punishment. Yeah, capital punishment. Like, I'm not opposed to capital punishment because that person has the ability to choose right and wrong. That person had the ability to make their own decisions. My argument is that it is a fucking baby in the womb who is deserving of life and shouldn't be murdered. And it absolutely sucks and is abhorrent and disgusting when a woman is raped. I just don't think that killing the baby is going to fix that. And I know that it sucks that the woman's going to have to endure the pregnancy and have to think about all that stuff. But if she wants the baby immediately moved from her vicinity and never around her ever again, I'm totally fine with that. Like, adopt the baby out. And people say, well, what about the adoption? You know, like, I think it's abhorrent and disgusting as well that our government has it structured in a way that people have to pay on average $50,000 to adopt a baby. I think that if we want to encourage adoption, we should give babies away for free in that sense. We still do all the background checks and all that kind of shit and do every verification that we already currently do. And even if it takes time, I'm totally fine with that. But we should either give them away for free or pay people. Like, I mean, not incentivize, like, in the ideal of, like, paying them, like, here's 10 grand to take a baby, because that can have negative implications. But the idea, like, you know, we'll give you SNAP benefits for like a year or whatever. I don't give a shit. As long as we get the baby out to like a good household and whatever criteria we have to use for that, I'm fine. But my cousin adopted a baby. They have 5 kids. They adopted a 6th child who was from a drug-addicted parents. The mother overdosed. The dad was in and out of incarceration and stuff like that. He eventually relapsed on narcotics and stuff, and then they were given full custody. But the total process was like 50 grand. I think that's fucking ridiculous.
Do I also understand correctly that if there were a procedure whereby it is, forgive me for using the same words, but it is aborted from the mother body, but then taken into like an IV, an ICU situation, so the child can be, or the fetus can grow to term outside of the body of the mother, you would be comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
It's just the life of
it's the ending of the life. That's it.
Because that would actually be an interesting solution, whereby the mother would not have to carry the baby to term, and at the same time, the life of the baby or the infant would be preserved.
Yeah, if they hit 18, 19 weeks and the girl says, I don't want this baby, then if they can sustain it on life support and stuff like that until it develops into 40 weeks, and then the baby can be adopted out to somebody like myself that would literally, if I had the financial means, I would adopt every fucking kid out there and raise every one of them with the same moral character that I have.
You really try to be a good man, am I correct?
Absolutely. I stopped working in the petroleum, making $150,000 a year, you know, to go and be home with my kids every day to make a lot less money just so I could be there to try to nurture and develop, you know, them at a young age.
Be present.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, good for you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I can.
I mean, I had a girl during COVID. I had started doing Uber when I got laid off from the petroleum. And there was a girl, my dad called me up and he said, hey man, there's a girl that, because my dad's retired, but he does Uber during like events and stuff. And he had picked this girl up and she said that she had a bad experience with Uber. And so my dad started driving her and then he became friends with the girl. Her name was Jessica. And she came out about 2 o'clock in the morning from a nightclub and she was blackout drunk. And she said she remembers getting in the car with an African-American older man in his 50s. And then she remembers waking up the next morning and being sore in his bed. And she ended up being pregnant. And I started driving her. And she's like, I'm against abortion. I don't think I could ever do that. You know, she's like, it's a woman's right to do whatever they want, but I couldn't go through it with myself. And I told her straight up, she kept drinking and smoking and all that kind of stuff, marijuana. And I told her straight up, before she even had before I even had a chance to call my wife and like run it past my wife, but I know how my wife is. She's from the Philippines. She's very conservative. She doesn't believe in abortion or divorce, any of that stuff. She doesn't even believe in separation of parents. She believes if you're not fucking happy, just stick it out for the kids. You know, and that you made a commitment before God. And I'm totally cool with that because I'm the same way. My parents have been together since they were 16. They're 62 years old. So I without even conversing with my wife, I immediately turned around to the girl in the car and I said, before you give that baby up for adoption, call me. I will go down and sign the birth certificate as if I'm the father, and I will take full legal custody of the child. And you can be present every day in that child's life. And if you get to the age where the child's 12, 13 years old, says, hey, clearly I'm half black and half white, my dad is Jewish and my mom's Filipino, obviously I'm not your all's fucking biological kid or something happened here. And I told her, I said, sorry, let's make a cigarette. And I told her, I said, you know, even if then the child says, hey, who's my actual biological parents? I would never in a fucking million years, even till the child died, I would never tell them that they're a product of rape. I think that's so fucking terrible and horrific to be like, yeah, your mom was drunk at 2 a.m. and got raped by a fucking black Uber driver. Like, it's fucking disgusting. I would never tell a child that. I think it's disgusting and child abuse when somebody tells them that they're a product of rape or any of this type of shit. But I would tell them, hey, if you want to truly know who your mom is, and if the mom's okay with it, then I can say, hey, Aunt Jessica, who's been in your entire life and been here every day, present, hanging out, your Auntie Jessica is actually your biological mother. And if you want to go live with that mother now, I'm totally fine with that.
I imagine you are being honorable there.
Yeah, and my wife, when I told her, she said that's absolutely fine. She said if she ended up miscarrying because of the drinking and stuff. But had she not miscarried, I would have 100% went down there and signed on the birth certificate. And even if she, after the fact, said, I'm going to keep the baby and I'm going to sue you for child support, then I would pay child support to help them. I don't care. I mean, it's just the way I was raised. Even when my parents were atheists and when I wasn't a God believer, we still had these same views. Like, I never heard my parents justify even through rape or incest and stuff like that. And maybe I'm indoctrinated, maybe it's so, but I just think that morally it's wrong to like hit them.
We're all indoctrinated, just
of course.
Doctrines, obviously. Yep. I mean, you're well aware.
Yeah, I mean, my dad was one of the YOLO atheists. He was never one of the rage against the Christians and stuff like that, or the Jews. You know, he was raised in a secular household. People would tell him about God or Hashem or Jesus, and he'd be like, yeah, it's cool, bro. You do you. You know, I'm just going to do me.
Can you take that same stance with a woman who's pregnant and let her make her own choices?
I can't hear you.
Oh, she said, do I take that same stance with a woman's pregnancy? No.
Why can't you take that same stance with a woman who's grown and let her?
I've already stated that if a person wants to go out and have gangbang orgies, I'm fine with whatever they want to do. I just draw the line.
I'm not even talking about gangbang orgies.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm okay with anything up to the taking of an innocent life, of terminating a child in the womb.
I'm not okay with taking life, so I'm actually not pro-death penalty. I'm anti-death penalty.
Meg, can I ask you that if there is that technical solution of like the fetus is taken out of the womb of the mother and is placed into an ICU or something and then brought to term outside of the body of the mother, would that solve the issue for you from the perception of the mother?
There would probably be a lot of women that would be okay with that, but they probably just want to get it out of them.
Yeah, exactly.
What if it was the law, though? What if it was the law, Wobbling? That should be the question to her. Like, what if the law changed tomorrow and we said, hey, a child is viable after 18, 19 weeks, and you're not allowed to have abortions. But if you want to get rid of the baby and you don't want the baby after the 19th week, we can surgically remove the baby, and then the baby can be viable after that. Would you be okay with that, Meg?
If science can do that, then go for it.
Oh, cool. We made room. I made progress.
Yeah. And it's also, it does beg the question, and I think that's also from the point of babies. I know that orphans are extremely vulnerable, particularly girl orphans, like everybody, physically, emotionally, and mentally. And I do like the idea that if a child is brought into the world, that we have physical and emotional and mental support, not just either of the three.
Yep.
Not just any of them, just all of them. And I think that that's where social health care is a big thing that I don't see much of in the States. And I think that there should be something better than that.
I would pay increased taxes and give everybody free health care if we would end abortions tomorrow.
I would pay higher taxes to give everyone free health care.
You're certainly principled.
For no reason, just because it's the right thing to do.
Say again? Sorry, I miss you.
I would have to pay higher taxes and give everyone free health care because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, sounds very social.
Because economic place shouldn't dictate everything in your life, like healthcare, education.
Would you be okay with taking my position if we voted that into law, that we'll give everybody free health care if they agree to the terms of the 19 weeks where we remove the baby?
You're not going to get anyone to agree on free health care. Good thinking.
I'm saying we'll give free health care.
Yeah, awesome. But
it takes more than it takes. No, I'm saying this is a plan. This is a plan that you're going to have a hell of a time putting out through a bill, because it takes more than just health care to raise a child. You have to have parents. You have to have a system. You have to have financial. You have to have educational. We're talking about a whole infrastructure that needs to be built. So let the elected officials go with that. But if you want to write the bill and figure that out, knock yourself out, dude.
I imagine that there's actually quite a few Christians and also, forgive me the term, neo-Christians that are now rising in the United States that would be pretty up for that, right? For raising kids that have been, it's a weird thing to say, but kids that have been aborted.
Actually, not necessarily. If there was, there'd be a lot more adoptions. A lot of people want their own biological children and don't want children who are dubious parentage, who knows their health history, who knows they could be junkies. And a lot of them come from a junkie background. I know plenty of people who do not want to adopt a child who has a dubious background like that.
No, I know there are many who won't, sure, but I don't doubt that.
There are many people who want their own biological children. They want their own biological children so they can joke about whose eyes they have or whose, whatever the cheekbones they have. They want their own biological children.
No, sure, which makes complete sense.
Yes. But so what? What's to be done? With all of these?
Meg, the majority of people who actually adopt actually already currently have children, right?
Yeah, often they do have some. Well, it's both. They'll adopt and they'll also sometimes have one or two. But
it's not like somebody that can't have kids. That's not the majority of people adopting. That's what I'm saying.
Majority of people want their own biological child, so they can joke about whose nose they have and all that kind of stuff.
It actually shouldn't be all that difficult to surgically remove the relatively small part of tissue and see if you can get that in an incubation system.
Fantastic. Okay, so go for it.
I'm not sure. Technically, it's not easy.
Wobbling over to my side.
I don't know if technology is that far, and also what institutions you build for that. But so the goal. See, the thing that I have is that if the woman does not want to carry that fetus, then she should not carry it. Okay, if you have an alternative,
you can take
it out of her. And then you can
she's wobbling. She cares more for the big human than the small human.
I I can't.
But do you understand that she's also heartful towards that human?
Yeah, as long as it's taken out of the woman doesn't want the thing inside her, the child then doesn't want any of that pregnancy.
But if you call it the thing inside of her, that's abrasive to people with the moral idea of it is all right.
I know. That was just for Rich. Rich, that was just.
No, but wobbling, I think during the progression of this conversation, it's moved a little towards my side.
No, Rich, that comment about the thing inside Peter was made specifically for you. Was made specifically for you.
I would like to say that in earlier times I was vehemently against the religious point of view, but I'm a little older, and I also noticed that what I think and what I would like to see is good people making good decisions for the right reasons. And although I don't like the harassment of girls who are pregnant and who are in that emotional state, and then they see people chanting outside of an abortion clinic, that is just very odd, like very silly to me. But I've become more sensitive, and I think I've understood it better, to people who think that life is given by God. It is sacred. And if you say that every life is sacred when, life is at conception, then yeah, I think that you mean really, really, really well. They don't mean that in a mean-spirited way. They mean it in the best way. And and in that sense, I'm like, if there is a technical solution where you could have both, then I think we get the best of both worlds. Because I'm also, like, my argument against your earlier way of speaking, which is that it sounds fucking heartless to the girl.
Oh yeah, I agree. But it's all about heart. That's all it's all about.
And exactly. So I think that's where we can meet as human beings in a far better way. And if you say, hey, if there are seriously more people like you who say, I would be willing to take care of that child, and the example of Auntie Jessica is on point. Like, yeah, look, we're not bad people here. Neither on the pro-life nor on the pro-choice thing. I don't think they intend meanly or poorly. Do you understand my point? Yeah, I think you do.
All right. Well, Rich just dropped out of the screen for me.
I don't know. I'm here. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Nice to meet you, Meg.
Yes, same. I know. So, I guess the conversation got way far away from the one that's posted. Oh, that was posted by Samson. Okay, he's not here. All right, that's why. Huh. More staging recovery of remains of hostage. Yeah, those are always interesting. Oh, I guess he just decided to dip out.
Rich, yeah, I'm not sure where he is. I'm not sure how that went. I didn't think he was ready, but maybe he was. Maybe he just finished the cigarette.
Okay. Well, we came to awesome. So we solved a problem. An issue in the world. How's that? So, fetus gets to come out of the woman, can go into a little incubator, can be grown in an incubator, then can be given to a infrastructure, orphanage, whatever, can be adopted out. All right, let's go for that. Awesome. Let's get the science up to date with that. Let's get the funding up to date with that. Awesome. Go for it.
We are on the verge, on the precipice, indeed, of having an abundant society. We used to have scarcity, and now through AI and robotization, we will soon have an abundance. And there may be many opportunities.
We have an abundance of everything, at least in the West.
Fundamentally, everywhere. Like, there's not a lack of resources or food.
In the West, in first world developed countries, in developing countries that are fraught with war and torn apart by war, they do not have everything.
I like to think that the robots that will give us abundance will be able to easily give the whole world abundance. Probably certainly the first world.
The robots will be able to go over to developing countries where they don't even have a.
Oh, sorry, my phone died. Yeah, wobbling. I wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying. The sentiment that I don't think that the people are ill intent in their beliefs. I just, at the same time, I think that, I'm trying to think of like a comparison, but, for example, I don't think that all the people that were complicit with like the killing of 6 million Jews, the German population, were ill intent when they allowed the Nazis to murder 6 million babies. I do think that the Nazis were disgusting, but at the same
apathy and wanting to stay out of things is a significant percentage of the reason why.
Yes, I mean, I don't believe that the people who are ill intent that agreed with the Nazi Party and voted them in, even though it was only 38%. But at the same time, I do think that they're still complicit because they allowed it to happen, and that's why they were shown the death camps and stuff like that. And people came out crying and screaming. And I hope that someday, when abortion's overturned and our society deems it to be like a disgusting thing, we can have in our history books about the time that we killed 64 million babies and how disgusting it was. The same that when we did with 6 million Jews or 77 million people around the world through World War II, or the millions of African American Africans that were brought over through transatlantic chattel slavery. We can look back on it as I'm already currently doing and say that's fucking disgusting. And I hope the majority of the population, and we'll still have some outliers that have been like, oh well, black people technically are subhuman, and the Jews are subhuman, and we'll still have those outliers. But I think the majority of the population in the future will look back and say that's disgusting that we allow people to kill babies.
So you're saying that in the future, people will look back at the Holocaust and say, "Oh wow, that's just as terrible as people who are getting abortions."
64 million babies dead. Yeah, I think someday people are going to look back on that the same way they do now about slavery.
I think slavery and the Holocaust have there's nothing that except slavery and the Holocaust that beat that as far as disgusting, immoral, fucked up, and wrong.
Killing innocent babies in the womb.
His point is life is sacred.
It's like living, breathing human people have firing synapses and brain activity, and cells that are replicating, and breathing amniotic fluid. Like, yes, I wholeheartedly agree that is going to be one of the most disgusting things that we're going to look back in our history.
Can I?
No, I know it's not going to be worse.
No, I understand that you think that way, but most people thought that way pre-1865.
You love that.
I do, because the woke liberal
65 mentioned so often.
Oh, bro, the woke leftists, they love defending the rights for people for transatlantic chattel slavery and the abhorrent, disgusting behavior of white Americans and stuff like that, but they can't apply it to like babies being murdered innocently in the womb.
Yeah, I hear your point. Yeah, I know, but I like to think that ideally, how do I say this? Ideally, we understand that we're all hypocritical, just at a different level.
Correct.
And it's not that, and this is the thing with either woke leftists, but also extreme religionists. It's like, if you think that you are the only one who has it right, then you're probably wrong.
No, like I said, I'm willing to concede common ground in the ideal of there's probably a lot of Christians that would argue with me about the ideal of taking a baby out of the womb at 19 weeks and put them in a high-speed or NICU.
You can't make anybody happy.
I love that quote. We're all just a little hypocritical.
Sure.
Some of us more than others, though.
You know what? That sounds just like, what is it? There is a musical on Broadway, Like we're all just a little bit something. It was
Yeah,
like,
we're all just a little bit racist sometimes.
yeah. So we're all just a little bit hypocritical. Some people more than others. Yeah. No, I think we got a hit musical on our hands. Yep.
Rich, can I ask you about? I mentioned this earlier. I'm not sure if you were there, Meg, with regards to Steve Jenkinson wrote a book about Die Wise, and he points to the fact that many people are now, they're not living longer, they're dying later. And what used to be a deathbed of 2 or 3 days, at the outside 3 weeks, can now be turned into 3 years or even interminable, because we can keep people alive. When do you think, like, hey, now it's okay with my morals to let somebody die?
I'm of the opinion whatever humans, adults, want to do in the sense of their own body. I know Meg's going to try to latch on that, even though there's a separate human entity living inside the body. If a human at 93 years old who's terminally ill of cancer wants to kill himself, I mean, I'm opposed to it, but it's their decision, whatever they want to do.
Because in many countries, we should know that.
Meg, let's take that, Meg.
No, I'm not.
If we can converse with a baby and the woman, the baby says, "Hey, I have full cognition and the ability to determine and make their own decisions." Then
That's
yes,
not even
let the baby be
that's not even where I'm going. That's not even where I'm going. What I'm saying is, how about a 35-year-old who is a few weeks pregnant with a terrible terminal disease that will kill them at the same time as anything is viable?
Yeah, if the baby's 19 weeks old and we can remove the baby, then we'll remove the baby. If the baby's pre-19 weeks, then the baby has to die with the mother. Sorry. I'm intellectually consistent. You're not going to catch me up.
Just checking.
The Cowboys got.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like, this is.
You thought it through, right? Rich, you spent quite a bit of time thinking.
So what I do, I'll tell you what I do, Wobbling. I'll tell you what I actually do, Wobbling, is I take my arguments and I deconstruct them and then I reconstruct them to see if they actually go back together. And if they don't, then I throw them out or I modify them.
How did you go from atheism to theism?
The ideal. There's a multitude of reasons, but the ideal that I believe that that this all didn't just come by happenstance. I don't think that it was just belched out by parallel universes like they like to push with like string theory and quantum mechanics. I think that there is uniqueness in creation, and that there is a design, and if there's a design, then there's a designer. And then for like Christianity specifically, looking through like all the different manuscripts and texts and all the different theological arguments. And just a personal relationship.
Correctly, that you sufficiently agree with science to understand that, okay, the current universe is 13.8 billion years old, and the Earth is...
Yeah, you're not a young Earth creature. No, I'm not a young Earth creature. No, here's the thing, like, if God came down tomorrow and said, I created this all in a manner that it appears as it's 13.8 billion years old, and that it's actually only 10,000 or 12,000 years old, then I would concede that and go, okay, cool. Well, God created it in a way that he created it. I'm not going to argue with that.
But that's the thing. If God comes down tomorrow, then we have evidence.
Yeah, for the present time, I believe in an old Earth, yeah.
It's an interesting point. I don't completely agree with you, but does it really play ball with me? And there are some inconsistencies, but would it really matter if a God exists or not? If you want to lead a good life to the best of your ability and you hold the ideals that you hold, does it really matter whether he exists?
I mean, subjectively, yes. Subjectively, no. I believe that without absent God, there can be no objective morality and objective good and objective bad.
That's where the snags are.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I don't like the idea of the objective morality thing.
I know, because if you're not if you're not a God believer, and in essence, what I'm saying is that you're not objectively good.
I got you.
And that you are immoral, that we all are immoral.
But hold on. When you're not objectively good, you're saying you're amoral.
Correct. That is. So
if you don't believe in a God, you cannot be moral?
So no, I think we were talking about if God doesn't exist or if God does exist. So if God doesn't exist, then everything's just subjective.
Sure, but doesn't that mean? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't like the idea that the morality comes from.
You know what my best argument is for like the radical atheists who like Andrew R's rooms is what I always tell them. They say, "Can you prove God's existence?" And then I say, "No, I can't prove God's existence to you, nor can you disprove God's existence." And they said, "Can you show me God, or prove to me that God is true?" And I said, "The only way that I can prove to you that God is real is for you to take a .38 revolver, stuff it in your mouth, and pull the trigger, and you'll find out who's right."
Well, it's certainly in line with your style of discussing things.
It's the biggest one. If you ever want to defeat the atheists, whenever they want to make their moral arguments and stuff like that, and make their arguments against believers, is just go in the room and say that you're a spiritual deistic believer who doesn't base any of their religious beliefs on religiosity or any manuscripts. And they just crash out because they don't have any arguments for it. They're like, well, okay, he's saying that he believes in a deistic God that doesn't interact with his own creation. And at the crux of almost every hardcore radical atheist argument is that they're opposed to God's morality that he imposed upon the world. Hitler had like a famous quote.
Say the last part again.
Oh, at the crux of almost every radical atheist, I'm not just saying like atheists in general, like the ones that rail against Christians and Muslims and Jews every day, the crux of their actual argument is that they object to God's morality that he imposed upon the world. Gay marriage, abortion, traditional lives, and God telling you what to do. It's the big sky daddy it's the big sky daddy up in heaven telling you what to do and not to do. And that's really what they'll get into these big bullshit philosophical arguments, and I like to just push right past that and be like, let's get to the crux of your argument. You don't like that God says that two guys can't lay together and like fuck each other and get married and shit. And eventually they concede and say, yeah, that's really their only argument, is that Christians have legislative power within the United States and that they can impose their will of their theistic worldview upon others. And that's the crux of their argument.
Can I ask you then, how do you relate that to Islam, for example, where you have a similar?
Oh, I'm wholeheartedly against Islam. Yeah.
No,
I'm the radical atheist when it comes to Muslims.
No, more specifically, I'm like, you hold I understand, Christian idea of God. They have a other Abrahamic idea of God. Either is theistic. Either has different rules and different ideas. I would concede. So I would concede the ideal of a theistic belief, and I would concede the ideal of morality and stuff that's imposed, but not the Abrahamic claim. There's 43 people missing between Ishmael and Muhammad. But yeah, other than that, yeah, I agree. But I'm very much against Islam. I mean, because I've studied it. I wasn't necessarily against it until I actually studied their shit. My biggest argument against Islam is, and at the same time, it's probably pro-Christianity, is Christianity has wrestled itself away from the idea of slavery and has brought in, to a large extent, equality for men and women. And obviously, Islam does not have any separation between state and church.
Correct.
And that is completely abrasive to modern-day democracy.
And even then, I mean, like, slavery.
But you and I, hold on. But you and I both know that how the church would behave in previous.
Oh yeah, they're disgusting. I mean, the Holy Roman Catholic Church is disgusting and boring. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. So,
but this is also like, okay, can I put a little bit of fire on your shins? I think you're way more of a modern human thinker with many more humane ideas than religious ideas.
Oh no!
And I believe you when you say you're religious. I'm not disputing.
So no, I actually have explanations, and like I'm big into apologetics. So also, the ideal is that even within the structure and confines of Judaism, it's not applicable to modern day transatlantic child slavery. When it talks about slavery in the Tanakh, the Torah, the Nevi'im, and Ketuvim, which is the Torah, the laws, and prophets, Psalms and prophets, laws, prophets, and Psalms. And so within the confines of that, it's talking about like an indentured servitude in a sense of if a person say you have 5 kids and you have no food to feed your kids, and you have the ability to give up yourself and or your kids to you can't kill your slaves. If you are to kill your slaves, you either have to pay for it or you can be punished by death. The ideal that yes, you can beat your slaves, but you can also beat your children. Like you can beat the shit out of your kid, 50 or 100 years ago. As long as you didn't kill him, you're okay. I mean, we're totally okay with the ideal of like busting your kid's ass if they're getting out of line and not doing their chores. And the same thing applied with the slaves because they became part of the family. It's a lot different than transatlantic chattel slavery, and it's also different than Islamic slavery. Islamic slavery is where you go in and you conquer the neighboring people, you have sex with their women without giving a waiting period, without allowing them to become part of the tribe, without giving them the right to even protest, which if you even read in the scriptures, it says when they went in and they took the young women who were unwed or the women who were widowed, that their husbands had died, you were to cut their hair, shave their heads, clip their nails short, because that's the 2 beautiful things of a woman is the long nails and the long hair. The beauty of God is within a woman's hair or something. So you would shave their heads, you would change their clothes so they're not affiliated with that tribe anymore, and then you would give them 30 days of mourning so they can mourn their family members, and then you would offer to marry the women, and if they protested, you can't marry them. So you would say, hey, I really think you're beautiful. I know that you're a young virgin. You're 17, 16 years old, whatever. I'm 25 and I'm a farm and shit like that. I want to marry you. And if she says, no, you're disgusting, then you can't marry her. But if she says, yeah, I'll get married to you, then you can marry her. Like, I mean, you can't kill your slave. You have to allow for them 30 days of mourning. You have to strip them of their old culture, make them ugly so you don't find them attractive. And then even if they protest, you can't marry them. Like, I mean, it's a different era and different time and stuff like that. But, I mean, that's extremely humane in comparison with, just the secular people at that time and or Muslims. So, I mean, and there's nothing in the New Testament that promotes slavery other than slaves just honoring their masters.
And Jesus said, slave, listen to your master.
Yeah, honor your master.
That's cruel.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, a lot of dads are fucking cruel and assholes too.
Those documents are out of time. This is also the argument against Islam, as long as it holds that it's a perfect book and it's a perfect man. And but in
Islam it says, I think it's Surah 65, Ayah 4. It says that for the men who went into the neighboring town, they went in and there's 2 different hadiths on it. One hadith says, or one tafsir, the explanation says that the men had already had sex with these women and that their husbands were still alive and they were still married to them. And they were saying, hey, we already had sex with these women. Is that considered rape and adultery? And then the other group and the other telling of the story, they never had sex with the women, but they were holding their hands up saying, hey, I got this beautiful maiden and shit that I just kidnapped. She's married. We know her husband and her husband's still alive today. Is it okay if I have sex with her? And then Muhammad shows up the next day and says Allah told him that do not commit adultery except for those whom your right hand possesses, and all others are permissible as long as you pay the dowry. So he's saying, yes, if you go in and conquer a neighboring village and you capture them with your right hand, you can have sex with them, even if their husbands are still alive and they're still wed. Like, that's fucking crazy. Like, you're not allowed to do that in Judaism or Christianity.
But again, I hear what you say.
And even in Judaism, though, when a child comes of age and hits adulthood, so when they're 12, 13 years old and they're bar mitzvah and they come of age, you allow for them to have their own freedom again.
it's more like we know how horrifically difficult life was in previous times.
Yeah, people starved to death.
Right, and many religions are unifying stories, and they give these rules. My point is with any and all religions is if you don't adopt to a new world, then you're bound to get these weird things happening. And now we have this weird interaction. And Islam is
Well, Wobbly, let me ask you this question, like a thought experiment.
Sure.
If tomorrow the government said it was okay for people like myself, say I'm extremely wealthy, say I'm a 100 millionaire, and I have shit tons of property and farm and all that kind of shit, and the government says, yes, slavery is wrong, you're not allowed to own another person, but if people want to be contractually, which they can technically actually do this, if people want to be contractually obligated, they can go out and they can make an agreement with a homeless person or people that are impoverished living in inner cities. And I go to poor white kids and black kids and Hispanic kids living in south side of Chicago, and I say, hey, all of your families, you can come out and live on my farm. I'll build you houses, but the trade-off is you have to fucking work the farm and work the property, and we're all going to do it. We're all going to be out there fucking working everything together. But if the rules are, I'm going to treat you as if you're family and as if you're children, and if you don't fucking do the work, there's going to be repercussions, punishments, and maybe it's taking your Xbox away, maybe it's busting your ass with a belt or something like that. I'm not going to kill you, but like that would totally be acceptable morally, because then I'm going and like allowing people to come and I'm going to buy them fucking cars and houses and take care of them, and I'm not treating them like fucking animals like they did in transatlantic child slavery. And that's what the Jews were doing, family. And within the confines of Judaism, when a slave is considered family, even so as that a slave can end up marrying the slave master or vice versa. So like if a young guy who's 18 years old wants to marry your daughter, he's allowed to. It's not like translating child slavery where you'd be like, oh no, I gotta kill him now for like trying to have sex with my daughter. Like.
So the thought experiment is like, would I agree to?
Yeah, would you be okay with that
option? Of course.
Yeah, and you agree with the Tanakh?
I'm sorry.
You agree with the Old Testament and the way it was structured?
I wouldn't go so far as that, but it like I'll agree with the Old Testament if it's rational, and you just gave a good rational argument.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And put some clauses up there.
Yep.
And if the old documents are ways of people saying, hey, we've got some good knowledge, we want to impart that, there's certainly some good wisdom to be had. I just don't think you should take it as the letter in the law.
Oh yeah, I agree. But the problem is today.
And the concept, the thing that I notice with you is, I think that you want to be intellectually honest.
Yeah, but I've already thought all these arguments through. Like I've already thought these conversations through. And if I would have found that that's Tanakh, if I would have found the Old Testament said that, hey, you can rape your slaves and murder them, and it's still applicable today under the New Testament, New Covenant, under the New Covenant. If it's applicable today, then I wouldn't be a Christian. But it's not.
But this is the thing. In that sense, you are not much of a Christian.
What do you mean?
I think you believe in the higher ideal of what your religion brings you.
Well, I think it's ideals and informations that's given down to God. I think people have misconstrued and misinterpreted it intentionally and or unintentionally, but I think mostly intentionally. I think most people will say, oh, well, your Bible says that you can own slaves. You're no different than the slave masters in 1800s. And I'm like, no, like, have you read the Tanakh? Like, have you read the Old Testament and read the way it talks about treating your slaves? I mean, like, it's not even comparable. I mean, it's in essence, it's like contractual agreements to like take care of people,
Yeah, but and in that sense, I think you took the best of what Christianity offers, and you obviously have a sense of compassion. And we can disagree about the sacredness of fetal life, but
I think there was a progression.
You thought through way more than the Bible and the Torah and the other books actually said. You turned it into your own, and I think I think that
no, I would say most theologians.
But I think all of us do the best we can.
Yeah, but I think most so here's the thing: like a lot of these arguments that I'm taking are uniquely some my own ideals, but they're also arguments that I've heard from theologians and scholars who have put forward these ideals and explanations for the scripture and have explained in context what they actually mean, and from a also historical context. And when you put it in that context, like I'll give you an example. There's the passage where Jesus is talking, and the Pharisees come to him. The Pharisees say, "Why do your apostles eat with unclean hands?" And he says, "It's not what goes into the body that defiles you; it's what comes from the heart." So, like, that doesn't make much of sense until you understand the context of the Pharisees, of the Pharisaic law at the time, which was man-made laws, which stated that the Jews at the time, the Pharisees, believed that sin was like a germ that was on top of your hand, and that it was on your hand, coating your hands like germs. So they thought of sin as like germs, and they thought that when you touched the bread, your sins, your germs, then went onto the bread, and then you ate it like a germ, and then it infected you. And Jesus is saying it's not what's on the outside that goes into you, it's what comes from the heart. And when you understand that context, then it totally makes sense. And you're like, okay, these Jews at the time thought that sins were like germs. And if you touch the bread with unclean hands, and they weren't blessed to get rid of all the germ sins, then you were going to infect yourself. Like, and when you read that in context, you're like, okay, this totally makes sense now. Like, it just seems like just a weird demigod.
You just defined extreme. You just defined just extreme OCD.
What do you mean?
In the sense of contamination of germs.
Oh yeah, no, but that's what the rabbinic Jews believed at the time.
No. That's kind of why I veer away from religion, because my brain takes it literally. Because no, that's exactly how it is.
So you would have been one of the Pharisees. You would have thought of sin as like germs on your hands, and when you touch your food and then ate it, the food would have been ingesting the sin into your body, which would have defiled you. And Jesus was saying, no, it's not what it is.
For me, it's not sin. It's like negative thinking. So it's more like worries. So if I have a worry and I'm like looking at a piece of food, it'll make it very, very difficult to actually eat that piece of food without washing it off first. I have to wash it off, and then I can wash that thought away. So. Very interesting.
Have you guys ever heard of Robert Sapolsky?
No.
Robert Sapolsky does a beautiful Human Sexuality 101 course, highly advisable in many ways. He recently did a piece on religion. So he's a biologist, and he points to how many of the religious texts contain these obvious steps. Like 765 steps to honor God every day, and you need to wash your hands 3 times, and you need to do this 5 times, and you do the 5 prostrations and all that. And he relates this. It's a hilarious piece in his very unique style, and he relates a big part of the religiousness of the behavior, the habits, to OCD and Asperger's. And he says, like, it's so funny when you look at the people who brought religion into our lives, the people who would be praying openly and would be arguing and setting up rules and ideas about how to honor God. And he makes a very interesting case in a very humorous and well-educated manner. Robert Sapolsky, really recent piece on religion, relating it to obsessive-compulsive behaviors.
There's an article I can get. I can't remember the exact article, but one of my friends named Io on here is a genetic, he's in genomics IT, and he actually shared an article talking about Asperger's or autism spectrum disorder, the idea that it may have been the reason that our civilization evolved the way it did, in the sense that it took an autistic person to sit down with 2 sticks and rub them together. Smoke, exactly. And then just continue until it eventually made fire. And it was like pushing like, or carrying his shit, and eventually got to the point where he's like, I gotta build something, and then eventually built like a cart with wheels, like without autistic people. And also there's another study that they believe that autism spectrum disorder may be the next step in biological evolution.
Yeah, there's been many related things. This is also the idea that pruning happens in quote-unquote non-autistic people. Neurological cell structures are pruned at some part in the in vitro phase during pregnancy, but that in autistic people you retain that, so you come to the world with more ability to create connections. The problem is the world is very chaotic, and if you look for order and chaos, you go a little crazy. Ta-da!
The other one, that there's a world-renowned clinician out of Australia, and I can't remember his name, but he actually has shown that 67% of people who are on the spectrum, 67% of their fathers are also on the spectrum. So it's believed that it's something passed down paternally from the fathers.
Yeah, as you say, genetically. Like, I have no doubt that many animal species have this type of stuff going on. Particularly in our case, it related to sapiens, to the thinking, the compulsive thought process. And well, here we are.
Would there be any way can you hear me by the way, sorry? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you, and you're a little muffled.
Oh, sorry, I'm outside. Oh no, I wanted to ask, would there be any way, this is why I'm very sensitive about the abortion topics, because, not to bring you guys back, but like I have nephews that are autistic and so on, and it can be very severe, and I mean, I think Down syndrome is a little easier to live with, you know, but I just wanted to ask you, is it possible to test animals in any capacity to find if there is something like that? Has there ever been?
Well, currently it shows that there's no other animals on Earth that they know of that have autism spectrum disorder. We looked this up one day when we were talking about bonobos and other animals that may be autistic.
Speaking of Somali people, sorry, but they did do a study on it was a Somali similar tribe in northern Kenya. They found high rates of autism, ADHD. ADHD, I don't think it's in the spectrum. I'm not sure.
It is. It's considered neurodivergent.
Okay,
Not in autism spectrum, but considered neurodivergent.
Okay, yeah. So what they found was high rates because we're Somali people, and a lot of East African tribes are nomads, and pastoral, like they're living lives, right, the way they survive, and they live like this for thousands of years, right? And so they found high rates of ADHD and autism. So is there some connection, or?
So like if you listen to like, I think his name is pronounced like Gabor Mate. He was talking about that his belief of ADHD or ADD, whatever, is that it's a fight or flight response. Usually occurs within infants or little babies, and that if they're exposed to like anything traumatic, the baby doesn't have the ability to fight or flight, so they end up misdirecting their attention away, and then it like what's the neuroplasticity, like redoes the neuroplasticity of the brain, and then causes them to be left with that for the rest of their life, is what the belief is. So like it usually occurs with like, you know, like emotional mothers that are going through like post-traumatic, postpartum depression, and or like abusive households, or even just loud, boisterous, you know, households. Like if you have like very loud, argumentative parents that are just like arguing over, you know, fucking TV shows and stuff like that in front of your, you know, newborn baby and stuff, that the automatic response of the baby is to either fight or flight, and if it can't do that, then it just misdirects its attention. Makes sense? Because like as a human, if you know, earlier, Sabina, you know, when we were arguing with you and I was calling you a Somali pirate and stuff, you had the ability to take off and run away. But if a baby was sitting here in a car seat in front of me and was having to endure like our arguing and fighting about Somali pirates and 68 median IQ, like the baby's just gonna have to deal with that. And the only thing that the baby has to do is like to misdirect its attention. Makes sense?
Yeah. So
Rich can get is my IQ?
130, 140 range.
Yeah, makes sense.
What was your number?
143-ish.
Got me by 2 points. I'm 141, my brother's 160.
At the outset, those scales mean less.
Yep.
Like, particularly on the single decimal points, it's meaningless. Like,
No, I know.
143 is absolutely useless.
No, it's like, it's 10 to 12 points, because the fucking retards on here argued with me and said, that's not true, and then I had to correct myself and be intellectually consistent and concede that I was a little bit off. But the scale that I use, which is actually fairly accurate, is for every 10 IQ points that you increase, it doubles the speed that you problem solve. So when you go from 140 to 160, it's 200% faster at problem solving. And then I looked it up, and it's technically 10 to 12 points is like the fucking variant. So I'm like, whatever, 10 to 12 points. I'm still sticking with 10% because it's easier to remember that way. It's the same thing. You can also look at decibels. Decibels are like 10 to 11 decibel increase actually doubles the sound.
Yeah. No, it's a logarithmic scale, sure.
So I was actually corrected on that with ChatGPT, and I was like, oh, okay, technically it's 10 times the amount of volume of sound, but it's actually doubling. So it's like it's doubling, but at the same time it's 10 times. That's per decibel is a 100% increase of volume of sound. If that makes any sense.
I think this is why people like I guess American CGI culture, because they will attribute something like that to like.
It's hard to hear you.
They're like 40 feet away in the back.
Can you hear me now? Sorry. Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah. No, I don't think there's anything wrong with people being. It's a good thing that human beings. There would be more cases for humans to be de-evolving IQ-wise. So it's actually a great thing, right? That humans are evolving and having higher IQs, and there's nothing wrong with being comfortable and sharing that and sharing your knowledge with the human species. You know what I mean? Like it's a good thing, but I don't know when it became a bad thing. But what I found on Clubhouse is you can find really high IQ people, and you can find low IQ people. You know what I mean? And it's like it's a great.
I wouldn't necessarily say that you're finding low IQ people on Clubhouse, because most people, when you consider like low IQ is like sub 85, considered mentally deficient. It makes up actually about 13% of the U.S. population. But most of those people can't even fucking work a phone. Like they don't even have the ability. They don't even have the capacity to like download the app and like figure out how to get into Clubhouse and write their names.
Oh, I see what you mean. It's just I think sometimes.
Yeah, I think when you're saying like low IQ is gonna be like 95, 90, maybe even 100.
Not like that. Like conversation. That's what I think.
In comparison with high IQ people.
I will argue that on Clubhouse you find many people who seem to be if not unable, then certainly unwilling to change their position. And in terms of intellect, that's like the stupidest thing you can do. So I think, if not low IQ people, there's certainly a lot of stupid people on the Clubhouse.
Correct.
Amen.
Pepe, what do you have to say about IQ?
I mean, it's definitely.
All right, I'm gonna stop beating around the bush, Pepe. What do you think about Somali pirate IQ?
Oh, I mean, to be fair, they're probably some of the more industrious Somalis. So,
are you familiar with Jeremy, the one who went to Talking Apes, Pepe?
Yeah.
I go into Talking Apes all the time. I get on stage, and I say that Jeremy is like a god amongst simpletons in this room, because everybody in that room is like fucking 95 IQ, and Jeremy's like 120, and he's just literally is like the Somali king pirate. He's like the king rat pirate. Where he just goes in there and does whatever he fucking wants and manipulates all of the women.
Is he Somali? I never knew he was Somali, Jeremy.
No, he's a white guy.
He's a white guy. He's a white Canadian fuck.
Oh. I've seen like genius level Somali people, but sometimes it can be found in a very dark way. Like some of the warlords, I would say, can be considered genius. But
yeah, it's also.
Yeah, exactly. But I want to ask you in terms of like defining yourself based on groupthink or like groups, right? So if you belong to a group, there are high IQ or a nation state that's known as high IQ. Does that necessarily mean that you are high IQ?
Oh no, there's plenty of dumb Ashkenazi Jews and plenty of dumb Japanese, but I would say that there's less of them in comparison with other people.
And how much?
So even when you look at like the bell curve, like when you fill out the middle of the bell curve and stuff like that, you're still gonna have the people that are the 115 and 117, which is gonna be like the median IQ. But you're also gonna have more people. You're gonna have people on the extremely low IQ and the high IQ. But since the numbers are raised more in comparison with the other different ethnic groups or nationalities, it tends to be a little bit higher even at the ends of the extremes of the bell curve. So you'll find more of the 180 IQ Ashkenazi Jews than you will find 40 IQ on the extreme of the bell curve for the Ulster kind of Scotch Irish.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
You're also going to find of the Somalis, you may find like the extremely industrious, intelligent Somalis are like 120, and then the extreme lows are like 30, 40, but the median's like 68. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But of the Ashkenazis, maybe the dumb people in the Ashkenazi group are like 90 or 85.
The 120s can dominate. You see what I'm saying? Like the ones that are not.
If you're not in Somalia right now, there's a good chance that you're probably on the higher end of the intellect. And if you didn't come here through like illegal migration or something like that, like they did into Europe and the United States, then that probably means that you're extremely higher IQ than the majority of the Somalis. Most of the dumb Somalians are still over there living in their own shit, and the majority of Somalians are living in their own shit and robbing cargo container ships, and even the ones that are robbing cargo container ships are more intelligent.
So what they did was, so this is what happened. The ones that lived in rural areas, right, that were like pastoral, they moved into the cities, and what they did was they pushed out the people who were of the ruling class, right? That was what the whole violence was about. And so someone like Ilhan Omar, for example, I know you know who she is because you're.
Yeah, she's the lady that married my brother.
Comes from a political family. So from an American point of view, they might see her. I'm not saying she hasn't had struggle or any of that sort, but she does come from a family. Same with Ayaan Hirsi Ali, who's considered, a great scholar amongst,
they're geniuses amongst the Somalis, but still midwits.
Oh, Ayaan is considered a genius even amongst like atheists. She shared.
Is Ayaan a genius? Nah.
No,
So I said they're both midwits.
No, I refuse.
They're midwits compared to the actual intelligence. Yes.
Have you tested their IQ to know whether they're midwits or not?
We just explain the bell curve.
Okay, well, hold on, right? Because based on I don't know how to verify the numbers you've given.
Oh, no, they're not real numbers, but it's how bell curve.
I will believe you. I'm not gonna doubt you. I will believe you, right? I do believe there's high IQ people, right? And you could very well be in them.
Do you know who the highest reported IQ province is?
Hey, in your background, I think there's some electronic sound television is bleeding through, and it's hers?
Yeah, hers.
It's very
she's hot liking.
My phone is low IQ too? Is that what you're gonna say?
No, it's because you're hot miking. When you have your microphone open, the sound is like refracting off a wall or something.
Okay,
your speaker is reverberating back into the microphone.
Okay, well, I'm trying my best to get you guys to hear me, but Ayaan Hirsi Ali is considered high IQ amongst high IQ people.
Amongst Somalis, yes.
No, not Somalis.
You dick.
Stop it. She's the smartest Somali.
No, she's not. She
That's
is
like saying the smartest retard.
Okay, so Dawkins, okay, Sam Harris, all the people she's there stages with that think she's, you know, an intellectual.
Use Sam Harris as an example.
I think he's smart. No?
Hold on. All of those people, like Sam Harris and also Ayaan Hirsi Ali, they're verbally very strong. That's an aspect of intelligence. I think she's like verbally strong. I don't doubt that, and I think she's done some writing and she applied herself. But genius amongst geniuses? No.
So what's your message?
Way more.
Einstein?
I imagine that IQ has a roundedness to it, and just being good at speaking doesn't round it all out.
Sure,
I think she's very capable at social and educational, but I think Richard Dawkins is far more capable because his biology and science background have given him a far more, like, a roundedness far beyond his field. Does it make sense if I say it like that?
So do you believe people have to have like a general high IQ, or can they be specialized in one area?
If you say high IQ amongst high IQ, yes, and possibly in many Asperger's, you've got these geniuses in a very selected field, and maybe you are right there. And there are these extremely high intelligence people, but they're very relatively poor at expressing themselves. They are definitely also when it doesn't come out that way.
I have Asperger's and ADHD and ODD, oppositional defiant disorder, and dyslexia.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, ODD, yeah.
Oppositional.
Yeah, oppositional defiant disorder, yeah.
I know there's something. Sorry, Sabina, go ahead.
Have you guys, I don't know if you guys can hear me properly, have you read the book by Outliers by Gladwell?
Yes.
Okay.
Malcolm Gladwell. Yes.
Yeah, so he was talking about like really high IQ people, and he mentioned a man with high IQ. He wasn't that successful. So do you think that it's not necessarily correlated to his success, and maybe not very successful, but maybe not genius level? Or anyone for that matter?
Maybe I was just wrong, but I like to think that high IQ amongst high IQ means something specific. And when I thought through my own argument, it was like, well, I know these math geniuses who are relatively poor at wording things and explaining things, but they're like hands down very, very intelligent at making connections. So maybe I'm just wrong in my definition, and you can say exactly that about Ayaan Hirsi Ali. I then just want to say that I don't like it that Ayaan Hirsi Ali is considered high IQ amongst high IQ.
Well, I mean, you're still there, Sabina. Yeah, I like her a little more that she became a Christian now.
Did she?
Yep, 2023.
People would argue that because you're Christian, you're not high IQ. What is your response to that?
51% of scientists are theistic believers. The majority are Christian.
What?
Yep.
No.
You want the numbers? You realize?
Hold on. The research.
Hold on. You gotta be. This is, remember what we were talking about? Polls and surveys and statistics.
Yeah.
Remember how we talked about statistics and saying that the average person died at 42?
Exactly.
So I said scientists. People that are engaging in science. So, like, this includes doctors, it includes nurses, includes all these different types of people. Now, if you want to talk about, like, physicists and mathematicians, it's a lot less.
I believe that physicians is one of the
physicians
lowest ratios of personal religion.
No, they're extremely high.
Very atheist, like they see life and death happening all the time. Like I know that for several countries in Northwest Europe, I'm damn sure I'm right. Possibly different in the States. I don't know. Also in China, very few religious people.
Oh, exactly. But would you consider someone like, I'm just going based off of mainstream people think, high IQ, Elon Musk, would you consider me?
Sorry, you're breaking up. Are you between 60? Yes, between 65 and 76% of all doctors in the United States are theistic believers, and of those, 60% are Christians, Protestants.
Yeah, so that diminishes rather massively beyond the states, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, just add China and add Europe, and
We don't care about those countries.
Down to 12%.
Yeah, we don't care about those countries.
Well, actually, we do.
I would hit mainland China with ICBMs. I'm just saying, like, I fucking detest that country. I spent enough time there, and I fucking hate it. And most of their people are fucking inept too. So I mean, their numbers are probably some of the most scared fucking numbers outside of North Korea.
So I will not contend that at all.
Oh god, have you ever seen Shanghai?
The numbers thing. The rest I didn't.
Oh god, the Shanghai Disney. They opened the Shanghai Disney, and within 4 days, they had to shut it back down because all the people were ripping all the flowers out of the flower beds. They were pissing and shitting outside the toilets because there was too many people in line. They were pissing and shitting everywhere. They piled up trash like 2 feet thick, and then they were ripping the fucking bushes out of the fucking flower beds. Like they're just ripping fucking bushes out, like for no reason. Because they're a bunch of uncultured fucking backwoods hillbillies.
Have you ever heard Americans speak to each other?
Oh my god. I'm just saying, you get outside of like Chengdu and shit, and like Shanghai and Beijing, and it's just like rural backwoods mountains with like people eating pangolins and fucking bats and monkeys, and like they exterminated like the majority of their fucking like monkey population and shit just by eating them. I mean, it's fucking.
But when you say that this is cultural hypocrisy, you've done very.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not intellectually dishonest. I'm willing to concede that there is parts of the United States where they eat fucking, armadillos and opossums and fucking, what do you call it, raccoons and shit. It's disgusting.
I don't think it's disgusting at all.
Like mother down there. Yeah, but like mother down there in the audience, like he's Dominican and gay. Like he eats ass, and that's disgusting.
God, man, you're so uptight. You need to get some gay lick your ass. Feeling good. Just have a go. Live a little. Come on.
Nah, he's Dominican. He'll leave. Oh, he left. I was trying to coach him. I was trying to get him up on stage. Nope.
Oh man, you don't know what you're missing.
You know what? Can you hear me, by the way?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to say, I honestly believe, as a human race, that we should elevate.
Get new microphones that aren't from Temu.
I know, but let me finish.
And we shouldn't talk while we're in our bathrooms.
No, I'm not. I'm outside. What I want to say is that there's nothing wrong with admiring people's IQ, the same way we admire art. There's nothing wrong with it, and I don't know why intellectual abilities are.
It's fucking uncomfortable to listen to you.
Right? I know, your cat, the expression on your cat's face is him listening to you talk right now.
Okay, never mind. I'll post it in the chat.
And then you're constantly fading in and out. It's a little annoying.
She has a Somali phone and a Somali headset.
Oh, fuck off. You can't. How often has your mouth gotten you into trouble, sir?
I'm 6 foot. I'm 6'4" and 260 pounds. So not often, honestly.
There you go.
Most people are scared of me for good reason. What part?
I'm sorry.
You from the Netherlands? You said or what?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oslo or what?
What?
Is it Oslo? Where's Oslo? Oslo's.
It's a different country.
Which big city? Doesn't it start with a fucking O or some shit like that? Your all's big city in Netherlands?
Amsterdam.
No, I'm thinking of Norway. Norway has
many people. Okay, so you heard me say Dutch.
No, I heard you say Netherlands.
No, I don't think so.
You said it here in the Netherlands.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, no, and my brain was computing Netherlands and Norvega.
No, yeah, exactly. That often happens.
That's the ends.
Also Denmark and blah blah blah. But no, near Amsterdam.
Oh, okay, gotcha. You know, Finland sounds like a nice place to go, but at the same time, I don't want to fucking have a fucking $4,000 ticket for going 5 kilometers over the fucking speed limit. That place is fucking ridiculous. I was watching a documentary about Finland and how strict they are with like their cameras. And, like they have some of the highest citations for like speeding citations.
Recognize
Really?
military
Does it?
brilliance? By the way, like Napoleon or like the British, do you recognize like military brilliance or high IQ?
Did you say Napoleon or Napoleon?
Napoleon, any military genius, okay?
Oh,
I admire.
yeah. Wobbling. I was going to say the Bengalis have an easy one to remember. Their median IQ is 69.
There you go. There you go. That's pretty extremely low, by the way.
It's 1 point higher than Somalis.
Bravery, not IQ. Bravery in like military combat. You measure that.
Sorry, say that again. What was the word you say? Rapery? What?
Military bravery. Military bravery.
I've never heard that used as a unit
Like
of measurement.
no?
No.
No combat.
Unit of bravery? There's.
Military
But,
no?
but the answer is.
I think she's asking is there a correlation
involved, and Napoleon was great at math and at insight and politics and did power play. So the man was obviously deeply intelligent.
She's asking is there a correlation?
No, I'm saying is there a way to frame that as a form of genius, like military prowess, bravery, leading nations into like warfare and winning?
Oh, you're saying like a person like Napoleon who's like a genius when it comes to like military strategy and shit. Would we consider that to be a genius? Or like, not necessarily.
Not necessarily. No, that's the thing. Like any of these qualities can be gotten without being in any way high IQ or genius. Like, and certainly human bravery as a social thing would be a part of that. Perhaps is that what you're looking for? Like, how do you see if somebody's really a genius and whether they're just, capable or smart?
No, I'm not trying to measure. I'm just saying as a human race, like I'm a fan of the human race, and it's like different types of genius, like art, military.
That's way better described by simple evolution and genetics. Genetics, like we are a ridiculously young species on this earth, right? Dinosaurians before us and fish before us. We are absolutely the latecomers. We're completely new. We evolved after the dinosaurs and the carbon dioxide rise. So we are just a very, very young species, and particularly in the past 100 years, we've made like a change so massive that no single human being can encompass it. Like the amount of change, like I recently thought through that my grandma became 99 and she saw the introduction of like a large-scale gramophone until the arrival. She literally worked on a laptop when she was 87. She learned how to type. Like she saw from the radio, the telegram, the telegraph, the radio, the telex, the fax, the phone, the mobile phone, the computers, the laptops, quantum technology, and before her life, like barely anything was known. This was a single human life, and we've only been here for a very, 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 very short time. So our evolution is going so ridiculously fast, part of which is we are aware of what we do. The printing press made dissemination of information far more capable. And now we're at this level where we have created the self-thinking tool, AI. It's what we are seeing now is such an incredible success story Like, this is so goddamn. If evolution, whatever philosophy you want, could have any success story, it's this one. And yes, we're very much animal. And we're very little sapienti.
All right, Selena, I got a question for you. Do you hold to the narrative position or the narrative ideal of Somalians that if a Somalian stops being a Muslim, they're no longer Somali?
Somali in terms of like Islam?
Yeah, so like the idea is that a lot of Somalians state that if you stop being a Muslim, then you're no longer Somali.
Can you hear me properly, buddy? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So I just want to share my perspective because you asked me, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm mostly trying to find out, do you agree that that is something that Somalians say, that if you stop being a Muslim, you're no longer Somali?
I believe, right, that Somalia had a very vicious tribal culture that can be infused with religion, whether that's Islam or other. It happens to Islam right next to South Africa. But I think the tribal system is one of the most, disheartening and vicious.
Okay, cool. We got your opinion, but I'm saying, like, you are aware that Somalians say that if you stop being a Muslim, if you convert to another religion, you're no longer Somali, right?
Somalians are very libertarian.
I'm saying, like, are you familiar with that narrative that they put out?
What is the nation state of Somalia? What does that mean?
I'm trying to lead you to the water.
It's a very simple question.
Yeah. Okay. Are you familiar with Somalians saying? Can you mute real quick? Can you mute just real quick? Hold on. It's echoing. So all I'm trying to ask is, are you familiar that there are Somalians who say that if you stop being Muslim, you're no longer Somalian? And my reason for saying all this is that Ayan Hirsi Ali is a Christian, and if she becomes a Christian, she's, by their definition, she's no longer a Muslim. She's no longer Muslim, so she's no longer Somali. And if she's no longer Somali, then you can't count her as one of the genius level IQ Somalis, even if she does have a genius level IQ.
I disagree.
That was just mental jumping.
If I can add this, prior to even Islam, I believe someone is Somali even if they're not Muslim. Whether they're atheist, Christian, they're still Somali. I hope that answers.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with what the other Somalis say, and them saying that if you're no longer Somali, if you're no longer Muslim, you're no longer Somali. I'll agree with them on that argument, just for the sake that Ayan Hirsi Ali is a Christian. She's no longer a Muslim, which by their logic means she's no longer Somali, which means you guys are left with Ilhan Omar. And if Ilhan Omar becomes a Christian or an atheist, then you guys are screwed.
Ilhan is American, sweetheart, not Somali.
Yeah, she's Somali though.
Oh, she's still American. She belongs to you.
Oh, cool. So you can't even count her. So now you just eliminated Ayan Hirsi Ali and Ilhan Omar. So now you have no Somalis to point to that are geniuses.
When Trump said he wanted to give Ilhan back to Somalia, the Somali president said, keep her. So she is yours. Keep her.
So you have no more genius Somalis?
Oh, we have much more to get to the world.
I am the captain now.
Why?
Oh, it's from the Captain Phillips movie. The Somali pirate takes over the ship and he goes, I am the captain now.
Ah. Gotcha.
He's sitting there holding the AK, looking all dirty and skinny, with his high forehead, curly hair.
This is from a movie?
Yeah, the Captain Phillips. He's the one that's navigating the cargo container ship that get hijacked by a Somali pirate.
Yeah.
It's got
the way you spoke reminded me about a black guy in a television studio making a coup. and you had that same voice.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
What, 15 years ago or so? Where is that?
Yeah, the Captain Phillips one was with shit. What's his name? Tom.
From the same tribe as the Black Hawk Down. Do you remember the Somalis?
Yeah, he became an atheist.
Somalis? No, he American Delta. This tribe. They're the ones that travel all over.
Oh no, I said he's an atheist in real life.
Oh, I see. Oh.
Yeah, you guys can't claim him anymore.
Oh well.
I'm just joking about that one. I don't know. I'm just feeling all your Somalis.
I want to hear you guys' reaction to what I said about humans being a very young species.
Go ahead, Sabina.
I guess it would depend on what ideology you believe in, because Hinduism would argue that we've been cycles, when we died, came back,
But from that same Hindu point of view, we're part of that whole animal structure. I'm talking quite specifically about the species Homo sapiens. No, Homo, the genus Homo.
No Homo.
I don't know.
You just had to put that in there, right?
Yeah.
Well done.
Whatever.
Say again, Sabina. I find that in many conversations about many of these challenging topics, also with the speed of change of human society, that very few people have sufficient zoom out with regards to how young we are as a group and as a species. Also with environmental waste and the issues we have, the change is so fast that we're doing actually pretty good. But there's this weird misanthropic view of humanity that's going around as well, and I've been a part of that.
Oh wait, you're saying that we're not going to die in 12 years wobbling? That the oceans aren't going to rise and we're all going to drown?
I think we'll be completely fine, and Earth as well.
You think it's cyclical?
Possibly.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
The AI thing is there is a singularity coming, but that we have the potential to make this amazing is absolutely there. And I like to think that there are many people who have a positive view on things, and I think we can make it work. Is it easy? No, probably not. But it's fucking amazing to be alive at this moment in time in history.
What an amazing time, yeah. But can I ask you, it's okay if I ask you, I don't want to dox you, but it's okay if I ask you what your background is in terms of education?
It's literally hard to hear you.
He's asking what's your highest level of education?
In terms of what's your background, yeah, education.
Medicine and information science.
Okay, because I'm just wondering that if you were an environmentalist.
He's saying he's more qualified than all the Somalis combined.
I never.
I'm still higher than the Somalis.
Well, no, I'm blind and tied with my hands behind my back. I'm smarter than the Somalis. But apart from that, we're all human.
Why are we roasting Somalis? I don't know.
This is part of the topic of the room, I think.
We're Homo sapiens. We should be working into groupthink.
Let's just say that we are now talking about a device that was not made by Somali.
Hold on. If we're gonna roast groupthink, why do we roast Neanderthals? They don't exist anymore.
Actually, Neanderthals are the reason why we're so smart. We contain about 3 to 4% DNA. And a group of African peoples that do not have Neanderthal DNA, they show up as lower on the bell curve of intelligence.
Sure. Okay, but do they exist, or do you take all their work and made it with them?
What did you say, Rich?
I'm talking about groupthink.
Oh, what's that? I couldn't hear you. I was doing something.
Well, say it again, Sui.
Sorry, not very much.
Good room, people. Thanks. I'm enjoying myself.
Did you like the title?
Oh God, what was it?
Can I say?
I'm busy here. Give me a
Can I say one last thing? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
I can barely hear you. I hope Rich can.
Oh, I can hear you wobbling pipe.
Okay. You have good Somali humor, okay? It's a good humor.
She said you had good Somalian humor. Whatever that means. Whatever that means.
Yeah, I'm confused but grateful. Thank you.
Did you wobbling? Did you see the title?
Give me a second. Oh God.
If only the read.
But the link is not related to this, right?
No.
This was a completely different room, I think, before.
It was
came in.
pro-choice or something, or pro-life.
Yeah.
Some shit like that. I guess we killed the room.
No, we enjoyed ourselves. We did exactly what the room needed to be done.
Exactly. We defeated the Somali pirates.
That reminds me of that game of the mid-90s pirate game. Very funny. What was
Shooting Somalians?
Yes. Oh, you got it in one. It was 16-color shooting Somali pirate gangs on screen. You got it, yeah. On your 286, 16 megahertz, yeah. Well done.
Alright, well, I gotta go pick my kids up.
Yeah, I'm gonna go too.
Gotta go from school. You guys be safe.
Likewise. Talk to you.
Easy, buddy.
Hold on. Give me a second. Hold.
You gotta kill it. Find the button. All right, wobbling. I'm just gonna state the facts that you saying hold on, and then heavily breathing into the microphone has got me concerned.
Yeah,
Let me finish. Hold on. Oh, okay, go ahead now.
Gotcha. All right.
What are you doing?
It's gonna look like my fence.
What I gotta do?
Stupid for tonight.
Amir simultaneously thinks that Kalev is sensible and that Buttercup is a Zionist. I don't know how to understand it.
Up is down, down is up.
Wait, Buttercup is a Zionist?
Is Amir told you that?
Yes. Oh my God! Jesus
Sorry.
Christ! Yes, she is a Zionist. Her mission is to convert as many people as possible by hanging out with her.
Who?
Buttercup.
Oh.
She's like Amir. They're both agents. So people that hang out with them like realize why Zionism is good.
I mean, she always seems to be complaining about Israel and like being negative. So I'm surprised she's a Zionist.
All right, it's
Obviously a Zionist. She wants to form a Jewish state. She just wants one that doesn't hurt her feelings.
I just want to make sure I want to make sure, Issa, that I followed that. Chuck, you said if Hava comes in the room, kick her, right?
We talked about
I got a laugh.
No, we're not.
We said
Please don't pick her.
Shava.
Yeah, no Shavas allowed.
Shava.
Not Shava.
I'm not kicking Shabbos. Rich, you gotta get with the lingo.
Yakov, I was